to the update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning! Surrender to the power of the dragon! Back off!
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that!
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning! Surrender to the power of the dragon! Back off!
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, compliments to your teammates, and foster a positive gaming environment, the higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
PGS 拳击赛的总冠军。That's done! Stage to pick up their ticket. PGC champions Gen G. PCS 6 Asia champions are going to be Patrick Horo. PGIS champions are the Sonics.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it!
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me. Get struck by lightning. Surrender to the power of the dragon. Back off.
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away!
Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
Young now making this push to find that last member of Trendigo who's been there for so long. He finds all three.
Tem flash pra cima dele, lá vem panelada! 有
信息在这个位置啊，刚那个集装箱的位置，他为什么没顶这个点呢？他选择直接来这里。
这波是肯定要没了，因为这个半波之前佛们在整个二段这一侧也不吃任何压力。
是。
Bike, I'm not sure if that's going to help Olaf, but they have 3 base players currently going without vehicles and weapons. And there you go, one fight, oh no, the run over! The run over instantly after! And he gets the gun, picks Sword Vex, does he...
ดีไฟที่สวยสุดนะว่าระเบิดลูกนี้หยอดย้อยๆแต่ไม่ถึงครับถึงนี่ไงไปต่องน็อกเลยไม่แกะสลักเลยถึง
โอ้แล้วหลุมนี้เรียบเดิน
แล้วลูกนี้ไม่ได้แกะนี่ไปแกะก่อนนะให้เตะไปโดนลูกหมดเลยเหรอหมดอีกลูกหนึ่งย้อยๆมาหมด
But no, I went to the full 2.
Wait. Oh. I thought they hadn't added mortars to competitive yet.
Well, none of the pros want it, and well, yeah, they're. Oh
my! I mean, not bad as when you're in that dip. He's like, guys, give me an 8. I got the angle down. Give me an 8. I know how to find them. Everyone is running over, or maybe they just want to do it themselves. He's like,
yeah.
So
my turn.
Ein Unterhandgranat, and then that's all. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just trying to make an impression.
Oh my!
Welcome to mortars.
They must, right? But like they're peeking to the other ridge, which is a little bit scary. He does get up the Nixie actually with a double nade on towards them.
And welcome to the PGS to EMEA Qualifiers here. We're here at the grand final, and of course I'm joined by Kyleris and Toby. Toby, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm really interested to hear how James is doing today.
Fantastic. James, how are you doing?
I may or may not be filling in my Twire fantasy right now as I slightly forgot that I needed to do it. So yes, I'm feeling great, feeling refreshed, feeling fine.
Fantastic. All right, yeah, of course, we're here back for the final. We're doing 18 games. We're doing 3 days, Toby, and now we're here with the top 8 teams from lower and upper bracket. Are you excited to find out what are the 2 teams we're going to be sending to Gamers 8 and for PGS 2?
I feel like that's an understatement. I have been incredibly hyped just leading into this and seeing how both the upper and the lower bracket played out, how absurdly close things got. I can't even begin to imagine what it's going to look like when we're only looking for the top 2 teams here, because it's practically impossible to predict.
Yeah, and especially with how everything played out. Of course, also, you know, both Navi, FaZe, and Twisted Mind were looking pretty good, James, here. So there's a chance they might end up in the top 2 and kind of push that down. So it might be the, you know, the top 3 or top 4 going, even if those guys they occupy those spots.
Yeah, there was definitely, compared to some of the other qualifiers we've had in recent memory, there was definitely a divide of the big dogs really being able to brutally deal with the teams in the upper bracket and then everybody having to scrap it out in the lower. So, as I said on the last broadcast, I'm hoping that FaZe is able to do well. I'm hoping to see them kind of claim those heights again, even though, you know, they're doing all right themselves.
Yeah, and also, of course, we have our second place at PGS. It's kind of our, not the direct European hope to secure a PGS spot in terms of the PGS points, Toby, but still, there's a, it makes sense if those guys go and they have a good placement. That means that we will get another spot for Europe, of course. Here is our schedule. We did upper bracket and lower bracket already. Here we are at the 7th of July, and we're going to be doing 3 days of finals, Toby.
Yep, it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. 3 days to play this one out before we're headed to Riyadh. I honestly, I mean, as I said, I don't have a whole lot of words to put into it. It's just going to be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, super excited to get this started, of course. And of course, we are also going to be playing, you know, more Erangel, more Miramar. So the RNG should kind of even out a little little bit the format even more explained. We already found our top 8 teams from upper bracket. We have already also found our top 8 teams from lower bracket teams, and now we're going to be playing with our teams here for these 3 days. And it's only the top 2 teams that are going to be joining our global partner teams, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds at PGS2.
And when it comes to, again, recent memory, there has been upsets in the region, right? We have watched as in prior years, Entropic suddenly came out and won and was able to push themselves forward. Question Mark has won PCSs in the past. We've seen Howl being able to come off the back of a PEC win. So all of these teams in this lobby, looking fresh, looking good to go. We could quite easily see an upset compared to our partner teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. And here's the PGC points also given out here, also extremely important here, 650 for first, Toby. And again, we're talking, and we have been talking about how close it is. FaZe Clan is on that 6th spot right now, but they are 100 points behind Ascend. That means they have to have a pretty good performance here to secure them that spot, unless they, of course, go through PGS and win that. Here are our final teams, Toby, and it is a stacked lineup.
It is. It is. The only team that some people might feel like we would be missing is BBL, but due to their somewhat lackluster undercusp performance, they aren't here. And the teams that are here truly deserve their spot in the finals.
Yeah, exactly. Here, on these teams here, James.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, even the kind of, I was about to say young upstarts, like Monarch, etc. and stuff like that, they're going to, you know, have a little bit of a rougher time in this lobby, but I do think at the same time that there is decent room for these teams to go out, have a bit of a good showing. So across the board, excellent teams here for the region.
Yeah, and here we are, of course, starting on Miramar. After 2 games, we're going to be going over to Tego, and then we're going to be jumping over to 3 Wrangles, and we're going to be swapping that around day after day. I believe we're going to have 1 more Wrangle than we're going to have Miramar once it comes to it, but we're going to have 1 Tego per day here, Toby.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. We heard in the presentation of how the PGS2 game or the PGS2 finals will be in Riyadh 2, and it's gonna be very similar. So liking the way that this one's going forward.
Yeah, of course, we're also going to be adding Panzerfaust and Mortars to the PGS2 in Saudi Arabia. What do you think about that, James?
It's contentious, and it will cause a lot of chaos. That is for sure. That's hands down. There's no other way to describe it other than it might cause some chaos.
For sure. And on top of that, of course, it's kind of been the year for changes and for meta shifts here a little bit, Toby, and adding, you know, Tego. We're going to be adding the Candy later in the year, and a lot of guns and balances and utility has been added, and it's really been spicing up everything once it comes to both the meta and how the game has been playing out.
What I'm reading for what you're saying is that now we've added a few new things. Let's just add them all. Let's just go full on, go all in, jump straight on in there and see what's going to happen. I, for one, I'm very curious to see what's going to happen coming PGS2 finals, that's for sure.
We're going to have some Panzerfaust and Mortar fun, that's for sure.
There are going to be moments where it kills a lot of people, and people are going to go absolutely wild. The commentators are going to go crazy, and it's going to be interesting, mate. It's going to be interesting.
I'm just looking forward to that time where, you know, the first guy is doing a drive-by and he pulls out the Panzerfaust to the full US driving next to them and literally explodes a full team in one single Panzerfaust. That's going to be beautiful. Really excited about that, of course. But yeah, we are here for the PGS2 finals, and I am really stoked to get this started, guys. Of course, we had our upper bracket, Toby, where it ended out. I know the last game was a little bit of fun in our yellow house there, but still, from 1st to 7th place was only 9 points different. Yeah. So it could literally be anyone running away with it, and it's come down to the very last moments of the last game.
I mean, upper bracket really was a case of every team that needed something going got something going. And if that's anything to go by coming into the grand finals, which, I mean, again, you'd have to imagine that it is, given that 8 of those teams are here today, being able to find top 2, being able to make top 2, it's going to be one of the most tough competitions in all of EMEA PUBG ever, I feel like. With how good teams are these days in EMEA, and with how many good teams we have in these grand finals now, being able to make top 2 is going to require a hell of a lot of skill, but in all honesty, probably also quite a bit of luck.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, we also, of course, have our lower bracket teams, James, that are coming in here. Some did some insane performances and did really well here. The question is really, how are they going to fare up against our top 8 teams that are, you know, our consistent teams that we see again and again?
I think if I had to look at the top of the lower bracket, I think Exhalation is the one on my mind that might be able to make a dent in these teams up at the top. I think that they have some veteran power alongside them. I mean, a lot of these teams do, but let's kind of just focus on Exhalation here for a moment. And I think in a lot of situations, they were able to overcome some decent adversity in that lower bracket. I'm thinking about the Miramar win that they were able to get on the board, where I didn't think that they were going to get it. I thought maybe Howl would, because they sent so close, sent to that dip. But Exhalation was fighting on all fronts. Really good crisis management, and I want to see some of that in the finals here today.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for some of the same clutch moments here, Toby. But also the question is for me, and what I'm really thinking about is they were able to run away with things a little bit. They're able to really perform better. Of course, some of the teams that are low break, they're able to perform vastly better. The question is, can they really withstand this amount of pressure that's coming in from having these top 8 teams stay alive for longer, be smarter in their rotations and so forth?
I'd say for the team like Exhalation, considering the fact that I did not really think much of them in terms of being able to qualify for PGS 1, and they were, what, 2 points away from doing that, about 15 seconds remaining in the very final game of the finals. I'm just not going to say they won't qualify, because if I do, they'll get real close to it. So I want to see them impress me. I think that's where I'm at. We saw them play a lackluster lower bracket, did not perform as we expected them to. Now they made it through. Good for them. Now go out and show us what you're worth. You almost made PGS 1. Go out and show us why you're worthy of PGS 2 as well.
I think you're on about X-Halt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, wait, sorry, who were you talking about?
Exhalation.
I've confused it from last time.
It's typical you guys, right? It's every time you guys are commentating. It's Exhalation, it's Exalt, you guys, and then hopefully it's only one of the guys and one of the teams that are going to be doing extraordinarily good. Otherwise, if they're right next to the leaderboard, you guys are getting even more confused.
I will say this to save my point, though. I'm saying pretty much the exact same things about Exhalation outside of them not having been close to qualify for PGS 1 in the same way that Exalt were. So I'm going to go out and say, Exhalation, I had my hopes up for you coming into it. You're impressed. Now continue to do so.
Right. And also, we have to talk a little bit about Exalt, because they're in 1,000 PGC points games. And with them being, top 5, 6, they might even end up being almost guaranteed to go to PGC just through that.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, looking at their final game of the lower bracket as well, let's be real, they really pulled it out when it mattered. It was a tense situation with, I believe it was Primal, BBL, and Exalt all alive in those kind of final moments there. And somehow Exalt, I mean, they qualified effectively with 72 points. I mean, of course, if it does shift the other way, then BBL has got quite a lot of points on their board as well. But yeah, so very clutch, considering that for the majority of the lower bracket, they didn't do a whole lot. And we know that this roster can do more than what they did in, 11 of the 12 games in the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I mean, there's this where we just expected so much of them after what we've seen from them throughout the year, Toby, right? So yeah, exactly. you come in with the performance that they've had, consistency, and already have 1,000 PGC points. They're like, these guys have to crush this lobby, but they just ended up not doing so until the last game, which was, by the way, one of the most exciting games I've seen in a very long time.
It was really, really cool. And yeah, I'll agree with you. If you're scraping through in lower brackets, barely even qualifying, you're not a PGC team. So again, to underline my point from before, go out and prove to me that you are.
Yeah, exactly. On top of that, guys, I want to say, of course, it's going to be a fantastic weekend here of the PGS2 qualifiers. I'm really excited to get things started here. We're just making sure the games are getting ready to go here. And on top of that, of course, the 16 teams are going to have to be in there. And the fights that we're going to be seeing from the very start here is pretty exciting to me, because we had some, scrim intermission stuff here, James, and some teams that might be ending up fighting or not. It depends when it comes down to the real games here. They only have 18 of them, so they have to make it matter here from the start.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot when you are having potential rivaling positions or rivaling rotations and things like that. So I think especially for some of those lower bracket teams like that might kind of find themselves in a bit of a squabble here, honestly, give it up and try and go somewhere else. Try and focus on something else, because you need every advantage you can get when going up against the big dogs of the EMEA.
Yeah, and on top of that, once you get into this, so we all had to do, you add on top of that, once you get into this here, like, you might have had, your loot spot, you're used to use loot spot in lower bracket or upper bracket, and then you either might have to be moving or you get contested. So that's another thing, Toby, that you really have to take into consideration. Are you willing to fight for it through 18 games, or do you just want to find somewhere new where you might not be as used to playing from?
Normally we say, oh, you can throw away 1 game, 2 games, this and that, but that's when we're talking top 5, top 8 territory. You need to make top 2. There's literally almost no room for error here. So if you're willing to go out and throw that away because you're stubborn and want to drop in a spot that you're arguably, or probably, even if you do make it through, gonna get contested in PGC anyway, because or PGS2, I mean, because we know how there's always gonna be hot drops at PGS when we have global teams playing against each other. It's just not worth it. Find somewhere else, learn to adapt in these situations, because if you make PGS2, probably will have to anyway.
And I think in general for the year being here as well, James, is like, it's really the year of adaptation here. You're coming in with so many new utilities and everything. You'll also be able to adapt in terms of your drops.
A shining example really was 17 Gaming, who had a terrible start to PGS1, but then came back to win it all, based on the fact that there was those contention points around, you know, the center of the map and stuff like that. So if you adapt, you're able to potentially become a champion.
All right, guys, this is, of course, the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers here. We are looking for the top 2 teams that are going to be joining our global partner teams in terms of FaZe, Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds to go to Riyadh to fight for $2 million. We're going to start things here in Miramar. So, guys, take it away and have fun with it.
That's right. Thank you very much, Martin. It is time once again to get back onto the desert as we get this rolling. We're heading to Miramar to get it on the road, and it will be the grand finals of the qualifiers. My name's Carlaris alongside Toby. Toby, is it Exhalation or is it Exol? I just don't know.
You know what's great? It's both of them, because they're both here. So no reason to be confused yet. And also thanks for creating that confusion out of what wasn't in the past. So there's that. In any case, here we are. Very, very simple south to north plane path. Now, that does, of course, mean that considering where teams like to loot these days, Impala, El Sahar, El Poso, all these more edge positions, a little harder to get to, but with how the kind of the lay of the land is, how very nicely horizontal all these roads are, it's pretty easy to get around. Are the colors different?
Oh, you mean from last time?
Yeah,
right?
I'm confused.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
because you have a red Twisted Minds. Ooh, that's gonna be a difficult one to remember. And a green Na'Vi.
It's blue on my map, so I don't know. Maybe there's just this particular observer. But I mean, I have never seen as horizontal a plane path as that ever. But anyway,
it's very
or vertical even. Yeah, vertical. So go on.
We talked hot drops, and well, what better than starting one up here? And to make things even worse, because hot drops are fine if you at least come up victorious without taking casualties, here we've already seen one down on each side.
Quick to the start. I need to book up my ideas as well. We're talking over each other all the time. Okay, down to business, down to business. We've got ourselves Lyran moving on around here, getting on towards Odin very, very quickly. And as you say, this is, I mean, of all the places to actually hot drop, this is just this one small church location. Not exactly the most common of places. I suppose it is a linchpin position to try and then kind of scout out and have to be able to then rotate from this area. But yeah, very aggressive start from these two. And they're gone.
What makes it even more kind of head scratchy, I suppose we can call it, in lack of a better name, is that Juma is free. So we know DA to be a team that likes to contest for vehicles, likes to contest for, or just kind of try and punch or push teams away early on. But even though they do come out victorious, taking one casualty here, I'd say if it's DA contesting this, even though I wouldn't think so, because usually they aren't in Juma's era. But if it is, as we said before, you need top 2. It's really just not worth the risk.
Yeah. No, absolutely. As we take a little ride with Mexi for the moment. I mean, for ultimately, at least DA is able to actually get something on the board. Having only 3 alive is not exactly the best of situations, but DA does DA things. They play the DA way. They'll try and find a compound later on in the circle and sit it out and wait it out. So you can still make that happen with 3.
Yeah, I do feel like that's old DA, though. I get what you're saying, and I get the saying as a whole, because it has been kind of a testament to their team for the last, better part of PUBG's existence, really. But with this roster they're currently rocking, I don't feel like DA does DA things anymore. I'd say there are other teams that does DA things more than DA does.
Sure, not as severely as old DA. I will agree with you. That is definitely true, at least. But they have it in their playbook. There is an opportunity for them to move on.
Definitely.
I have a question for you. Do you want to hear my cobbled together Twire fantasy team?
No, I won't, because then you say, oh, I made it in like 14 seconds, and you're still somehow beating me with it, so I don't want to know it, because then once I laugh it off and we see coming into game 2 that you got like 80 points more than me, I'm going to be like, I spent hours on this, and you literally just threw it together in a second.
Man, I really hope
yes,
that's the case.
tell me. Now you have to tell me. Go. I'm ready.
Lou, Gustav, Mexi, and Global Army. This was me throwing money at the board to try and stick. It's okay. I'm not.
Yeah. There's some IGLing in there. There's some more support playing in there. But I mean, honestly, with all the players you've selected, they could just pop off. So yeah,
they could. And now watch Mexi as he made. No, he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
He's fine. It's all good. You haven't cursed anyone or anything.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. How about yourself? What did you end up with?
I don't mind it. So I put way more thought into my team, which ended up with, I was going to say the exact same place, but that's not true. Perfect Picks. Captain, because Twisted Minds these days, playing pretty decently.
Yeah.
Gustav.
Yeah.
So there we go. We're sharing that one. Because my reason was he's Danish. So I don't know what your reason was. Gotta have one Danish player on there. Then I selected my kind of not off pick, but a little differently than what I would usually go, was Kilyakai. He impressed me. He impressed me during the upper bracket, and also he was somewhat cheap. So Kilyakai, it's the first time I have an Ascent player on my roster, so we'll see how he fares. That's also actually not true because I've had Chris before. But in any case, and then I have T-Bone. And
that's good.
Because a 17k foot esports player, that's just too cheap.
Wait,
they will get late game, they will get kills. Yes, sometimes T-Bone died in the early game, but for all intents and purposes, 17k foot esports players, that is just dirt cheap.
That is extremely cheap. Yeah, that's. I mean, if you compare him 17k to Global Army 16.4k,
exactly.
Like T-Bone is more proven on an international stage and haphazardly a PNC champion compared to Global Army. So yeah, I get it. All right, so well.
That's my team.
Thank you for that.
Now, all of chat, tell us your teams.
All
3, 2,
of
1,
you.
go.
List them right now.
I will make the best team while we see Lyron die. As I say that, Howl actually... No, I was going to say they need to come back up. They do. Lyron does find one, and he's dead.
Well, he put in a bit of work earlier on at least, so that's not too bad. As we have Howl just finding themselves a position in Chumacero, which this town, for the most part, could get quite populated as time goes on. The other members of DA are far away, couldn't really support, because, I mean, especially, they're kind of locked in by Entropic right now as well. For them to try and move around and jostle for position would be difficult.
Yeah, sure would. It's not a city you see too many teams go like proper into though, given the landscape and how it's kind of set up in these layers. Usually you really only want to commit to Chuma if the game ends within the city, where usually it doesn't, simply because of how the terrain works around the city. But here's Kilyakai, sneakingly making his way into his newly found house. Issue is, all of Afdol is looking at him, and Exalt is currently parachuting above him. So please look up Kilyakai.
Yeah, Fate with an early release to look for some scouting purposes, and then he's going to be moving on over to try and see what he can see. So let's see what he can see, as right now, nobody near him. He is feeling very happy about his position. He is being shot at a little bit from the distance by, looks like it was Twisted Minds, and just chills in at the church for now. Where's the rest of his team? They're parachuting kind of south around him. Also, one player, Fairus, is moving up on the west side, actually towards Twisted Minds. So they're fanning out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to spread out, trying to get as much info as they can as early as possible, given that obviously they kind of came into the circle from a bit further away. I like the way that Twisted has split up on the western hills, though. Issue could become, if anyone gets in between them, it's very difficult to regroup when you're out there on the west. We'll see what happens. Only threat right now is Question Mark, who's coming in on the northern side.
Yeah, and if I was me watching Question Mark, if they're going to do anything aside from stick out where they currently are, and they're doing some scouting at the moment, I feel like they would go a little bit deeper south and then kind of come in from the east. But we'll see how that goes. As for now, we're on board with Monarch here. moving in quite slowly. They are the last team to really kind of enter this circle as time goes on. And for Monarch, I'm not too surprised that they're taking this first game a bit more slow. They are one of the teams that I have some question marks around as to how they may fare in a lobby quite like this. We've seen some of their players at this level before, but it's been a little while, or it is the first time that I've seen this particular roster in a lobby quite like this.
And also, I mean, if you're getting mega shifted away from come first circle and you know everything's going to be taken around the middle, get that one extra first state, just take it chill. I mean, it's not like Finns are too unfamiliar with rotating in the blue in general, so I'm sure they'll be fine out there on the edge, just kind of waiting and see where that next circle is going to take them.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of room for them to move on through because, again, when it comes to these first circles, we're in such a center circle meta at the moment. Everybody kind of wants to get as close as they can, especially in these kinds of hillsides. With just a few pokes and prods here and there from those teams in the middle who are basically just kind of just ruffling up their feathers a little bit and making sure nobody's going to be coming into their compound, into their territory. So they will have some room to work with. Just depends on those hard shifts. Because we see a lot of them.
Exactly. Speaking of room to work with, out here towards the west, Question Mark has plenty of it. Only issue is that they've twisted minds ahead of them, as I said just before, and now starting to shoot at one another. In the meantime, so does Na'Vi. Example, starting off early, trying to get the flush on to, I believe it was... I didn't see.
Was it Baron Peak?
It was. I was knocked on the other side. Baron Peak, Olivia. Pulled him down, and just as he gets rest. Let's take it down again.
No. Not a great start then, if they lose someone, but I think they're in enough cover as to be able to get him up here, as we have a hard shift to start things off.
That is the most trident hard shift I've seen in a long time, and Na'Vi, I think they see the knock, now they go, you know what, circle shifted away, let's get going. And we might as well rack up some points while we're at it. Uber finds Baron Peak, instantly wraps on over. He has been seen though, both CC and Global Army connecting on him.
Not bad, not bad. Some support fire, some support cover here. Whilst this fight continues on, flash across. Ooh, actually also a nade trying to land on through. Schiller taking a lot of damage though. As time goes on, this is going to get harder for them because other people are looking at them. Exhalation from the distance. Hobber gets the knock and Uber pushes straight on it for the steal.
Yeah, and this rotation from Exhalation is coming off of a knock that happened quite a while ago from Gustav. So they're going down to get the rest up, and then they realize, wait, there's a fight happening right next to us as well. So a nice read on their part, but look at this circle. Look where we're going, out towards the west, towards what I like to call that trident, the fork down towards Valdemar.
Yeah, and Howl is going to be sitting very pretty with the compound that they currently have, especially after the wrestling that they were doing against DA first thing off. A lot of shots going off on one another here as well, as after all, it's trying to wrap through Valdemar. They are being shot at by foot, but there's a lot of cover between them, so I don't think that a lot of those shots are really going to connect. And we're now back on with Sarvam, who are taking some shots at Exalt here. Nice.
Drive-bys nerfed, by the way.
Face flying.
Just casually sprinting uphill in a vehicle and shooting people at 250 meters. That's... whew, not a whole lot you can do if you're Fate there.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough, considering that he really didn't have many opportunities to get out of dodge with all of that. So we'll be finished off now. Sarvam here. Watching as Faye is going to be flying all the way down in. This is in hot waters that they're going to be landing in here. This is dangerous.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, they're kind of, they read it right as they're going to a compound with only one player in it, but do they know? You would have to imagine that now teams must hear the footsteps upstairs.
Must.
Oh, he's on the staircase now.
Holding the angle. And reinforcements far away. Ferris has got a lot of work to do here if FaZe makes a bit of a move on this.
He's looking out the window. Yeah. Not a whole lot James can do in that situation. I thought with Ferris kind of running around a bit on the stairs, else James was landing, he would hear it, but didn't. And now clearly, I mean, Vex and Correction need to make a play. They cannot have another player inside their compound here.
Looking to attempt to clear him out here, but Ferris is not going to go down without a fight. Closes the door, the Sawn-Off comes out, goes for the spray, but no, Curex is right there, straight away, taking him out. And they completely realize after the initial engagement, yes, it's just a solo. Let's flush this out fast.
I think FaZe might actually have had 2 emergency pickups. Considering how few there are on the map in total, it's pretty impressive they found the double, because Gustav is now in one. So I was wondering why he wasn't with him, but maybe they popped 2, and he would then jump on the second. In the meantime, now Ascent. Some space for them to maneuver. 0 casualties thus far as they sit on that southern side. down towards Valdemar, waiting for the next circle to pop.
So you've lost one phase, but actually, technically this spot is pretty damn good. If you can get Gustav back with you, then it's really not an absolute shambles of a game, as they do have an alright spot. Na'Vi's moving in from the north. The Wu here coming in to a position just north of Valdemar, as the circle kind of centers up. So for teams like Howl and FaZe that we were mentioning before, this is an alright spot to play out, but the Wu is being battered by specifically Ascend, who's found a lot of long-range shots onto them. If he's near a building, he can actually crawl on in.
It's the weird situation now where before these teams had all the space in the world, but given how far a lot of them had to rotate, they sent it really early on because there was really nothing else to do. And now, I mean, if you're playing out in the open, you're pretty much guaranteed to get shot at. Speaking of out in the open, Trophy coming flying on in.
The anti-air tracers, you can see them being gunned down from the north. And looks like they're going to go for Exalt's compound here. Exalt constantly just being dropped out by multiple players. Lookaruk straight away onto Artix. And he's gone down. Finishes off by Ivers. Only Molodok now to really speak of anything with the sawn off. Again, it's one of the most difficult to breach buildings. If somebody's at the top of these stairs, Ferris didn't do enough to be able to hold on to it. But maybe Molodok can.
He can. Sawn off only allowing for 2 shots. We might see a sawn off duel here. As Mexi peeks the corner. Nope, doesn't quite commit to it. They know there's someone upstairs. I mean, a nade has just been thrown down. Now, makes an dodge and weave. Get out of the way of that nade. There you go. But you have to imagine that the push is going to come through any second now.
Yeah, there's always that kind of equilibrium you've got to hit of... We have utility. We don't want to spend too much of it trying to dislodge this one person at the top of the stairs. So how much do you spend? Because people can bounce around between these rooms, dodging a lot of it. But he is out. He is gone with that first shot. Only doing 31 with that sawn off. That gave them the signal to push and go.
I like the play from Entropic too. They clearly jumped the building that they didn't see any cars in. Issue was that Exalt also came in without any vehicles. Here we see a bit of a rotation cut off, I like to call it, as after all, just full speed sends it out from the compound to block off Wu on their north side rotation. Well, and it works out.
I like the barrier setup. It's really, really cool to see something like that. Really just shut down the Wu's opportunity to make this happen. And then they can just fall back. As long as you've got like an anchor player still in those buildings, even though this isn't the most high priority compound right now, it does still allow kind of, you know, an eventual move on through. And it really shuts down the Wu's opportunities to start moving into this circle.
And it would have allowed Wu to kind of just completely isolate after all. But by them going out proactively, taking the position away from Wu and killing them in doing so, they now have full control of that area of the map. They can look north, any threats coming through from question mark, and also contain the remaining Wu players. So I like the quick reaction from after all there.
How did Monarch get between Howl and FaZe?
Something, parachutes, something, I think.
Maybe? Okay, cool. Well, North shift. Okay. Na'Vi was having a bit of a rough time in terms of positioning, but now they're going to be very content with this one. You just leapfrog forwards into the compound, right? And maybe play that out, or maybe even just go over to the other side. I'm not sure where they're going to go, but...
They got it this side quickly, because as we're seeing now as well, parachutes are in the air. The players are trying to claim spots for themselves. Savim trying to fly forward, but as people come to learn, you get shot out in the air. There's no knocks falling on the ground. You simply just die.
That was like the assault on the Death Star and just watching the TIE fighters just blitz down anything that was coming near them. That was ridiculous. This was always going to be the eventuality when the emergency pickups were implemented at this level of play. And later on in the games, you're just going to get destroyed in the air. That was awesome to watch.
Oh, Nixie. Wanted to get up there a little faster, wanted to do some more damage to Ascent, but didn't quite get him in time. In the meantime, Killikai falls as 8C is able to find one. They did get T-Bone knocked, but he should, be able to get back on his feet. That journey ain't over, though, as Foot Esports still has about 1 kilometer to go. Or half one of that.
Yeah, not easy as an entry point, that's for sure. As DA likewise is going for a big wrap. But I mean, the defensive line that Twisted Minds set up for the longest time in this game right now is awesome. It is a very strong line that's going to allow them to have a lot of room at the moment, unless Exhalation somehow manages to get up this hill and start causing them problems, or Na'Vi comes in from the west side. Twisted Minds is controlling a lot of ground for a circle like this.
And it's one of those where we see other teams try and do the same thing, but then they commit too much or they spread out too wide and start taking casualties. But it's because Twisted Minds, obviously now the circle going in that direction too, that helps. But it's because they haven't overstepped that they're able to maintain this control. Because pretty much all the players can kind of look over the shoulder of their nearby teammate.
Definitely. So a doozy here looking through the windows with his SLR to find a few pot shots. Doesn't quite hit anything though. Now we're seeing these slow moves in alongside the cliffside. It's up to Ascend and Foot, who are kind of walking parallel to one another to try and find themselves a little bit of room. But teams like Howl are absolutely not going to want to let anybody up this hill. But with two coming up at the same time, I don't know. It really depends on the dynamic of when the two coming up see each other as well.
Also on whether Monarch opts to engage in this or not. I think T-Bone, yep, definitely just heard footsteps on the other side. And that was the most unfortunate timing because I think it happened right as Vard shot up towards Howl. So now all three teams are aware that they're lurking in this area. And because of FaZe being in the compound down below towards the east, you can't really do a whole lot if you're Foot to try and wrap around in that direction. I think their best play here, take the fight to Ascent, but I mean, you got to finish it off in an instant. And now, of course, with this circle shifting, no reason to do that. Sit around for a second and then just try and backfill, but there's way too many teams on that southern side.
Man, the timing of that got really awkward for a second, and nobody really wanted to take the fight in the end. FaZe is trying to get rid of Monarch just above them, though, so that they eventually can transition into this circle. Curexi's down, 8C, looking from that high ground, is able to take one. It's only Fex and Gustav left around now to be able to try and do something, but Vard sees Fex, and he will take him down. Oh, no. That's just not fair, that, you know. Brits attacking Brits. What's going on?
Well, able to get the knock, but no flushes so far. Same thing for Aether here as he pushes forward towards Monarch. 2 down already. That fast square mouse should be easy cleanups. There they are.
Here's Ascend now moving in. Oh, dear me. Howl has taken some major casualties because of all the chaos that this kind of caused. I mean, Howl knew that there were multiple teams moving up here, but they have crumbled underneath it. It is difficult to hold that off. The torrent of people that are going to be coming up this hill. And Lazza, though, trying to finish it off, will be able to kind of clutch it out. And T-Bone here is actually looking this way, just kind of holding them for now, but Howl losing 2. Bit brutal.
This somehow played perfectly into the hands of Foot Esports. They get the kills down below, they force Ascent to take the fight to Howl, and then they get to, them being Foot, get to backfill and take the fight to Howl as well. But now, let's see, as Twisted Minds have been alerted to the push from Na'Vi down below. And good thing for them is 2 of them have fallen already.
Definitely a lot of moments of trying to kind of bide your time there as Spiro up towards the high ground, trying to hold off against Na'Vi. And some shots coming in from Lou here. Not being able to hit a huge amount. Beam is finishing off Fex on the other side of the circle as well. But this is a big battle at the moment. Doolin's taking out Uber, who... Uber's one of the guys that's always going to be pushing up close, and you've always got to be aware of it, and they very much were. So being able to shut him down is important.
Yeah, it's huge. Alia now trying to make the run off of that headshot coming through. You'd have to imagine that it's just one more bullet. Indeed it is. Perfectix finds it. And that's going to be Na'Vi out in 12th place. And still plenty of space for Twisted Minds to play with.
Alright, big shots coming in. Somehow Curex is back up and running. And FaZe somehow still alive. But for Foot, they need to bide their time here. Still 4 alive. If they can get 8Z up while dealing with the threats on the west and the east, that will be absolutely fantastic. Smoke's going down. They should be able to get 8Z up from here. And then just keeping an eye on Lazza. Very important. More so him than the ones down on the floor, on the ground, because they're very far away. Phil first on the other side, smashing the woo.
Yeah, doing what he can to try and make more space out towards that western side, and right now it's working. T-Bone does get knocked, though. That's from last up above. They now see him go down to the blue, so it should be a pretty easy rest coming through. That being if they have smokes to withstand the pressure from up high.
Not too bad. Here's question mark. Again, a team that you can never count out in the region, considering how much power they're able to put out. Remember, they got themselves 3 wins in the upper bracket. It's a bit all over the place sometimes. 3 wins or you're not getting any placement points elsewhere, but they are able to finish games. And even with just 3 alive here, you can't count them out.
So is what you're saying that now that they've made top 8, they're destined to win this game just because that's how it was in the upper bracket?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. 0 or 10.
I'll say if Question Mark with 3 alive wins the game from this position, I'd be pretty impressed. But we'll see. We'll see. As you said, they are a team that you definitely cannot second guess. So we'll see if they come out victorious here.
We may have cursed them, though. Let's see how they're able to deal with Foot. Foot on the kind of worst end of the circle for now. Only by a marginal amount, of course. Here is Question Mark still quite close to it. Shots are coming down across all of this. Somebody's helmet fell off by the looks of things, but I love that mechanic.
Me too. It looks amazing. And I feel like even though you don't get the kill, it's pretty rewarding as the guy who pops it off, too.
Yeah. Fun times, fun times. Let's see. Beamy. Charging up the molly. I don't think I went far enough, but...
No, not.
Now we'll see how this goes on. DA still making D8 plays, but trying to get on through. Lou's able to get the first knock. Actually stolen away from Hello My Bad. Exhalation here. Still all alive. Trying to finish off whatever may come their way. X6 beaming from the other side here. So Foot has got a lot of problems going up against them. Especially Question Mark here. The lasers of Philfirst and Aduzi are able to cause major problems for Foot.
And that's what I was saying just before. As long as they have the smokes, they should be all right. But with Twisted Minds having such a good angle on them, it's just a matter of whether they're looking this way or not before they will be absolutely torn apart. And as you saw, torn apart they were. Just T-Bone left alive now as the remaining 2 FaZe players are slowly starting. I would imagine to try and creep up this way. They have to worry about Entropic too, though. But now, with the amount of casualties gone up high, they have to make the play.
A lot of nades coming on in here. T-Bone trying to go for a little bit of a heal, whilst Gustav and Curexy are somehow still alive. They've been able to deal with adversity coming up this hill. But, I mean, even if you look at Foot, even if they go out now, I feel like Foot, there they go. But I feel like that's still a pretty impressive game from them, considering that they had to keep chasing circles, moving up this hill. It's not so bad.
Not an easy play whatsoever. So they'll take those 7 points, no doubt about it. In the meantime, Question Mark, our destined champions of match number 1, are finding themselves in a bit of a tricky situation here. Because as long as Twisted Minds are suppressing them, they can't do a whole lot. But with FaZe Clan now on the other side, things aren't exactly making them any easier.
I think the control for Twisted Minds just still exists quite considerably, especially if they are able to dislodge Clint. He's gone, after ult's gone. Twisted Minds has had this high ground all game long, and look at how much oversight they have across all of this. Dante goes down. They can see the majority of the west side of the circle and just keep battering teams up here.
Once the nearby threats are dealt with, this just becomes a shooting gallery. Now, they have Exhalation down below they have to worry about, too. As you can see here, Entropic does have angles from where they can see Batulin. So if he falls, you'd imagine that it's completely breaks applied for Twisted Minds, because they want to either get him back up or really protect that angle from up high.
Yeah, definitely. Anybody encroaching on this becomes an absolute priority in shutting down. And it's going to be Hobbits as well as Daboom, trying to move up as close as possible, doing it slowly, realizing that Twisted Minds was preoccupied slightly by the fights that were going on in the south. I mean, they're easy pickings for Twisted Minds. The real threat, if you're able to deal with now Exhalation, I mean, yes, Entropic is still pretty much all alive, but I still favor the Twisted Minds high ground.
So the fact that DA's made top 60, I think, is pretty impressive. Considering the last time we saw Matrellis, he was getting blown up in a vehicle. I feel like that's a pretty good make. But as I say his name, of course, there he falls. But again, I mean, even for DA, considering their start to the game, a 6-point game here ain't the worst that could happen. And, well, Question Mark, might as well just forfeit this one. Again, we're talking top 2 territory here. There's no good reason for you to give points away easy.
No, definitely not. Especially when you know the guns trained on you are teams like Twisted Minds and stuff like that. You know that eventually... Okay, if they get a good start in the grand finals, that's sometimes almost an anomaly, because eventually it's later on that they come back and are able to have a really good showing, like we saw in the upper bracket, as they're able to claim 2nd place. But Gustav and Curexy, man, still alive, still kicking.
The fact that they might actually, depending on how Exhalation plays this one, become the ones to apply pressure to Twisted Minds, because we're going to reach a point where Twisted Minds will have to deal with Exhalation, unless if they full on back off the hill, but then they're going to be envisioned to Entropic. So I think for now, I mean, FaZe are pretty safe to just take aggressive shots towards Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and try and eventually hope that Twisted Minds and Exhalation are trying to deal with Entropic. down in this compound, which does provide a bit of a position of power. Lucarux is tucked up against the cliffside as well. Nobody really has decent angles of line of sight on him because all the other teams are holding off against one another. So as much as Entropic has really not been the kind of talking point of a lot of this game, they've played this compound fine. They've been able to hold on to it quite nicely after wrestling it from Exalt. Yeah, Entropic's looking good.
Sometimes you just get to reap the rewards, but the game, of course, is far from won yet as the circle centers up pretty much right down the middle. Loving the fact that Lucarux is already snuck out. They need to get some sort of landing zone. They need to find somewhere to go once they do leave the compound. And if they can't apply pressure enough to kind of allow for an easy escape, they need someone up there to sit and defend them from an off angle. And here comes the first peek, the boom. Able to find Nail Up. This run out is going to be very hard for Entropic.
Maybe. Yeah, they were going to have to get him up and then start moving here. Corexi actually hits Perfectix from across the way. And now with the circle going to be slowly moving eventually. Just want to get that up, get him good to go. Because all of these teams, apart from Lucarux, on the edge to try and make this move through.
These knocks coming through on multiple sides. I was just going to say, because they now saw the knock, Exhalation knows that they're going to commit to the rest. That's going to force them to look away for a second. And because they themselves got the knock onto Entropic, that is going to allow for them to run up backs free. So I like the reaction play here from Exhalation. Not many teams would have read this in the kill feed and made an aggressive play forward based on it. But they just got high ground because of their aggression.
I was going to say, how many throwables did they have? It looks like they kind of want to give it up still for the moment, though. Any high ground position there, yes, okay, you might be able to shoot at the team that's on the low ground, but if you get knocked here, whilst this circle is pushing on through and you have to find another place, it's going to be difficult. Lucarux finally found, though. This was important. He was kind of that crux that everybody was going to be trying to deal with, considering Entropic had that in the middle. Long-range shots coming in as well. Hello, my bad. Now, actually, they have completely moved up towards the high ground here and trying to put the pressure on Twisted Minds, holding them out.
Look at this position. They were able to claim off of forcing them up off of their well-timed push up the hillside. Issue now is that, well, even though Twisted Minds is wounded, they're able to do a hell of a lot of damage in return still. Base dealt with, and this should be the time for Entropic to make an aggressive play forward.
Exactly. Entropic has the potential here to just shut this down and kind of clean up the scraps of what's going on at the moment. Mexi, Nail Up moving around on the right-hand side. Ibis on the left. Still looking for a bit of a pincer move here against the teams that are constantly embroiled in this engagement, but looks like both of those teams understand the severity of them moving up.
Yep, Mexi able to find the first. Him and Nail Up set up here together. Hoverbolt blue. Gonna be very hard for them to get anywhere. Next with the nade lopped on over. Able to find one more. So that is them down and out. But in the meantime, Twisted Minds were able to get the rest back up to Perfectix.
Yes, they were. What a nade. That was a lot of damage coming in. Here comes more as well. Entropic, for the most part, has been able to save a lot of the utility. And now they've wrestled that high ground position away. Absolutely raining down terror. They see Entropic takes the first game. They're back, baby, with the 20 points to their name. They take game number 1.
I feel like Entropic were given this one in the same way that Exhalation kind of were not given, but like they set up the play the exact same way they did. The moment Twisted Minds pushes off of that hillside, they're doomed. They managed to withstand Exhalation with the help from Entropic, but even though they're outnumbered, their position is just so much better.
Yeah, a great timing to push up against it as well. Don't allow those two teams the reprieve of being able to finish that fight and then kind of reset. If there is that opportunity, a team like Twisted Minds or Exhalation, they'll be able to go toe-to-toe with you, but the way in which they wrestled it away from Exhalation and then absolutely pummeled Twisted Minds' position. Twisted Minds had no chance. That was clean.
Exactly. Effectively the same play we saw pulled off twice. The fact that Entropic pulls it off even after they lose Lucarux, the one that we kind of coined as the anchor player in that position, the one with the circle, but they're able to wrap up around. Once they saw FaZe dead, they were like, you know what, this is go time. We need to make an aggressive play now. They claimed it. They wanted really good endgame from Entropic.
Yeah, what a game to start it off in general. Like the kind of the tense moments of these final circles as everybody can see everybody for the most part. It's just you've got a little lip to work with. FaZe obviously having that one small lip to work with on their south side, and as we see this push up here, Mexi, big damage coming in. Mexi and Nail Up here. When they were able to wrestle away this high ground, all they needed was Ibis to play as kind of a threat, and then they were able to take all the shots, Martin.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, welcome back here to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers desk. What a fantastic game to start things with here. The game of emergency pickups, and it really succeeded here for Entropic, Toby.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, as we just said, it was a... they knew what they had to do in order to claim the win, and they just massively thrived off of Twisted Minds giving them the winning position.
And what was impressive, James, to me was they actually did it without scouting the compounds. They just, they did it while they were in there. It's not like they had a high ground where they could see, okay, this compound only has one guy or two guys running around outside, only one car. They did it based off, intuition and also a really good compound that they managed to get into and stay 4 guys alive through this breach here and taking out Exalt in that situation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is a moment where there is a slight fortunate moment, I should say, where Exalt, of course, was separated, divided. Fairest had gone down another compound, but that comes back to a team being a little bit greedy with their positioning and Entropic being able to execute on that. And the way that they pushed, didn't lose anyone on the kind of cleanup for 2. Very, very important.
Of course, as you said, Toby, during the cast as well, when they give up this high ground here, it just opens the kind of the back door for any team to come in from behind, and it's just a reverse maneuver for Entropic to do the same onto Exhalation that just completely shut that down. And of course, nice utility and nice race there with the 3x.
Honestly, man, I was a bit surprised, and I think Twisted Minds might have been as well. I was not expecting Exhalation to read that opportunity for a play as fast as they did, because they were up that hill instantly once they saw the knock going the other way, and because they had the knock on Entropic, knowing they weren't going to keep them from running up the hillside, it was just time to go, and they read it in an instant. Not something you see from the likes of Entropic in the past, but their read on point, on time as well, and that caught Twisted Minds massively off guard.
Yeah, and with FaceClan, of course, also staying 2 guys alive, managed to get both some kills here, James, and some placement points. Super well executed by them. I like what I saw, honestly, with them being only 2 guys alive. They managed to squeeze out as much here in a salvage situation. Yeah,
I did think there was a moment where, because they're playing so low ground against Foot, for example, who were, again, played very impressively, I thought maybe they would slowly bleed out FaZe and then maybe not make it into the circles as well as they did. But, man, kudos to them. I did think eventually maybe they were going to be open to Entropic's line of sight, kind of on the south, but I guess that was not the case here. I think as a salvage game for FaZe as well as Foot down in the south, I think very, very impressive overall.
And I think it's not the first time Toby managed, of course, here, and you guys talked about it with Christian Marks denying, if there's no chance for you to gain an additional point, you should be going to the blue or drowning yourself there, because, again, it's only the top 2 coming through here.
I guess the only situation where that rule might not apply is if the team that is shooting at you technically will qualify regardless, and therefore whether they make it above you or not won't matter. But yeah, I completely agree with you. Just deny. There's no reason not to.
All right, guys, here are the total points. Of course, James, 20 for Entropic and 17 for Twisted Minds due to the amount of kills they're able to garner through this game here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrifying prospect, as I said in the cast, for Twisted Minds to start off this strong as well. Of course, we've talked about Entropic getting a great win here, but Twisted Minds, honestly, was putting in the majority of the work in his lobby. When you look at their high ground, when you look at their overwatch of everybody moving around like ants below them, just a great chance for them to be able to rack up the kill points, and indeed they did.
Yeah, lovely to see here, of course. Toby, thoughts on the leaderboard?
No, I mean, I thought it played out pretty much as we expected. I wasn't maybe expecting Entropic to rack up as many points as they ended up doing. But of course, the fact they were able to get up the hill when they were and not only take out Twisted Minds in the end, but also get a lot of points off of Exhalation there makes it make sense.
Yeah, and the full emergency pickup into the infiltration to the compound obviously paid off huge here. Foot still with a bad game, still getting 7 points. Question Mark with a not bad game, but a mediocre game, getting 7, 8, and 8 points here for FaceClan 2 is huge for them, James. In this case, obviously, if this is your kind of midway or medium games, and you're gonna pop up with some other games, that's gonna lead you all the way to the top, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always nice to see kind of those medium games go that way for teams like them. And ultimately as well, you can kind of shore up your defenses when it comes to points gaining as well, right? If you're not going to be able to get to the circle, you know you're not going to be able to kind of contest for a strong circle position, just shoot at everything around you. Try and rack up those kill points wherever you can, because that's another great way of being able to push yourself forwards.
Yeah, of course, and you have to squeeze, you have to salvage, and that's what we see from most of these teams here. But again, in the terms of how the circles played out and how hard this terrain is due to land ratio, Toby, the way that of course some teams are able to rotate in, it's just so important to get those compounds that are like along that middle side in between the two canister. If you're not able to lock that down early, or you have an emergency pickup, you just have to really fight hard for that side of the circle that is obviously gonna end up on. Navi had a circle, but they ended up not getting as many points that I was actually hoping for them to get out of this one.
I mean, people complain that Takeover is open. I say, look at Miramar. But yeah, it's true. Navi, had the hill not been as advantageous for Twisted Minds as it was, I'm sure Navi would have had an easier chance of making a play. But when you not only have the open terrain, but you add the massive hills into it as well, there are just some teams that are going to be in much better positions than you.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, this is just the first game here. We have one more Miramar that we're going to be playing before we go to Tego, and then 3 Wrangled here, James. So one more Miramar to see if we're going to have some more fun circles. This was a great one. We had a lot of variety in upper bracket and lower bracket, and I hope that kind of continues going through here.
Yeah, especially in a circle like this, the emergency pickup really changes how these teams are going to be playing it, right?
Does.
Like, there's so many situations where, okay, teams have already got particular compounds in the middle, they're going to be sticking there, and it's going to be hard to rotate to them. But the dynamic of everything's changed so much with teams trying to hit those compounds a little later on. You're no longer completely safe if you've got one. And then you see teams like Sarvam trying to make the emergency pickups a little later on in the game and get absolutely shredded in the sky. It's as much as it's tough for Sarvam to watch, it's very satisfying to watch how good these guys are at shooting and just taking everybody flying around.
I don't know if you were looking at the minimap or the map there in that case. It was just insane. There was like 20 people just shooting everyone because there's nothing else to focus on, right? And that's really the important case here. And of course, again, guys, the last one of Miramar, we are going to be going, of course, into this next game here shortly. PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. The top 2 goes to PGS 2 here. And of course, Entropic with an extremely strong start. That's really good to see here. And I hope we're going to see more emergency pickup being utilized the way that they did. Them being able to stay 4 guys alive and then go on to the win the game here with 20 points. That's a huge game changer here, Toby. And of course, we are going to be going into the game. So guys, take it away. Have fun with it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Martin. That's right, Toby. Let's get it done. It's time for the desert once again. I'm excited for it. The previous game provided. Now, let's have plentiful more excellent games on Miramar.
Now, I'm going to ask you one simple question here, James, because we have been able to predict these in the past. Based on this playing path that we're seeing before our eyes here as match 2 takes to the air, are we ending southeast of Los Leones or in Junkyard?
Oh, no. You know what? I'm going to go Impala Fields.
One.
That's where I'm... Yeah.
The variety. They're right in between. I like it. I'm going to go Minas.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate everything about this.
Well, if you're an El Pozo looting team, you probably will hate everything about this.
Yeah, it is rough. It is rough, but what a start here for a team like Entropic, of course, who will be dropping on down. And considering that, they rose so meteorically to prominence during, I think it was, the first half of 2022, and we looked at them as the team that was going to be butting heads with Twisted Minds. It dipped a little bit. If this is a spell of things to come for Entropic, I'm all about it. That was a great start here for the grand final.
I mean, play perfectly into how their playstyle has shifted, right? How they don't aggress for the kill, so they kind of let the action come to them. They have been a little too quiet in some cases out on the edge, which has gotten the better of them. But this time around, able to fully commit early on to a compound, come up victorious, just sit tight, and then we know their skill set. I said southeast of Los Leones is an option. This might just go straight south. And well, for the victors of the previous game, why not net them a good first circle too?
Holy moly. That's a circle. Southern. Yeah, very southern. All right, here's Yappa. Obviously, we didn't see much of them in the previous game. That's because DA decided to just, make them die, unfortunately. So they're going to have a bit more of an opportunity to play out the first game of the tournament for them, by the looks of things. And I'm excited to see what they can do.
I mean, this time around, they have a pretty good circle. So they get to pick and choose where they want to play into it from. There's, of course, the risk of them running into Entropic, but have they done their prep right, which I would only imagine that they have, they should also know, approximately at least, where Entropic are maneuvering around.
Yeah, scary prospect. Don't want to be running into them. as Vard on the south side is already making fast moves here to try and secure somewhere after the Paraíso drop. And after ult, unfortunately for them, they kind of bled out quite slowly during the previous game. They got a few kills on the board, but, you know, they were just not really having the easiest of times when it came to the circle. So, I mean, understandable when, you know, they've got a drop like this. It takes a long time to be able to actually get towards that circle and find yourself a good spot.
Yeah, it's in circles like the previous, or the games like the previous one, there will be those teams that are just going to become, I mean, point sponges for the teams. And after all, kind of became that this time around. We see now, I believe Marco found himself a flare gun. They're probably not going to be used yet, but whenever they do make their way further forward, you'd imagine that they would. And also we see how it seems, you just mentioned Vard. Lassa kind of filling the same role for Howl, the way that Vard has been doing it now for Foot. The team sent scouts a little early in this circle because there are just some compounds that are that much better, I mean, especially when the games end up there, than other cases. And if you have a chance to pick a game-winning compound in phase 1, almost prior to the first circle popping, then why not go for it? You know it's going to be available. So I like the fact that Lassa was sent down as far away from his team as he went, pretty much instantly without any loot, because he expected it to be free. And well, now they reap the rewards.
Yeah, not bad. Threading the needle here between those teams in Los Leones and After All, who's coming in a little later. Actually, I say that. They're kind of separated between the two. So Na'Vi likewise making their moves as well. Maybe running into Monarch down the line. We'll see if that happens here. But Na'Vi, how many points did they get in the previous game? Only 2. I mean, you guys were talking about on the desk as well. It is tough when you're coming in, you have an okay circle position, but again, Twisted Minds is this monolith in the middle of that circle that was just able to see and shoot at everything, and Na'Vi really kind of fell prey to that. It clearly, when somebody is in that kind of position, it's hard even for a world champion to deal with. So yeah, tough.
I feel like if we could create a version of this map just for, like, you know, alpha testing for a week where no mountain was more than like 200 meters tall, that would be so interesting. To pretty much put the topography, the highest mountain here would be the height of, let's say, the highest point in Takeo, and put the mountains lower like that. It would massively, I mean, completely drastically change Miramar as a whole, but it would be pretty interesting to see, because there are just some of those mountains, and now especially when we have the comparison to Takeo, where everything is a little more together, there are really areas of this map that are practically impossible to deal with when you come in, and I feel like Navi's situation in the previous game up on that northwest side was too.
Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, I don't know how you deal with it where Na'Vi was, unless you make a big swing around to another location. But even then, you know that this team's going to be still alive down towards the south. So, very, very tough to deal with that kind of play. Here is Gustav looking over towards Exalt. Nothing happening. He's just happy that nobody's stopping. But of course they wouldn't stop because they're very far away. So, I think FaZe is probably hoping for an emergency pickup here. Whilst Exalt's quite happy to just make the drives happen, as FaZe is very fanned out.
Yeah, they're allowing this one to pass through. Well, I'd be surprised to see them actively do anything to deal with them, but as you're saying, considering how widely split they are right now, no reason for them to really go overboard. In the meantime, Scav able to find a knock onto Example, happening off screen, but down towards the southeastern side as Na'Vi we're traversing on through, and this might actually end up in a full-on battle between the two teams now that Na'Vi is closing in.
It might, especially since Example is done. Like, they can't save him either, so that is a big scalp to take to start things off here for Monarch. And how much more can they get done with this? I think they're content with that. As we're seeing Exhalation dropping on towards Schofield. This is the problem with these wider splits now. Emergency pickups make you instantly vulnerable to a 4-man dropping down early on. And Schofield's gone. Schofield was looking great for Howl in the lower bracket as well, so unfortunate.
Money maker for that team, no doubt. But same was Hello My Bat for Exhalation.
Yeah.
And this time around, he's the one to come up victorious. Let's see if Alia can find a YouTube highlight-worthy shot with the bolt. Nah, no tags coming through.
I want to see that highlight-making play. I'd be okay with that. But yeah, for Na'Vi now as 3... rough stuff. They'll be looking for some dips wherever they can find them. I mean, this circle's wild to start things off already. It's like an accelerated game pace for the game already, with just that much water, pretty much 50% water. Not too often we see this recently, but scary.
Yeah, it's been a little while, but again, not too uncommon either. You can see with how teams have gotten down here and how quick they are at figuring out what's taken, even though they're driving in on or coming in with vehicles at limited speeds, and also, I mean, coming into areas where they literally can't do anything to scout prior because of how the terrain is, they always find a place to call their own. It's pretty impressive to see how they're just able to dodge and weave all these minefields and find somewhere to kind of lock things down for the circles to come.
And XL now slow on their rotation because they realize they've run into another team. It is Twisted Minds, still lurking about after having a great game. Did he hit that? Shit. Okay.
Might just have.
There's 19 damage coming in from Fairest over on this side. Okay. Well, you know, I think they're trying to sniff this out wherever they can. They might have caught a glimpse of Batulins in a window, but for the most part, you don't really want this fight.
Yeah. Just rotate. No reason for you to stick around. I get the idea that if you can catch a solo as a full-man team, but especially now with the other players starting to shoot and getting shot at too, I think Exalt is realizing that, okay, guys, it's not just one stranded player in a compound. There's actually a full team here.
Yeah, it becomes a bit more precarious then at that point. And with all the teams kind of bunching up the way they are right now, they know that it's the circle is more likely to be moving down south of Los Leones than anything. And even if it's not, it's a bit harder to get down there compared to some of those northern areas. So everybody's grouping up below it. There is opportunity for these three teams in the north, be it FaZe, be it Exalt, be it Twisted Minds, to eventually scoot on in and start working with some room. Oh, who's this? Is it Ascend?
Is there a player up there? We must see them. Yes, it's Ascend. You would have to imagine at least. Yeah, you can see them now in the distance. Ascent, the ones flying forward. Last time we saw them in a very similar circle to this one, parachuting in. They won the game, but they came parachuting in from Val Del Mar. So we'll see if it's any different now that they're coming in east of Impala.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where they pick, basically.
Yeah, how deep they're going to send it.
Yeah. Because if it being Ascend, there is room for them to not go in that deep because they are very proficient at being able to kind of play it from the edges a little bit more. And then eventually kind of wiggle their way through, thread the needle between some of the teams, as it were. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. They're slowly getting there.
They will indeed. I don't think they're going to do too much to try and land before this next circle pops. So maybe just stay in the plane for a little while longer, see that it centers up on pretty much everyone who's already inside the circle. And there comes Ascent. Right down the middle, mingling with all the other team names. And now, how do they spot a split team? Do they catch any vehicles leaving compounds? Do they see that the compound only has one vehicle? How do they dictate which place they're going?
There goes the anti-air guns as Brexco trying to land quickly against Foot's shot, but not much hitting in the end. They do find themselves a compound. Yepa was kind of slowly circling around this position to try and take it, but no, it will be Ascend. So the emergency pickup, very successful, I would say, from that one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely able to scare off the splits early on here. There's now Laza going down, trying to buy himself a little bit of time and allow for his teammates to assist. This should be enough. A little bit of damage done as he's able to run back towards his teammates as Monarch is now sat right across this little valley.
And not bad, not bad. They already had themselves 1 point from earlier. Did Monarch. And Howl, well, I think they're probably going to end up playing this slow. They don't really have the manpower capable. Only 3 to their name at the moment.
Okay, trying to ride up, trying to split it out. Issue is Monarch caught staring down the compound of Howl, not ready for the push-up from behind, and that's going to allow for Question Mark to rack up an easy double, and now they might just... almost able to find Laza as well. Actually, here they might.
Filfer's terrifying sometimes, man. He's just straight on it very, very quickly. Able to put the boot in. And still looking over towards Howl, but Monarch's the ones that are fleeing between them. How does he hit these shots?
That's that was pretty insane, not gonna lie. Impressive shots coming through, as I think Howl now realized that the threats are definitely near, and they are very, very viable. These question mark players, man, sometimes you forget they exist, and sometimes they come out and pull off insane plays like that.
Scary stuff. Scary, scary. We got Uber Still, unfortunate for him, scary times. He's chilling alone. Exhalation kind of close. And a bit of a big divide here between Na'Vi, their players that are sat around. Now, there is the potential that eventually if FaZe wants to get in a little deeper on this. They're coming in from that northeast side. So they might end up running into that split a little bit. Question marks. All grouped up. Good to go. Good to take more pot shots.
Yeah. They'll be able to wait this one out for a little bit longer with Best of Luck still far down on the shoreline. Just scouting, making sure that no one's wrapping up behind him, I suppose, from the southeastern side. At least playing a little bit of extra turret in case anyone's getting nearby. And for the remaining 2 Monarch players, I feel like there's not really a whole lot they can do or should do outside of just sitting around and waiting to see where the next circle takes them.
I want to play the game through this grand final. I want to play the game of what big gun did Bestalosh get? And right now, not much. I asked him in chat whilst I wasn't casting on the day that Saga was here, and he said, "I've got no big guns today." Oh, look at that. And he said, "But the Aug's big enough." And I was like, you know what? I agree. The Aug's pretty good.
It was pretty big. Yeah. And with how many players are using them, you'd have to agree. This is not good. Ooh. When you're about to parachute in, and the first team you encounter, you go down to half HP. That's gonna be a little worrying for Gustav up there in the air. But seems like, at least for now, they're gonna be all right. With this circle hard shifting west, though, they better be fast. Because right now there's compounds up for grabs, but only for about 10 seconds longer.
Well, could be the big brain play, right? Considering how it shifted away from them, this is a great opportunity for FaZe to make landfall, in a figure of speech, considering that they were so far away from this circle. Could work.
We were waiting to see how teams were going to perfectly time these parachutes. I think it was there. They pretty much picked up the parachute a second and a half after the plane or the circle popped, thus allowing them to disengage quickly if they wanted to get off it, but also allow for them to get the jump on the majority of teams if they wanted to commit to it. You can see now, while it might not be fully center best compound in the world, it's pretty damn close to it, to be honest.
Yep, I mean, that's a hell of a lot better than they were in a situation they were in before. That is going to be a win in their book as a doozies. Pulling some sick air here. Dante's like, yo, bro, come on. He even gets out of the car to try and shoot. Okay, so the Woo's gonna...
Where are they? They're already inside the circle. I know we're shifting away from the hillsides up there.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Where are they going? That's the thing now. They have vehicles, but now they don't.
Yeah, they've left this late.
This is them giving up all kind of transportation.
It might be difficult. They've definitely left it late. I wouldn't be surprised if they get gunned down on this.
We'll see. Might just send it full south, like all the way down the southern shoreline. Hewitt looking for info, trying to make sure, I suppose, they aren't coming in that direction. That's, I suppose, one less team you have to worry about if you're DA right now.
Well, the 2-2 split of Yepa, they're trying to defend that as much as possible. Nixie was actually hit by Gustav as well in the air. Odin gets Keanu. This could be a bit of a disaster, unfortunately, for the Woo. They left it late. They tried to hit one of the... I mean, it's a 2-2 split from Yepa initially, but they got together very quickly on it, so it's really not that bad. And now, Quizzy and Ibi... I don't know. I don't know if they can do much more with this. You can see that they've split up. It's kind of now like, okay, let's try and cut our losses a little bit here, split up a bit, and try and keep someone alive.
It's a perfect example of what's going to happen to you when you're a second and a half late on your jump. And also, I'm not sure, but I feel like Voldemort might have DC. Oh, is he back?
Ooh.
I'm not sure. In any case, if you're Odin right now and someone DC'd in your compound while you're getting hot drop, that is going to be the most terrifying thing in the world. So for Odin to be able to keep him alive right now, kudos. Just play it safe, bro. Don't allow him into the building.
Taking some shots and actually is able to hit one of them here against Exhalation, who are now bombing it through the middle at the moment. Mexi still against Hello My Bad straight away. Now they're going to be fighting up against Hal here as they're able to rock up on this dip quite quickly. It's just going to be them two teams isolated in this fight for the moment, but the Mad throws a nade forwards, gets a good shot on iZoom, and absolutely destroys Exhalation's position, even though Hobber throws a nade forwards.
Yeah, gets one with a nade, and because of that, Hal gets neither of the 2 points that they were hoping for off of that one. So the boom, solo player left alive here for Exhalation. Trying to make a bit more space. I'm loving the fact that how aren't aggressing though, while the rest is coming through. Laza able to play this one safe for now.
It's an important engagement even though as well for Entropic, I would say, as Mexi was taking those shots through. With the circle moving the way it has, they're either just looking to clean up the teams that are close to them so that they can approach the circle. Yeah, just push this, clean it up, and then eventually your next threat is going to be Ascend, of course, but yeah, you could get some kill points here, no problem.
You're fighting your way into this circle regardless, so might as well battle them while they're wounded, and wounded they are. The Boom down to just 2 HP, as all of Entropic has just pulled up right behind him.
They're opportunistic at the moment, or Entropic. Looking at these kinds of moves, looking at the patience that they're exhibiting as well. This kind of call, to be able to take this fight when those two teams are embroiled in it and kind of simmering in it, is the perfect play. And they're just getting the cleanup here. This is perfect.
Yep. No reason to risk more than necessary, as they just backfill here perfectly, as you say. The Boom is still within the smoke, and I think Tropic is well aware of it. Just waiting this one out. They've seen him in cold feet. They know that Exhalation aren't eliminated just yet. So wait out that smoke. Throw Molly in there. Take him out. Easy as that.
And they were very confident in their 3 here to be able to get this done for Entropic, because they sent Lucarux ahead way in time to try and find themselves an anchor point on the circle. It is close to DA, and there is Monarch between them. But if Scav and Vascu are not aware that Lucarux is on this side, maybe there's an opportunity for Entropic to completely sandwich them, take them out, and then find themselves a circle spot.
Yeah. As a result of it, Laza will fall too. Vasquez able to find him. And now Entropic in issues on the eastern side, because Vasquez still sat there. There were just 2 left alive from Monarch, but they're doing a lot of damage to Entropic on their approach to the circle, as Nailed now falls as well. This Finnish defense line is not to be trifled with.
Yeah, the complete opposite of what I said might happen. Happened. I mean, great by Monarch, right? They needed the points here to get things going. They've got themselves 3 on the board here for this game so far. And, I mean, they're only the 2 alive, but they're going to be able to work their way slowly into the circle because Ascend has now moved closer to the middle.
Yep, another team was moved here. Is Na'Vi, after all, trying to find some of the wounded players to take him down. Indeed, they will. Let's go stuff also. Look at the kill feed right now. All these teams are battling. All the edges are on fire as everyone is trying to make their way further towards the center in this one. Face against question mark on the southern side. Wu trying to fight their way forward up towards the northeast. Now 6 teams are within a half kilometer from one another.
It was a big fight as FaZe and question mark as well. These 2 teams, and it will be Jeans cleaning up the rest of it alongside Fex. That is really, really good stuff here for them. Just check out a little bit more loot. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds has taken out After All up towards the top, who are now going to actually have to move quite rapidly into the circle. But Twisted Minds still 4 alive here. Lucarux gone. That's Entropic done here after the win that they were able to get. But you know what? It equals out.
Yeah, sure does. Sure does. And now, for the last 2 remaining players of DA, they know they have Na'Vi right next door, but they also know that they have Twisted Minds sat up above. So how do you approach this one? Do you wait it out? Do you let them come to you knowing you have to make a play yourself? Or do you go aggressively out to try and take him out to then make a play on in? I guess Alia just answered the question for them.
Let's see how this goes. Steady does it as Metralius is sitting, sees the smokes, sees nades come out from that angle as well, and he's going to get absolutely pelted by bullets there for a moment. Melman's even holding that angle with a bit of a big spray. Iron already down. Melman's going to be moving forwards. But Scav! Monarch here! Ooh, like vultures, able to pick up a few here and there.
I mean, 5 points is 5 points. I mean, you're aiming for top 2. You better get every single point you're able to, regardless of how many players you've lost early on in the game. So kudos to Monarch for not just kind of giving up in that one, as it looked pretty dire earlier.
Let's see now what Alia can do for all of this. He's got to heal himself up and somehow push up against Metralius. Vascu has leapfrogged ahead of this as well. So there is the potential that he can clean up whatever may come out of this. As both players now in the blue. Both players being ticked away at.
Yeah. Not easy. Healing out that phase 5 when you also have to concern yourself with what's happening around you. Metralius, though, does spot Alia. So that's going to be Na'Vi out in 11th. Yeah, exactly. Patience. Well, it pays off, I would say, but now it's going to be running into yet another patient player in Vasco.
Definitely so. Shots came in through against Ascend, I think, down from the south here. It was either... Actually, no, it's Foot and Yepper fighting here, down towards the bottom. But Exalt looking for a big wrap against Sarvam, who's found themselves a decent compound here. They've not been too loud about it. They've not really taken too many fights with it. So, two teams who, well, were on polar opposite sides of the lower bracket, potentially fighting at the moment. But Exalt realizes Twisted Minds is hot on their heels. They're going to have to deal with that first.
Yep, they need to get up and fortify issues. They also know that Sarvam is set right below them, so they know that there's a threat of if we run up, we're going to get shot in the back. If we run down, we might be too. So you got to pick your fight. You can't just sit around. They'd have to imagine that's going to be Exalt completely sandwiched in a second.
Monarch's gone. Here comes more throwables to try and dislodge the Exalt position. Ooh, good hit on Spiro, though. As now Sarvam's helping out Exalt a little bit with some of those shots, but I mean, for Exalt, it feels like just a matter of time here. I don't know how you get out of this situation unless you hit your shots and hit some big nades.
I guess it depends on Sarvam, really, because they haven't shown a whole lot to want to go aggressive on this.
True.
If they don't push out, now the circle's shifting away from all these three teams, pretty much only these three teams, if you don't count Metralius wide, like miles out in the blue, then they might just get gifted by Sarvam, getting a little impatient, going for the circle, and then getting to backfill them. Because right now, I don't think Twisted Minds want to push this unless they absolutely have. Holy shit, that was a headshot.
I'm impressed at how many smokes Exalt's had during all of this as well to keep themselves alive, because if they didn't, they would have been in absolute no man's land against Twisted Minds here. Still a few more exist, as they're going to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. Almost breaking Toby there, those shots were.
That was real close too. Real close. Impressive though. I mean, I was going to say they allow for them to back off, but then when you have Ascent setting on the other side, able to pull off shots like these two, it doesn't exactly make things any easier. So, wounded they will be. Sarvam now are the ones to leave, so kind of as expected, Sarvam calls it early, allowing for Exalt to backfill.
It's a big move. It's a big move. Exalt straight away is taking that opportunity to do so. That's going to give them a bit of reprieve from the Twisted Minds shots that are coming through, and they're going straight towards Yepa, who, I mean, if they know that they're here, whoa, what the? Metabay, though, straight on CCNX, trying to take down a little bit. He will go down himself, though. He was outside the compound to try and take this fight. Yepa's gone, but Sarvam might be able to claim this territory.
Full-on pull-up mode activated as Sarvam, well, they have cleared this compound for Yepa players, sure, but as you can see, Foot is still around. T-Bone, in a 1-3 split from his team, is sat here alone with the Famous. I'm a little worried about him being here alone rather than them having maybe a 2-2, but I'm like, either you take the fight to them, or you back off completely, but here, sat in a bit of a split, as we see Exalt completely butchered in the field.
Yeah, that was unfortunately such a hard transition to make, and it was not going to go that well. FaZe, once again, is just looking at everything here on this west side of the circle, being able to take a few pot shots at it, cleaning things up nicely. 6 on the board for them so far. And Ascend is kind of taken, I mean, the high ground position in inverted commas. It's really not that huge a change in terms of terrain here right now. People really want to dislodge Sarvam, though, here.
Yeah, and you have the Gilly as well, just makes it even better, thrown out there in the field. And yeah, I mean, obviously Sarvam as well, where they're being kept an eye on, so not really too eager to run forward, especially not knowing whether they're going to be inside the next circle or not. Buying themselves a bit more time as the circle shifts west. Their compound or the warehouse is still technically in, but I'd be surprised if they're opting to stick around. Having said that, though, I do expect to see Foot do that eastern wraparound and take the fight to them, because this is the only change they're going to get.
Yeah, get rid of that. Try and then slowly move in from the east. Try and get a knock-on phase once that fight comes along. Unless, of course, I mean, Ascend might even move south here if they feel like... I mean, going west is actually just into the complete jaws of the open. So they also might hit that warehouse.
Yeah, it's going to be about who gets to apply pressure to FaZe. Because as you see, their position ain't exactly great. They're sat down behind these vehicles for cover, but they're inside the circle. They can wait this one out. And if other people are forced to run in the open, well, it doesn't really matter where you are, because they're running while you just stood there shooting. So somebody has to apply pressure to FaZe in order for Ascent to try and make a play for the fields and not go south.
Charging up nades. What can Chris do with this? He knows that Twisted Minds are very bunched up here with just the 2 remaining. Lots of utility actually being used in on this. Using the smoke as cover to try and move up against it to get a better angle on the windows. Unfortunately, their approach didn't really afford them too much opportunity to hit the compound quite easily. Ooh. And of course, it's the M249, Chris. Of course.
Able to get the first knock. Spiro does go for the rest. Does it spread out? Yes, indeed it does. That's perfect. It's guaranteed. Should have Spiro dead in just a moment as well. And this is what blue zone nades don't allow you to do. You'll see that as we make our way over to Takeover in a second. You can't just play flawless lava against those, but you can against the mollies.
Yeah, not too bad. Find yourself some furniture to stand on, some tires, something like that. But I'm still scared of the M249 because Chris with a big weapon is a terrifying prospect.
5 kills already as well. As Ascent with still 4 alive, racking up even more. And as we said before, Foot has fully committed to the fight here. Beamy with the Zorn off in hand, able to take down Global Army. Still a few more to go though.
The push as expected coming on up. The FAMAS actually doing a bit of work as well. Finally, Kelly Akai will actually finish off Spiro, but Foot completely. We mentioned it. They needed to dislodge Sarvam, and they made easy pickings of them.
And they needed to do so before Ascent finished their fight, because they cannot allow them to be ready for the fight to come. Look at this. Now it's Foot Esports with the first step up here. Able to get up the hillside, and also important that FaZe don't get to engage either. Had that fight prolonged, had there been knocks on both sides to more of an extent, it could easily have been to the downfall of Foot Esports. But they get to reset. Issue is now, they're the ones in the corner. They're the ones currently sandwiched that has to get out of this bowl. How do they do so? Like, what team do you prioritize here? Because right now, FaZe are sat quiet. They're chilling inside on the edge of the circle. And Ascent kind of doing the same thing.
It's tough, man. If FaZe keeps playing this brand of PUBG as well throughout this grand finals, I said it at the end of the upper. I've got high hopes for them. I think they're looking great so far. And this is very well done. I think the emergency pickup has given them, like, almost new life, a new lease on life. They're using it at the right time. Like, for example, they didn't use it straight away when they were high north. They held on to it for so long to see when Circle 3 was moving and how it was moving, even though they were close to the circle. So I love what they're doing so far.
Yeah, same. Considering how they, didn't perform the way they would have wanted to in previous tournaments, it's good to see them finally going from looking somewhat beaten to having that momentum going their way again. As once again here, James with the deployable cover. It is only gonna last him so long, but that's all he's got to work with right now.
Yeah, it's like, quick, I'll throw down a smoke. This will be fine, right? Help! Help! Very, very difficult to deal with. But now, also Foot and Ascent here on this eastern side. FaZe is hoping that they run into each other, bump into each other, fight each other before the fight actually has to come to them.
We know that the final circle is going to take us into the field. I think with Ascent, it's kind of everyone is countering each other right now. It's a full-on rock, paper, scissors type situation where there's every good play is only good as long as the other team doesn't interfere. Ascent could push into Foot, but with the risk of being shot by FaZe. FaZe could push Foot, but with the risk of being shot by Ascent. And, well, for Foot Esports, regardless of which team they're going to fight, they're going to get shot at by the other team. So right now, everybody is trying to set it up so that they can become the third-party team. I guess the only thing that's not going to happen here is that Ascent and FaZe take the fight to each other early on. But with that said, even that might be a chance here with the circle closing in.
The cool thing about the smoke launcher as well, the new kind of angle that's giving you to the game as approach is you can smoke off people's line of sight easier on like a long distance as opposed to using it for potential cover yourself. Now, given this circle, you're probably wanting to use it for your own cover, but in other scenarios, you could use it to your advantage that way. But look at this. Small line of smokes. This is going to dissipate eventually. They're going to run out and they're going to be open.
Yep, wide out in the open. For Foot Esports right now, it's a question of can we outlast that? Can we live long enough for these smokes in the fields to dissipate? Because they are actually the ones with at least a little bit of cover. Sat down below Beamy, taken down to half HP. Seen, but Vard swings around the corner and finds Chris.
The perfect start, the perfect opportunity here for Foot to continue capitalizing on all of this as the circle narrows down. They're going to be closer and closer to Ascend. They've got to be careful about exactly when they take those shots. And then if FaZe can actually see them on that cross-circle angle as well. Brexico hits back against Vard.
Three-way fight this one. It's going to go all the way down till the end. Who can fight the knocks on what side and who is going to come up victorious? Right now, it's Foot Esports. Casualties, they're down to 2. Ascent able to get their knocks, but the rest back up to Chris as T-Bone falls as well. Ascent looking really good here in this endgame as Chris reaches kill number 8.
He was able to blast 3 with the M249. If you're good with this gun, you're an absolute monster here. James, though, they don't realize that. I think they don't realize that he's pushed up this close. This is FaZe's ace in the hole. Can they make this work? They see them in the distance. but James needs to be the difference maker.
Sonova gets 2 down to half, but can't get more than that. Gets the 3rd down as well, as he finds one. Correction now picks Sonova, finds Kiliakai. This is absolutely huge. The turn of the tide here as Correction finds another. It's a 1v1v2, as Foot falls. It's just one left alive. It's Braxco left alone versus the double. Finds Vex, nothing gets him! Able to come out victorious against all odds. What the hell?
Ascend is able to take the victory here. Down to the wire, this last Miramar for the day. What a finish once again. These games, man, already have been awesome.
This happened so fast. And we were kind of all over the place, but did Foot knock one of FaZe to then get shot by Brex, making it a 1v1? I thought it was a 1v2 until the very end there.
I can't...
That was insane.
Yeah, that was proper crazy. The fact as well that, I mean, Ascend against that ridge line here. Jeans opened up on the right-hand side and actually like caused a little bit of chaos. Again, I don't think they realized it quite how close he'd pushed up. That was proper awesome to kind of see that all unfold, and Ascend coming out on top. One of the challengers here, the guys that were able to do so well at PGS 1, doing well here on home soil.
Back-to-back emergency pickup winners here in our first 2 Miramar matches. And I do think that Miramar is the map that is the most
effective,
optimal for emergency pickups if you know when to utilize them. But the fact that Ascend comes out with 14 kills here, huge.
What a great game, guys. Welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers desk. Guys, what an insane game. As you said here, Toby, it is really the game of the emergency pickups here. The way they're timing it, the way they're scouting while they're in there, making sure they can use it to maximum efficiency here is just paying off so hard here. Again, 14 kills and a win. It's 24 points for them.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. It's great to see them make use of it. I'm just kind of curious to see, now we know it's good to do. When does the counter come in? When do teams get better? And even can they get better at taking out these players that are coming in? Because I feel like now we're starting to learn when it is that these players start their parachuting.
The 6-6 on the N249 and just go absolutely ham here, James. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, if you're Chris, I guess you could probably get away with something like that. But I think that, especially on Miramar, there's this grace period. There's this Goldilocks zone. There's this window where emergency pickups in the mid game are the perfect tool. Like, you can find yourself a spot. If you leave it too late, you're going to get blasted by 8 teams. If you do it too early, is it that impactful? There is this window in the middle of Miramar which makes it just right.
Yeah, you can do it all the way through phase 4, and I feel that's definitely going to be too late here. Like, like when circle 4 is closing at that point there, it's going to be too many teams looking down your neck while you're trying to dive in or while you're getting pulled up. But that timing there, especially the one FaZe did as well to get into that late game and to get into that compound that was open. Phase 3, that as you said here, the Goldilocks time between, you know, phase 3 popping and phase 3 moving is a really good time to do that here, Toby.
Yeah, definitely. Catching the hard shifts and flying with them perfectly, especially in an area of the map where there aren't really any good horizontal roads. All the roads lead kind of straight down towards the water. You can't really cross west that easy, so all the cars going over all the bumpy area, you're definitely going to beat them to it when it comes to getting a compound.
Yeah, exactly. All right, on top of that as well, nice new zone here. The variance that we're talking about has been great, James. While we take a look at the leaderboard, of course, Ascend here, 24 points. FaZe with another good showing here. You talked a bit about them, James. Talk to us again.
Yeah, I love it. I love what we're seeing so far. I think, you know, in terms of the emergency pickups, I feel like they've really hit the mark nicely about finding those timing windows to be able to use it. But I mean, even aside from that, I think that the way that they were playing in from the edge on the previous Miramar, and now playing the way that they were here, just buying enough time, using their utility properly here to be able to get them into the later stages of the games.
And of course, in Tropic also managed to get 4 kills in this one here, putting them at 24, tying up Twisted Minds, Toby. Just 2 games to go, just 2 games done here. We got plenty to go, 4 more today, and a total of 18 before we're done.
Yeah, it's huge. I am still kind of interested in the fact that we had our 2 very different Miramar games kind of play out so similarly. So curious to see how that's going to unfold as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, for sure. Foot also with some great consistency here, 17 points. And in general, how it looks, of course, Ascend. And we've talked a bit about it here, James, in terms of, you know, they got second at PGS 1. They had that kind of, you know, the points already. They had the success that was looking good. And if they're able to get into top 2 again, that's a huge achievement here for this year for them alone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they make themselves huge powerhouses of the region when, I mean, if you'd have looked at these names, you wouldn't have considered them powerhouses of the region since, what, PEL? Like when they were, you know, when some of these names were G2. So it's a very different landscape, but it shows the kind of longevity of their ability to play here in the region is kind of steadfast.
And it's funny how FaZe also had some success here. This actually today is the 4 years since they actually won PEL Phase 2 and had like that monster 4-month run where they won, you know, they won Phase 2, then they won to Grand Slam and won that. They won Phase 3, Uber won Nations Cup, and then they got second at PGC, like $1 million plus if you count in Uber's prize winnings from Nations Cup. They're a huge run for them. So if they can start that and kind of, you know, bounce up, you know, not because it's the same players or anything, it's just, you know, FaZe luck for today maybe here, Toby.
No, I mean, I feel like they're deserving of what they're getting going for them, because it's clear to see that they're working super hard to achieve what they're doing there. With all the new stuff that we've seen coming in, they have been one of the first teams to really experiment with what they've been given. We're seeing them use deployable shields, not just in the ordinary fashion, but in kind of creative ways. We're seeing them pretty much always, when they can't catch a circle, go out and find one of those emergency pickups to utilize them too. So very well deserved that we're seeing this roster with star-studded names finally get something going.
And of course, Mexi on Entropic having some success as well here. James, it choose for them to have the start here, and if they can make this dream run here, it could mean that they could go to PGC again.
I'm totally okay with this because, again, he is on my 30-second crafted team.
Okay.
So, I got a little bit lucky in that first game, I'm going to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, it really is clear that for him joining the roster, it's given them a new perspective. And I think it's paying off so far. Let's see if it continues to do so.
All right, guys, we're going to have a short break. Once we get back, we're going to go to Tego for our third match of the day. So stay tuned while we take this one.
What? Let's just, you gotta have to match the speed up. Just in front of Aces, there's an opportunity here for them to get some cleanup.
With the vehicle being enforced to focus up high, but I assume on the wraparound finds one.
This team's gonna go blow for blow here. This is gonna benefit, after all. They're gonna jump on this in the chaos. Klim is coming up. Do they know PGS is there? They have to. They must, right? But like they're peeking to the other ridge, which is a little bit scary. He does get up though. Nixie actually with a double nade on towards them. They're making them.
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special Arcade Medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown. and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
And welcome back here to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers disc here. And of course, I'm joined by Toby and James. James, how was the food?
It was fantastic. I've inhaled 6 sandwiches. No, it wasn't 6.
It was 12.
Yeah, it was a monstrous amount of sandwiches. It's all gone. All gone.
Fantastic. All right, guys, it's going to be shortly going over to Takeover here. Toby, are you excited to get things going?
Yeah. I am, and again, I mean, I'll say it every time we get onto a Takeover. I've still yet to be disappointed by a Takeover finish. Because I feel like they play out incredibly evenly. There's no one team with that perfect position to deal with everyone else. Once it gets out into the open, it's open for everyone. Thus, people make up their own colors. So please just keep it that way, game. Don't disappoint.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it is a map that the guys are not, used to just yet. So they have to be able to adapt here, James. They have to, find those new dips on the fly. And we saw multiple times, like it felt like, teams were driving over, like, oh, this dip is pretty good up here in this area that I've never been before. So let me try it out.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked ad nauseum about how those fields work. We talked about, how teams were able to kind of capitalize on those. Teams like No Names, obviously, in that lower bracket. But for the most part, it's nice to see how many teams can coexist in some of those hillsides as well. Because a lot of those hills have more dips than you expect. And as you say, with some teams kind of slowly discovering all of those dips, even maybe mid-tournament, it's exciting to watch.
Yeah, and it feels like some of the teams, that are one of the teams usually adapting and trying out new stuff, like Twisted Minds, for example, here, Toby, is one of the teams that could, come out and really find those newer spots, do those kind of adaptive things here. And let's see if they're able to continue to kind of innovate once we get to Tego.
Definitely. And I think one of the things that might have caught some people, not off guard, but might have deceived them a bit, is that in general, the dips aren't as bally or deep as on Miramar. But as we talked about during the last Miramar game as well, James, we don't need that because the terrain difference isn't as big. Like, you don't have the one team that is at 300 meters above everyone else. Thus, you only need a somewhat human height ridge line in order to be safe, because you don't have that one team sitting far above looking down at you.
Well, what human height are we talking about? Are we talking about your
James,
human height?
Not talking your James. You're not part of that.
Never mind.
Okay. I mean, yeah, as long as I love you guys discussing, I would love it even more in real life, when you stand next to each other. All right, guys, we're obviously going to be going over to Takeover very shortly here. Super excited to see how the drops turns out here, Toby.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I wouldn't expect, again, I mean, considering the fact that it's just 18 games and we have a top 2 up for grabs, I would not expect to see any hot drops, but let's see how it unfolds.
All right, guys, again, this is going to be Tego starting just shortly here. It is PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers, the third game of the day. We're going to be playing 3 days. It's Friday today, of course, so we're going to be playing a total of 18 here. And guys, we're going to be starting shortly, so have fun with it.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, there's only one opportunity to say this each day. It's time to Tego, baby, as we are here for the PGS 2 qualifiers, and my eyes go straight to Hosan and how the teams around there potentially drop. Obviously, it's kind of a hot spot. Maybe we'll see a team kind of deviate away, but kind of maybe trash loot near it. What do you think?
I have been thinking about something that has nothing to do with what you just said. I will agree with you on your opinion, though. Hosan could definitely become a hot spot in this one, too, despite the fact that the plane isn't exactly over there. But, James, could you do your It's Time to Take-O, baby, with more of a Mike Myers, Austin Powers accent to it?
Maybe tomorrow. I've got to say it once a day.
I would like to hear that.
Okay.
And if you nail that one, I might be on board with it.
I'll write it down.
I would love to hear everyone else try and do it the same way.
I'll write it down or someone remind me. There we go.
James is not going to say anything now. I get it. Fair enough. But with this plane being incredibly northern bound, it's obviously, I mean, even if Hosan is something teams would try and fight for, a bit of a stretch, to say the least. So wouldn't expect to see too much commotion around there. And as we see, there isn't really any big engagements. It's only TA out there contesting vehicles, as they always do.
Yes, both Howl and Sarvam slowly moving towards where I was thinking maybe something would occur, but it looks like Ruin is kind of close to some of those Sarvam players, and a big west circle even, I should say.
Wait. I'm just thinking 6 seconds back to the plane path.
Yeah,
this is as much on the edge, if not even off edge
off the plane
path.
Yeah, it is. It's off. It doesn't. For some reason, it doesn't conform to what we know on Tego.
That's just making things even greater.
Yeah,
we are adding variety on top of variety.
Yeah, there's always that. We had it actually happen midway through the low bracket as well, I think.
Yeah. This is, again, I mean, for those of you guys who don't understand what we're talking about, on a regular Miramar, the first circle, just to make things a little less wild, I suppose.
High percentage.
They usually connect. The first circle kind of touches the plane path in one way or another. Whereas to here, this one seems, if not off, because I don't remember the exact line the plane path went with, then very close to it.
Yeah. So for now, though, Howl is going to be rotating past Sarvam. This is kind of the conflict I was hoping to eventually potentially see, but of course, you know, with the plane path the way it was and kind of having how these teams are having to move around from one another, it's not going to be the case. Exalt, likewise, was also north of Howl's movements, as Fairest has already gotten over here, and Howl is very close to this. These teams are not shy of taking these first early skirmishes, these first early scraps. But Fairest is kind of on his lonesome, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah. To be smart about this one. Exalt's already been in trouble early on. Wouldn't want to have it start off 3 times in a row in the same fashion. So, got to be smart about it. Twisted Minds rotate on over, down towards Fishing Camp. There you go. Scout on forward, of course. Twisted Minds way. Do not go over aggressive if danger presents itself. So, smart about it.
They are pushing up on it against Fairest. Fairest now, how are you going to deal with it? He's headed up towards the roof, looking for an opportunity to get one. We'll start things off already with the K2. The second one as well. Reinforcements are on the way, Toby.
Yeah. I mean, he should be coming out alive in this one, unless if Ruin has something to say about it. Actually gets him with the nade up high, but Mole locked instantly there to respond, and now it's just him left alive. Ruin in a 1v3.
Oh,
so say that! Oh my god, he got the double! Now it's a 1v1!
Oh my god. If Ruin's able to do this off of that, that is huge. Goes for the K2, shoots through the door, realizing exactly where Fate is. Goes for a nade. Jumps out the window! Oh, Fairest! Oh my, Fate as well finishes it off. Fate! That was so close, man.
Look in the kill. Look in the minimap, James. Look in the minimap. Other people heard this, and as much as I say Twisted Minds don't go aggressive early, they saw the knocks in the kill feed. They saw there's still people getting rest up, and they at least want to see what's happening down here.
At least a little peek over wherever they can. Look at how already looted they are as well. Jeez. This is Exalt. They really, really want to get back up as 4, but Twisted Minds isn't going to allow them to super easily. Metralius as well as Misa. Now, a little bit of Destruction Derby. Misa's trying to run away from all of DA. DA's on the hunt as well. They're pouncing on this.
I mean, with this first circle, again, everyone has had to rotate so far, and that's where, usually, I mean, again, this does not happen on Erangel or Miramar. The average for teams to have to rotate in this match in particular is way above and beyond what we usually see. So everyone's trying to send it towards the center now, and now, well, Monarch might just be one team to fall because of it as Hewitt lands a perfect nade in the middle.
Yeah, brutal way to start this game here, as you say, with everyone trying to really kind of bomb it towards where they need to be. And DA now is going to be just completely circling on this. Misa's gone, unfortunately for him. No more bloodhounding for good old Misa. But where is the rest of Monarch? They're kind of circling around towards the south of everything that was going on.
Yeah, once they hear that there's an entire team pulling up and they ain't around fast enough, it's one of those, well, you're on your own, buddy. Try and see how many you can get down with you, because we already circle center, and it's simply too dangerous to try and spread out and take more control. Definitely
dangerous. It's a good way to put it, because I mean, even if, like, reinforcing that was miles away anyway. But anyway, beyond all of that, Twisted Minds is still on the lookout for an Exalt here who have recovered, and there are some crates here. It's not quite the litany of crates that we get in those late games where we've watched 100,000 crates drop along a road. They see the movement here. Ooh.
Loot. They said to themselves as they got headshotted in a second.
In a seagull-like manner. Loot.
Well, and he's standing right on the other side of the road. So there you go.
You know what? I'm risking it for the Groza. Yes, a Groza. Let's go. And it might not work out.
That's when he knew.
Oh.
We need somebody to make that meme as the first bullet starts flying. That's when he knew. He swear word or something. In any case, Exalt, well, again, I mean, even if this game has gone against them, 4 points secured already, of course, you're never really full-on prepared for, like, full pull-up this early on in the game, especially in an area of the map where you thought you'd be safe earlier. But in this case, the fact they get 4 already should be all right, even if it is a throwaway game.
Yeah, it's tough as well for Exalt, because, I mean, now that kind of Twisted Minds have sprung the trap on them, Exalt is really not as geared up as they would like to be. Yes, they've got stuff, right? It's not like they're completely devoid of gear, but a lot of these players would arguably not would rather something than a K2 in some of these situations. So Twisted Minds is kind of just putting in the vice grip now, slowly wrapping around on this as Perfectix to shut down Exalt and just get them out of the lobby.
But also for Twisted Minds, I mean, they have to be wise about it, because they can't just sit around and keep looking towards this crossroads and take shots at them. Eventually, they'll get shot from behind themselves. And if they're very split while doing so and one of them gets knocked, they're going to be in trouble, maybe even from Exalt too. So make up your mind on whether you want to deal with Exalt and then go in and swiftly take him out, or leave him be and start looking like around you, which is kind of what you're seeing Spiro do now, not just looking towards the compound, but also looking north, knowing there's teams coming closer.
Yeah, extra threats are always something you should be paying attention to here for them. But this is also a kind of a reason that Twisted Minds are so scary in this scenario. It's they will play it slow against you, and for the 2 remaining members of Exalt, they don't know how much of a wraparound Twisted Minds has got on them at the moment, and unfortunately they have to play it very slowly themselves, which is just losing them time to get more gear on the board. Yes, if they get Nox cool, they can try and trade off against that, but yeah, it's tough for Exalt.
Sure is. Bottom foot though, playing it slow in from the north. They got a pretty decent amount of space right now with the on one side and Wu kind of wrapping in on the other. Not the same thing can be said for After All, who are coming on the southern side, and they're going straight up towards a very, very warm Entropic.
Warm, but split with the 2-2.
True.
So maybe there's an opportunity, but I mean, for the most part, when you look at this circle, I don't think that a load of teams are going to suddenly start crashing one another. Considering everyone's safe, everyone's situated. Well, everyone's safe, apart from Exol, I suppose. As we've talked to a lot about this. And now Navi's just sat up in these hills, kind of split a little bit themselves to have a little bit of a look around.
Just go south, Circle. For the sake of us seeing something new, go south. Or hard shift north. That would also be kind of interesting. Imagine. Imagine. Let's see, where are we going? Center. Ooh. In any case, still new areas to explore.
Yeah, not bad. It just means that a lot of these teams don't really have to move. So we're going to be a bit of a stalemate here for some moments, as Na'Vi does see DA, who's just going to be moving on through. Not many wheels on that car, though, Lyron. Drive safe.
Indeed, as he now realizes that there's an entire team set here ready and waiting for him. Lookarooks dodging and weaving as best as he can. Actually catches Fix with a nade in hand, but not able to find any damage.
Yeah, only a little bit. Just kind of a tickling, as it were. And when you catch a player like that and they're charging up some utility, it'd be best to try and get the best trade you possibly can. So whiffing a few of those shots on the spray. Jeems now holding the angle. Curex is sending in some more damage as well. Entropic is kind of falling apart here at the seams as FaZe is now trying to buckle down on this. There was a lot of blue zone nades coming on in here to try and push Entropic into uncomfortable locations, corners of this building.
I mean, you baited this happening early on. You said Hosan could potentially get hot. Now we have 5 teams in the city, and it's on the far eastern edge of the circle. So clearly what has become a bit of a, we kind of have to go through here in order to make our way to the circle type spot. And now we're seeing all these teams intertwined.
Your vision through blue zone nades as well is quite impaired. I mean, it's not exactly completely, but you do, the particle effects do cause a little bit of problem with target recognition, as that was going down there for the moment. Melman is actually watching this entire fight going down and just biding his time with his trigger finger, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. What a nade in from Corexi.
Yep, more and more teams starting to close on in, and thus we will see teams eliminated. And in a blink of an eye, FaZe falls for that exact reason. Na'Vi was able to creep ever so much closer. Look at this blue zone nade. How big of an area it impacts.
Yeah, if you're able to get it on the second floor of a building, you can see the entire building getting engulfed by it. Fairest here now, kind of the lone operative in this building, as it is difficult now for them to deal with this. Here comes an nade onto the roof, realizing he's there. The rest of Twisted Minds has been fed this information. Fate needs to provide some extremely good covering fire, but he's going to go down straight away. And now they know where Fate is as well. They were looking towards that warehouse as soon as the knock came out, looking for if the spotting fire was going to come.
Yeah, exactly. They had to be fast about it, because as you saw, Savim able to get the knock on to Petulins. They can't really risk losing players in a position this good in the circle right now, and I think for Fate, obviously his days are kind of counted. It's really just going to be up to Twisted Minds whether or not they want to fully take out Exalt, or they're going to leave this snake to himself out by the warehouse.
Yeah, you would think they would try and clear it up so that they've got this entire location kind of clean for them. As Fate is now running between buildings. Lou must have just seen that. Must have just seen the corner of that. Him and Perfectix are on the move now, realizing exactly where he's gone. Oh, nice knock on Petulins, though, but the nade... No mercy.
Not so much you can do on that one. Smokes instantly up forward, as of course they want their in-game leader back on his feet. And they should be able to get just that as the new circle pops. So we're going center once more in Sabin. This time around, reaping rewards for SAT center circle.
All right. That's not bad. However, I will argue that in the previous game, they had a compound and it didn't look warm. And still, I don't think are warm. So they've not had to take too many shots at some teams. They've taken a few shots over towards Twisted Minds, of course. But I feel like they need to, you know, get those trigger fingers moving. And... make something happen so that they can hold the compound when the eventual threats arise.
And now it's kind of an interesting situation where we have a city out towards the east with 4 teams in it who are technically all inside the circle, therefore not having to move. But then we have a west which is very inexplored or ill-explored, with a lot of teams on the southern side in both, well, I guess it's half Na'Vi, After all, question mark, and then up towards the north, we have Wu having to rotate in as well. But where do they opt to go? Because how much vision does Sabam have proper from the compound? We can see all these hills that are available in and around the center of the circle, but no one's playing. It's got to be because there's little to nothing to play as long as Sabam has control of that compound.
Yeah, a bit difficult for them to see everything that's going on kind of southeast of here, but I mean, we know that they do have lines of sight on Twisted Minds. They might have a little bit of a line of sight on towards Exhalation from here. So again, you can see from even the Wu's perspective, looking into the circle, still quite flat-ish. I'm not going to say it's flat. There are some rolling hills here and there, but obviously the Wu now is kind of calculating their odds. How are they going to move? Whilst After All is doing a big send here through to the middle.
It's one of the situations where if we were to, from a year from now, look back at this exact situation and go, why didn't they just go to that dip? Why didn't they just go to that dip that we all know is really good to play from? Like, why didn't they just go to the Kinkwind dip on a wrangle of this type of situation? Because we haven't found him yet. So teams ain't willing to risk potentially dying on rotation to go to a spot they don't even know where it is. But it's kind of funny seeing how everyone is being so scared of going center. Of course, now it's just so After All doing it. But I'm sure there is 2, 3, maybe even 4 spots that are completely unoccupied right now, which a year down the line will go, why didn't they just go there?
That would be the ultimate troll. If we call something, if something eventually be called like the Kingwin dip on Tego, and you're just like, why is it called that? Well, you know.
A long time ago, there was this team. Yeah, that would be interesting. Also, we've yet to really coin things on Tego. I guess we'll get that from PGS too.
This is a huge push actually from Exhalation, just making sure that it can dislodge the Wu and kind of cause no threats towards their backside here. As Quizzy is down, they should be able to get to Boom. Keanu's making an aggressive move for this though. Maybe that's the opportunity that he needs here to try and clean up that Exhalation double push. But the Global Army from the distance, we were talking about their lines of sights and how much they can see. I mean, eventually the Wu cleans it up. Schiller actually hits Keanu. So whilst the Wu is making this push on Exhalation, there's external threats to the south that are pummeling them.
And the circle shifts up towards the northwest once again here. As now the city is out, and now the entire south is out. And what do they have to play for is going to be what we're about to find out. Because I'd imagine we're going to see a hell of a lot of people die outside what is the new circle. Hello, my bad. Pulls up, knows there's points of grabs, finds the double. And Scav shoots Mouse. I'm not sure if that was intentional. Maybe someone DC'd. I'm not fully aware of why he did such a thing.
Yeah, maybe just as you said, stop him kind of running in a certain direction or whatever. But he is kind of facing south, so I'm not sure. But they're both being shot at by question mark at the moment. So, I mean, regardless, it's gone completely awry for them. After All is now making a big move. They have to try and get themselves some location in the middle of all of this. Scav takes a few pot shots at them. They find themselves a little bit of a shack, but I mean, look in the distance. Twisted Minds is going to be laughing that they were able to take this compound, shut down Exol, and play the game from here.
And now I'm seeing a lot of Sabin players look towards After All, look up towards that northwest, but they've got to be ready for what's about to come over the hill towards the southeast. So many players reaping that direction as Vard now finds, I call it an easy one, but it definitely isn't for us plebs who couldn't hit those, but Vard sure make it look that way.
Yeah, I mean, as Bestlosh said, man, Org's a big gun, and speaking of Bestlosh, he's in the kill feed as well, getting himself Askew, as question mark moved aggressively from that southwest up to the west side here to try and dislodge Monarch, and then from there probably play the spot where Scav's got himself at, or whatever they want to play on this side of this marsh.
Let's see if Yepa can claim anything here. They're pulling up towards DA, but stopping just on the other side of Baron Peak. I mean, he's been playing with this bolt all day and continuing to find Nux. We'll see if he can find an additional one. Reaps away, and indeed he does! Odin taken out as Baron Peak just continues to do Baron Peak things.
Navi's rocking up as well here. All of these teams trying to crash into the middle. There's not that many rocks to be able to play from. Melman, along with them, the fragger of the team, able to take down Yepa. Cars exploding everywhere. DA is in range of some utility here, so they're going to send over some nades to try and get them down and done.
Yeah, they need to make space for themselves. There's so many teams around them, and if they can deal with DA now, that's going to allow them to spread out and take more control so they don't become nade fodder themselves. Let's see, Marco able to stay alive for the first one. Second two ones blocked off as well. Hewitt might just be able to get the rest up here.
The problem for the teams in the middle is, unless you're lying down or crouched, there are so many lines of sights for teams like Sarvum and Twisted Minds across from one another. So you've got to be very careful. Lay alone in these areas. That's a bit of a disaster of a blue nade. That could have done so much, but, well, not to be.
Nope, not to do that, Nate. Nope, should be a double kill. Oh, he finds one. Somehow the second one doesn't fall. I'm not sure if he was hiding behind the corpse of Klim or what happened there. But Ibago is on fire. He will fall in the end.
Yeah, Twisted Minds aggressively pushing out from their safe haven to shut this down. Love it. Absolutely love it. 8 kills on the board here for Twisted Minds, making it look easy at the moment, as they are now number 1 in the lobby. And turning their attention now southeast, where Sarvam still has this compound. They're getting hot. They've been shooting it a lot. It was my one concern that I think they've kind of alleviated it at the moment in this game.
You say shooting at a lot, but only 1 kill so far.
True.
So yes, you might get placement points off of this position, but if you can't really turn it into more, it will just stay at Nox. Baron Peak continuing to somehow be able to sit on the roof and find Nox all over the place. CC now finding one as well. This Baron Peak rounding up to almost 400 damage, but only a single kill to show for.
I mean, again, though, this is exactly what I wanted. Even if you're not getting the kills, just constantly firing, constantly getting knocked will keep you in a great spot for eventually when those crashes come. The roof of this house is perfect for Baron Peak. It gives him some cover from 2 angles, and as long as you've got other people covering you on the other sides, you're going to be totally fine. The Wu, though, here, being pushed up against by Foot, who are on all angles here. Nixie, he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it's really just him sat here. Good thing for him to nail up around to help at least a little bit. As Nixie finds one instantly, prones down. As Beamy falls now, just T-Bone here, trying to make the push on forward. Hellsvart further back, but Twisted Minds are getting shot from the shooting from the side. And that's now T-Bone falls too. So while it's just 1 alive for Wu, he's getting help from 3 different teams to stay alive.
They're so confident about their flex outs from that little town that they were able to take. It's really strong play here from Twisted Minds at the moment. They shut down Navi again. 2 out of 3 games. Twisted Minds has been able to shut down the world champions. As now Nixie here trying to throw nades forwards. He's way out of range for that, though, I think. Somehow he survives against Foot.
Exactly. The fact that he outlives them in this situation in 1v4 is absolutely insane. But again, clear sightlines and teams not knowing exactly where to try and stay hidden from or which angles to prioritize in terms of remaining hidden
14
makes it very difficult to play around. And look at this, as you say, 14 kills, 7 for Lou as they continue to rack up points already at 40.
Maybe Lou will make me catch up to Avenger. We'll see. But anyway, we've got ourselves a doozy here, firing some shots down from this side. This was the perfect opportunity for them as well. They had to dislodge Monarch, take control of this area. It's the perfect place for them to play, considering all the other places were completely tied up. And now a doozy here is moving forwards, looking for some cheeky crates. Technically, Sarvam can see this location, but I think they were kind of looking elsewhere, maybe towards the north, to make sure that they could try and eventually greet Twisted Minds when eventually that fight may break down.
Also, you got to keep in fact that Sarvam, while they get knocks and they get damage, have no chance of getting extra loot unless if they get crates in their compound. So I like the fact that Baron is using a bolt, because had he been using a DMR, he'd probably be out of ammo, at least for whatever he's using on the DMR. You can see now Sheila down to just 50 spare bullets as well on a double 7.6 weaponry. So they have to be a little conservative with how they engage in it, because even though they get knocks, they can't really get out there to claim the loot.
Big sprays coming in from Lou down towards Entropic, and he is now switching over when it comes to guns and ammo and things like that, because he was running kind of low himself, realizes he needed a bit more for his MK12 and has some crates available to him straight away there. It's Mexi actually, but doesn't realize it registered due to the fact that he's in smokes.
Just more shots being peppered as one more connects. Now, the fights. I mean, this is all fights at a very long range right now. No one's really opting to go full aggressive. Luke able to assist them, but Tillman's finding the knock onto Mexi. And see them just continuing to pepper Entropic, not wanting to allow them any sort of this out of the circle.
I don't mind the use of deployable cover, but it sort of makes it absolutely known where you are. Not on the edge of that smoke. Global Army in the distance, going to be shooting at Entropic as well. I mean, they're dead to rights here. It's so difficult for them to get out of the spot that they're in. Likewise, Ascend down towards the south, going to be cleaned up completely here by question mark. Baron Peak with the bolty. Let's go.
He's just continuing through the smoke now as well. I think Global Army. Oh, let's just see. Look at Rooks. He's looking at the deployable cover. Perfectix is trying to find it before he does, but right now it's just a contest of who gets it first, and it will be Schiller. So Sarvam, while the kill count is only, I say only gotten to 6, they've kept all 4 alive. I feel like this is mission accomplished for Sarvam from this position.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to, oh yeah, the ammo could be a problem. So we will see as time goes on here, but just conserve it, especially with the Bolty. If you're able to force teams to have to come your way, then maybe there's an opportunity for you to shut that down with the Bolt. Tries for it on against Lou.
A rare miss from the Baron himself.
He's the Baron of the Peaks. And right now, he's hitting a lot. But at the same time, how much more can be hit here against Question Mark, who's going to be mega crashing forwards here. Baron Peak with the Bolty on Bestalosh here. That's a big gun hitting the big boy.
Indeed it is. We saw just there as well. CC 0 spare, 5 bullets now. So I think this is the final stand for this team before they start throwing Panzer around, because he's got an M4 to spare as well. Global Army is going all in, and maybe spare some ammo for when opponents get closer. Then you'll get some loot. I'm not sure what the play is here. When you only got 12 bullets to work with, I'm not sure how much he has in the M4 on the back of it. But it's great to sit up tight, up close. But if you don't have bullets to shoot at your opponents coming into you, then I'm not sure what the play is.
Yeah, that is actually kind of wild, considering. Ooh.
It's a barbecue.
He's fine. And in the circle. Awesome. Yeah. So, I mean, that's always kind of the age-old problem, right? Of having a compound, the circle coming towards you, and eventually you're able to, yes, oh, great, we're able to shoot everything. And then it's, wait a minute, oh, no, we're able to shoot everything, and now we have not that much ammo left over. But it is let's call it a first-world problem that, because I'd still take this scenario.
Global Army just swapped his M4 for an Uzi. That's when you know that there are ammo issues. So he'll just say, "Oh, you know what? That gives me another 30 shots for my mini. I'm all good. I got my Uzi in case they get close." I mean, what's not to like? He's got his Uzi, 15 spare bullets in the mini as well, and now he runs back. Does he go for more ammo? I'm not sure.
Let's see if we can make something happen here. Big spray here from Hearth against Twisted Minds that are going to be pushing up. Perfectix actually falls out. Can they get him back up in time? There is a car fort here, basically, but he's stuck in a really rough spot on the wrong side of the car fort. Oh, no.
That is just unlucky for him. They tried to see if they can pick him up through there, but not going to happen. But Soons does help out. On the other side, 16 kills for Twisted Minds, who, well, they got 2 inside the circle in the dip here on the other side. And if things go out the way that you could imagine it going, with Twisted Minds maybe getting a kill or 2 more, closing in on 20 kills in this match. We saw them do it previously, but if they were to do it 2 times within 2 tournaments, that'd be insane.
Yeah, it definitely would. And I mean, there's opportunity here. That's the crazy thing about it. CCNX now shutting down Question Mark on the flank as Dante is trying to move forwards. It's only a doozy left, and then it will be it feels like destiny almost, that it would be Twisted Minds going up against Sarvam in these final moments. They had such strong positions, both of them, and they've been able to clean up the stragglers.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds netting it off of course, registering that there's a fight going on between Howl and Exalt earlier. Then get to play it in. And also, I mean, play it wisely in from the north, being slow about it, but always looking for kills at a distance. Constantly shooting. We saw them take out half of Foot Esports in a fight that had nothing to do with them. They were doing a lot of damage towards Entropic as well, who didn't really have a position from where they could do anything to them. So a lot of the kills that Twisted has gotten in this game has come with very little risk involved to themselves. Definitely
a doozy. I appreciate the deployable terrain, but I mean, yeah. we're going to see now how Sarvam's going to play this out. Because technically they'll have the manpower, but I don't think they'll have circle. They're going to have to eventually come out of here. There's no reason for Twisted Minds to really get super aggy on this. And for a doozy, he's going to be almost the difference maker, maybe, against Sarvam in terms of that numbers game.
Oh, it's going to go quiet for a little while as everyone but a doozy is inside this one. Everyone looking towards him, and I think maybe it's the second game now that we're going to see a doozy in Question Mark just going, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to die to blue, because there is no reason for me to try and run into this one knowing that there's 6 players looking at me. Oh. I don't think he's going to do it. There's just nowhere for him to go. Oh, he's dead.
He's out of it. Global Army with 3.
This is where ammo comes into play. 34 on the backhand of Baron Peak. Of course, the The bolt is going to sing for a little while longer until the M4, just until the barrel comes out, but then it's up close. And Global Army, he might have swapped his mini as well now, so he's playing Uzi and shotgun. That's not a combo you see too often in situations. And then we have the UMP, no extra bullets, MK. So not exactly optimal weaponry here for Sarvin, but can never count out a good SMG fight. Who needs a 2x anyway?
These aren't loadouts you would see late game, but let's do it, you know? Twisted Minds, in terms of loadout and stuff, they hold all the cards, but again... with a 3v3 right now, I don't know, man. This could go either way in a bizarre world, in Bizarro land.
I like what Savim has done, though. They know that the game is ending outside the compound, and Global Army has actually been able to creep forward towards pretty much circle center. So he's now sat there with a shotgun and an Uzi. While they might not be the best weaponry in terms of meta at a distance, if Twisted pushes forward, not taking into account that there might be one on the dot here, Global Army should be able to find at least the first one and then swap over to the mini. That's pretty much an instant flush, and there you go. First nut comes through. Let's see if Salva makes a play on this.
Yeah, a big move potentially here. They do still have some utility available. They still have some nades. This could be absolutely crucial. Hit Spiro as Lou has to move away from it. Here comes some mollies in as well. They didn't allow any teams to get up close to them to have to utilize the utility, so this is perfect for them as the push is coming through. What is going on here? Spray through the smoke with an Uzi.
You'd imagine that even Twisted Minds at this point are a bit confused by the sounds they're hearing. Lou somehow still alive inside that smoke as he loves to flash and out to try and stay put for even longer, but he's buying time for the rest to come through, buying time for the heals to come through the side of his players.
Goes for the spray here. Petulins with the AUG on the rock, but actually Global Army's already been shutting him down. Petulins is actually done in by Baron Peak as well. It's all on Spiro to try and make this work on out. What a finish here so far. Spiro. Oh no, it's Lou. I mean, it's whatever at this point.
UMP shotgun against the barrel. Now, who will come out victorious? The UMPs prevail as Salvum claims themselves a win on Tago with 11 kills.
It's all about revving that engine and getting it warm here for game number 3. Sarvum shooting at everything to the point where they had to swap out loads completely to try and make it work against Twisted Minds, but it did indeed. What a great game number 3 here, Toby, for the day.
Again, I've still got to say it, Tago has yet to disappoint. It was a phenomenal watch from start to finish, and as you said too, huge and crucial really that Sarvin was as aggressive in their position as they were, because had they just sat around like some other teams tend to do and just kind of waited it out, they would have been pushed and probably gone down.
I can't wait for a devil's advocate in the chat being like, but if they weren't aggressive, they would have had all their bullets ready to go for the final game. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because in the end, they're able to make it work with scraps of utility and scraps of a loadout here. Baron Peak kind of having huge implications on the lobby with that Bolty as everyone's trying to move around them. I mean, admittedly, we said it at the beginning, Twisted Minds and Sarvum had huge positions of power here to be able to try and exert their dominance on the lobby. Indeed, they did, and then it came down to the Twisted Minds versus Sarvum.
And welcome back here to the PGS 2 EMEA Disc, guys. What an insane game. 28 of the kills, Toby, going to Twisted Minds and Sarvum alone.
Yeah, in somewhat different fashion too, I'd like to say, with, well, you can say Twisted Minds engaging on it a bit earlier and then racking up all the way through the mid game, and Sarvum just sitting there in the end when everyone was scrambling for cover, and Baron Peak finding players from, I mean, a million years away. I think he hit EB at 400 meters something too. He was on one. He was on one with the bolt today.
That compound proved to be extremely strong here, James, for Sarvum, obviously, them being able to hold it down, get the kills, the amount of kills that they got, but also win the game in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, you know, you see teams having those compounds, and I am a little bit concerned sometimes. And it's like, okay, yeah, but how many fights are you going to take? Again, are you going to be warm going into those final moments? And yeah, I mean, they were. It's not a small feat to be able to take out a Twisted Minds who technically had a slight bit of circle advantage, but not by much, as they were able to move on aggressively and strong.
A little bit of a rich and one rock to play with, and a ton of smoke here, Toby. It wasn't enough for them, and obviously with the amount of utility that Sarvum had stored up, it's easy for them to kind of push with that. And also, you know, funny guns coming into play in the lane game.
Yeah, not too often you see the WMP combo work out in your favor. But again, I mean, Sabim, they hadn't really had to use any utility. They spent that early on. It really worked out for them. They got to isolate the Twisted Minds players, and perfect execution, really, from Sabim and coming out victorious here.
And another decent game here from Question Mark. Again, he has 7 kills for the Aim Gems.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Brilliant. I can't believe it. All things considered here. I think, my picks were doing all right, and then you showed me that you had Lou on your team as well, Dennis.
You're like, yeah, Lou's bragging out. Maybe I can catch up. I have Lou as well. Did you catch him in, though? That's the difference maker.
No, I didn't. Okay. No.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, no matter what, I don't think it's anywhere to be seen, because obviously Saga is going to be in the bottom, so it's completely fine with that. Twisted Minds end up being number 1 here with that, obviously because of their kills that they were able to rack up here. 23 total. Sabim close by here, 21, but Question Mark with 12 in total here to go that way. Excuse me. And yeah, that's gonna put them even further up the leaderboard. Toby.
Yeah, it's wild to see them having, 3 games into double-digit kill games. It's pretty clear what the game plan is for Twisted Minds here. They don't just want to make grand finals. They don't just want to make a PGS2.
Right.
They really, really, really want a lot of PGC points.
And with this, James, it means if Twisted Minds is able to hold on to this, it actually means that it goes to the 2nd and 3rd place, which is right now Entropic and Ace.
Yeah, that'd be a big deal, of course, here. If you're able to be a Twisted Minds looking this good, and as you say, in a lot of tournaments, they're a day 2, day 3 team, and right now on day number 1, that's terrifying.
Day number 1, and only half of our games played so far, and 47 points. That is scary to see here. Obviously,
32.
super strong stuff for them. They were a little bit slow, Toby, in our upper bracket, but they managed to kind of turn that momentum around and get off a strong start in day number 1 here in the grand final.
Yeah, it's as you're saying, when we're used to having other teams get at least a bit of a head start, it's more worrying that they're off to such a good start. But then again, it might be the flip side of it, where we see them fall off of it. It's just not something we've seen in the past.
No, and with this, obviously, Na'Vi in still 8 points here, terrain. James, it is not looking good for them, because they need the PGC points from this tournament and from PGC fall, of course. Otherwise, it could end up them not going to PGC unless, of course, they win PGS2.
Yeah, and as I said during the cast, quite unfortunate for them that 2 out of 3 games they come up against Twisted Minds, right? Sometimes that's just how it works out. Now, across 18 games, is that always going to be the case? Probably not. So if they're not going up against literally the lobby leaders, maybe there's an opportunity here for Na'Vi to get something done. But yeah, we'll see.
The question is really, of course, how many more eggs in the basket Twisted Minds is just going to, they just drive through the lobby and they're like, oh, another one here, another one there, and they're like, it points all the way through. But yeah, of course, we're going over to Wrangle now. We're going to have 3 Wrangles now that we're halfway done. What an insane start to it, though, Toby. Here, of course, Miramar, Tego, obviously not where the most players and the most teams are most used to it. So let's see how kind of evens out. My question is really, are we going to continue to see the same teams being strong here, or are we going to see, some of the bottom teams catch up a little bit?
I think there's definitely going to be a change of who's the ones out there performing. Again, we haven't seen Wrangled yet with this set of 16 teams. So I think there's definitely going to be teams that haven't performed yet that will be only 3 games into 18-game finals. I wouldn't be surprised to see Twisted Minds stay in and around the top throughout the entire tournament. But I'd be very surprised if they don't get contested by some of the teams who right now might not sit to happen.
Yeah, of course, with the teams as Entropic, and as we've seen with these emergency pickup games, that could be a team, just literally pulling up with the emergency pickup, getting straight into a compound that's open, like we saw FaZe do in the Miramar game as well. And again, the Goldilocks zone here, if you're able to get that, zone 3 perfect pop with emergency pickup, and you're able to get into one of those compounds that end up being game-winning positions, that's a huge difference maker, because you're not going to use all your utility, you're not going to lose helmets and all that. You're literally coming in fresh here, so you're going to be in a super strong position from that.
Yeah, Erangel can have that kind of same dynamic play out here. And especially when we've seen circle shifts for some of those northern teams or some of those southern teams. Like, for example, if you're a northern team and all of a sudden it's a military game. Okay, sometimes maybe it is worth, popping it a little earlier than that kind of lovely mid-game position to be able to get down there and how that's going to work out. But, it really depends. It really depends on how the playing path is, how the circle is, and how it all unfolds.
Coming in over here, of course, we're halfway through, Toby. Kind of turns out as you expected, or some surprises so far in leaderboard?
No, I mean, again, as we've said, Twisted Minds coming off to a strong start, not something we've seen them do. Not that we are not expecting them to be able to do so, but also, of course, they have played against the upper bracket teams. They've seen the matches in the lower bracket teams, so it's not like they're coming into this with no info on the teams they're going up against. So you could kind of consider this as second or third stages going through in a tournament like this. So I guess not really too many all that surprising moments here in the first one.
And it definitely feels like, you know, the longer stages, as we've seen them, you know, perform before, the longer stages, if it's group stage, winner bracket, lower bracket, or stuff like this that we've always seen in PGS and PGC, Toby, it definitely feels like Twisted Minds is that they are the ones that benefit from that. And now, is it going to be the way that they're able to kind of continue that? That's really the question.
I mean, yeah, definitely you'd hope for them and for the fans that they're going to be able to work through. And also, I mean, while they are very much in the PGC race, they're not guaranteed as they're not into the 1,000 point margin yet. So clearly they're out here for blood.
Yeah, and James, they're a team that right now also is looking pretty decent in terms of PGS points. So if they can kind of bring this form into PGS2, that'd be great.
I think also, as the only team here that is technically a Saudi org, they're especially going to be incentivized to do well when it comes to not only here, but then qualifying through to PGS2 and doing well at PGS2 as well, right? Twisted Minds, there's actually something going on that maybe some PUBG fans aren't aware of, where organizations across all games at Gamers 8 accrue points, and if you're an organization that's fielded in multiple games, you win a lot of money potentially for your organization. So for Twisted Minds, they might be looking to do even better for their org too.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's $5 million prize pool across all the titles down there that's accrued, and it's only for the organization. Like, so if you're able to have, you know, teams that are able to go for multiple different titles, that's going to be huge for them, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Twisted Minds in other games as well has picked up players specifically for this reason, to accrue more points. So yeah, there's a lot up for grabs at Gamers 8.
Yeah, smart stuff. Of course, this is PGS2 here, EMEA Qualifiers. I'm super excited to be bringing you along these two lovely gentlemen over to Wrangle. We're halfway through the day so far, and it has been insane. Twisted Minds being able to step up on day one is really scary stuff, because it means if you run into them, first of all, they're already a team, Toby, that is going in to be, you know, they're already PGS2, but they are coming here for PGC points too.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think is, I mean, on the minds of everyone. So it makes perfect sense that they would want to rag up a ton of them here as well. Which, as it looks right now, they're looking pretty good at doing.
All right, guys, we are ready to put over to Wrangle here. Of course, it's going to be game 4 of game 6 here today. Hey, guys, take it away.
That's right, the grassy pastures. We got a triple dose of Erangel here for this one as we look at the serene landscape that Erangel is able to provide. Look at that rock, Toby. Isn't it majestic?
Ooh, it's absolutely amazing. That's what you get from me when you say something as weird as that.
I mean, you know, I think by this point, you're used to it. Everyone's used to it. You know, it's fine.
Yeah, I can work with it. I can work with it for sure. Interesting playing path this time around, as is a little more eastern skewed. I mean, when Pachinki becomes a reach, that's when you know you have a pretty edge-heavy playing path, and this one sure is one at that. Prim Looters, you are in for a long journey if you up this all the way down there.
Yeah, it takes a while. It takes a while here, as we do have not too much being contested. I mean, for Sarvam, of course, heading towards Pachinki, not really too many people trying to challenge for that here in this lobby for the moment. And you know what? FaZe is happy that they're dropping at this particular angle against where Na'Vi is. What do you think about that?
I mean, even if they weren't dropping here, I think they'd still be very considerate of going in the direction of the Na'Vi vehicles, knowing as to what happened last time. But yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if we saw any proper fights on the Wrangle. And well, last week we said that we kind of hoped for Yasnaya ending. It had been a little while. This one might just give us that.
Oh yeah, I was hoping for it. I remember now. I like my Yasnaya finishes because I like Yasnaya in general, because I think it's a bit crazy, man.
Are we talking from an architect perspective, or where are we going with this?
Yeah, I think the fusion of the architecture in general, you know, kind of influences from the 1920s and the 1940s. No, I have a clue. It's just it's a big city. I like fights in it. I'm not a big fan of the apartments up in the top right when I'm down to that, because it just kind of stalemates for a little while. But yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
cool.
It sure is. And right now, Wu are the ones to claim it. Uncontested, we've seen plenty of times that two teams can loot. I think we've even one point seen up to 4 teams actually loot Yasnaya, and all of them get out of there without having to fight one another. So definitely shareable, but for now, Wu will get to loot it all on their own. And then we have Sabim. It's so interesting to me how we, for the longest time, have had these established orcs kind of get to claim Pachinki and Picado forever, it feels like. And then as they depart, other teams come and say, oh, now it's ours. So we always go back to the Pachinki and Picado looting teams as the ones that are the most like consistent. And now it's a team that we know about, but maybe some don't.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's well. We bring this back for our region, back to the disbanding of Team Liquid, right? Because that's the major power shift about what was going on there for the longest time. And now with them gone, kind of left not a power vacuum, but a positional power vacuum, where everybody's already established in their own kind of spots, their own kind of places, you know? Like, why would you really want to change to it when if it doesn't provide that much advantage? But Ruin's going to look for advantages here, smoking off every single angle to try and buy some time for reinforcements to come.
And he has a DPS. How did you not state that already, James? Your favorite gun in the game, and while it's done some tippy-toe damage, not a whole lot more has come off of it. 9 HP, he's trying to boost his way up. Does have 1 first aid to work with, but he needs the cavalry, and good thing for him, here comes the rest of Howl.
Do you know what confused me? The scope on the DBS. It didn't look as normal to me. That's what confused me, but there you go. The DBS in action. Let's do it. Let's do some damage. Here, Code Marco being flashed. Now they realize maybe they might be the ones trapped here for a second. The rest of the reinforcements from Howl on the way. This is going to get close here. This can get a bit close.
A very, very entangled engagement here, as we have all of them sort of intertwined with one another. Ruin does have a chance to jump off, get to safety, and I like the way that Howl has actually positioned themselves here, because they have set up in a way that they don't have to engage on this. Their cars are parked on the backside. They can jump off, maybe get out to them, because with how much they're shooting and how early on in the game it is, it's very inviting, I would say, for other teams to come and do a little peekaboo.
With the ka-chong, but unfortunately, not much done with it just yet. Both teams would love to have Alamo here. I mean, it's going to take a little while for the stalemate to work on out. Neither team working with a huge amount of gear. Bit scrappy here and there. You're seeing level 1 helmets. You're seeing more shotguns. Well, I mean, shotguns aren't exactly scrappy. They're kind of useful sometimes in this situation, but some shots coming in here and there. Howl holds the cards, I feel, in terms of how quickly this can go down because of how they're positioned around this building.
Yeah.
Ruin got off.
Well, Na'Vi are slowly creeping in this direction. Face making their way up here as well. Wu has ears on. So plenty of teams here with a chance to engage. And now, speaking of engaging, there is Afteralt, there is Exalt, and Deneman is going to find the first.
A good start, but how much more can they get with it? Fate kind of stuck up here at the moment. Goes for the shotgun to try and hold the stairs. Or is he actually gonna try for this res? No, he's gonna go for the play. Oh, but Aenan is there, ready and waiting. That's a full cleanup here against the Exalt boys in this building.
One down, second one should get flushed any second now. And that's once again the Exalt in trouble. They've had early game casualties a few times already this game, or this day of games. And this is no different. And Howl actually gets to wrap around. I love to see this. As much as we've seen Howl do these chaotic things and come out victorious, currently 3 games in, there are 2 points. They've got nothing going their way. And here they say, you know what? Yes, we could take a YOLO fight against DA, who they don't know that it is, because no knocks had come through. But we could also just be smart. We push up on the backside. We allow you to jump across the roofs to get to us. We just dip. We get out of there before it gets too chaotic. Because even if we win, the likes of Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, FaZe, Wu, Exalt, all these teams around us are just going to third party and kill us. So let's play it smart.
Especially when there's no assurances that is a great compound for this circle, right? It's phase 1. Who knows where this circle's going to go? Why are we battling over a compound that may or may not be in circles later on? So, yeah, I think it's smart play, mature play. As always, I love to see those kind of moves, considering you don't have to fight every fight in PUBG, unless you're scuppered, and then maybe you do. But
the good thing is that I feel like it took Howl a while to learn that. And seeing them now actively disengage in these situations where, sure, they don't have the upper hand, but it was a fight they could have very well, or very likely, come out victorious in. I like the fact that they opt to not take the fight.
So do I. It does show some patience. Perfectix here going to be shooting at everything that's driving on past. The AUG is great.
Yep, that's the sales pitch that it needed. Sure is. We'll see if Voldemort gets crawled to safety. Thunderloss is there ready for the rest, but they can't commit to it when it's still out there in the open. And now Twisted Minds, while they were looking to maybe third-party a fight towards the east, they now have to come back and fortify towards the west.
And they threw on the angle. Ooh, Lou. Very quick reaction times to just duck out of there when Medibay had the Pika's advantage. After a few shots, tried to wildly spray at the window, but will not connect. Yepper is still in this fight, though. Here's Twisted Minds, slowly moving through these buildings. These windows are actually kind of important. Yeah, you can see from window to window through these buildings, even though there's a little gap. So, very important to try and kind of hold those. Medibay, great shot on Perfectix, but he will be hit by a Spiro with a nade.
Yep, knocks on both sides. Usually that's the indicator for third-party teams to want to try and engage on it, but so far no one's eating the bait. The Medibay coming into the rest. They can't really get to Perfectix right now, but Lewis going full aggro on this.
Yeah, actually, it's a smart play here. They might not be expecting this angle, and it's a perfect play! Odin goes down. Now they realize he's up there, so Thendalos will actually take him down for the moment. But again, it kind of opens up the opportunity here for Twisted Minds to be a little bit aggressive. Batulins hits on Thendalos. Voldemort's the only one left up.
All alone on the backside of this, but now I was just gonna say Exhalation is the team that could potentially engage on this if they want to, and it seems to me like they've opted to do that at least for now from a bit of a distance, not fully committing to it. And you have Sabum on the like Volcano Hill as well. They could potentially wrap on over here too. There sure is enough chaos unfolding that a third-party team would be invited.
Yes, good shots by Daboom. Sometimes as Twisted Minds there, you're expecting that foliage cover to help you out against the angle that Exhalation had, but just between the leaves was Daboom able to hit that shot on Batulins. And now Medibay slowly poking forward. Both players know they're here, and it will be Perfectix that's getting the better end of that one.
Had he waited just a split second longer, Medibay would have had Perfectix perfectly flashed, but peaked a bit too soon. A bit of miscommunication on the timing of that engagement there. That's going to be Yepper down to 2 alive.
Kudos to both teams here. A right scrap trying to get people up and good to go into this fight. But yeah, unfortunately for them, with Twisted Minds still 3 up here. Yeah, but I don't know how well this is going to work. I'm wondering if another player from Twisted Minds tries to make the vault over. Push that angle once again. Blue did it once. It could open things up later on, but they're being patient about it at the moment.
And to make this fight feel even more brutal, even more worthless, the circle has just hard shifted up towards the northwest, which should at least mean that we're going to be miles away from this compound by the end of this game. So both of you, get out of there, see if you can claim better territory, because this ain't worth fighting for no more.
No, definitely not. I mean, this shows why the Howl move was so important as well against DA, because why would you want to be fighting over that kind of compound? That you can see DA on the move in the distance. As Voldemort's pushing up against this, there are flashes being charged here for Spiro. Does hit, does actually catch him. He lies down, but it's perfect moves here by Twisted Minds to clean it up. And actually ducks into the bathroom, realizing that the shots are going to come through. That's Twisted Minds here on the 4-for-1 trade.
Not victorious at the loss of Batulins, but they get the 4. We'll see now if they can make some of it. They aren't a team that's shying away from playing Edge, so the fact that they now got kind of leaped by everyone else isn't necessarily a worst case scenario for them. They really have all 4 alive.
A moment there where Example wanted to shoot at everything, but was not able to finish off Hearth here on the move through. And for the most part, I mean, this is one of those circles where there is a lot of open terrain. DA is pitching up to try and start their campaign from here.
I feel like with how much everyone is just fully committed to rotate northwest due to the fact that obviously in phase 4 we're shifting away from the water, I feel like we should just hard shift back towards Chesnaya. Like, just go straight southeast now. And then Exile will be like, yeah, why did you guys... Why were you leaving? Why were you in such a hurry? We were just sat here raiding the southern side of Yasnaya. And look what happened.
I would like to see that as well for the chaos factor here. As Aduzi's able to hit Keanu, he goes down. I liked DA's car positioning, considering the dip that they're trying to take, trying to protect as many wheels as possible. Oh my, question mark is ripping the Woo apart.
Yeah, they tried to make their way up, but once again, it's a... I don't want to say Woo is too slow, because they were the ones in and around this area. They were the ones that were, I feel like, supposed to be ready for fights to come their way, but in this case, just not ready for it. Now they have to back off.
Rough stuff. Rough stuff indeed. Nixie and Ibi are all in Yaz. And Sarvam is slowly encroaching up on their west side here, alongside Yasnaya Pond. But FaZe, Jeems for the most part was looking towards question mark and looking to see if he could get a few shots here and there, but there's not too much urgency about what they want to do. They're just
I think
chilling.
everyone right now is just waiting for the next circle, because we have the circle, the lake in the very, I mean, not very center, but close enough. The next circle should most definitely guarantee us where we're seeing phase 4. So much can be foretold with this next circle shift that I think it only makes sense for them to stick around, wait this circle out and see what's going to happen. I think Exalt now is going to do the same thing, jump around as the plane comes in, and then potentially just fly straight back down to Yasnaya if need be. We'll see now, though, where this next one takes us.
Smart way to try and transition. Okay, so it's likely going to be heading towards the north here from this. So where does Exalt choose to go? Because they know, guaranteed, that no lean's going to be taken. Don't know about going there.
Yeah, I feel like you look at a shack and you go, oh, there's no car in that shack? Yeah, that's ours.
Seems that's the play, yeah. It might be shot at, though. There's a lot of teams in vicinity, and actually the entire lobby starts opening up on them. Will they be able to land in time? Oh, very close to death, but actually gets down.
So far, so good, as now we see Na'Vi kind of trying to send it through the blockade of DA players, and so far, not successful, as Alia is taken down.
Trying their best here to send on through to a position, but again, you know, with how open this area is, we've talked about it so many times, it is difficult to find yourself a bit of a foothold in it, unless you've already got Junkyard, unless you've already got the little shack that Artix has found himself in, the dip that DA kind of has to a degree. Howl is alongside Yaz Pond. He's gone. Nice by Melman. Good cleanup.
Very impressive place for sure, as they now get the wipe on them, a little more space to maneuver for the remaining Na'Vi players. In the meantime, you'd have to imagine, I mean, yeah, they have to be aware that Sarvam's just over the hill. See EB from down below. Initially, he was kind of looking over the shoulder of Nixie, but now I would imagine him having to come out and help out closer. Now he's been seen, so won't really be a surprise element in that push-up any longer.
CCNX still looking towards Yaz. Gonna have to be slow about the potential push coming along. You can see he's just looking for even just a pixel of global army to show. He's quite aware that there is a threat lurking.
Yeah. Nixie needs a double, and he needs at least the first kill coming through pretty much instantly. Is he using EB as bait now, potentially? Someone peeks forward, goes for a shot, allowing for Nixie to find one quickly. Could be a strategy, as he's just kind of going up, doing a 180 and going back down towards the city. I think that was the idea. Bait the attention of Sarvam, force them to peek a bit too far forward, and then have Nixie spring up and maybe find the double. But wasn't to be. Sarvam doesn't jump on the bait.
Yeah, it's a nice theory. It's a nice game plan, but unless people really lean into it, it's not easy. Nail, there's a little bit of leaning around the rock to try and find a doozy, but not showing too much. In fact, you know what? A tire will do. We'll take the tire. Yeah.
I mean, you never know. That tire might be the deciding factor in whether or not their next rotation comes to fruition or not, as we see what should be a northern circle. Let's see, 3, 2, 1. Yup, there we go. Actually, a little further east than I thought it was going to go, but still, mountains are still in play, which means that all that is open land, pretty much around the compound that Monarch is currently possession of, is practically unplayable.
It did very well eliminating that water, didn't it? Oh,
it sure did. It sure
just
did.
On the lip, you know. It's very, very nice. So, How are Twisted Minds, Exhalation, DA, Foot gonna respond here on this west side? They have quite the mountain to climb, figuratively and literally sometimes, to try and move through here. Wide wraps might become a thing here for them on the west side, but then they'd be going into the clutches of eventually an ascend. And Twisted Minds already knows that there's the barrier team of Howl in a position where they might want to push up against Yaz Pond, so needing a knock at least, but then Exhalation would shoot at them. It's rough. Ooh, P90.
So dangerous. Up close, but also at a distance, and near T-Bone makes perfect use of it. Able to sweep over the top, take up Metralius instantly, and that's going to leave DA wounded, because that was the one position they couldn't really defend against, or had to keep their eyes on, but there's just so many angles they have to worry about, and look at that, once again. P90 being perfect use.
Scary gun, very scary. Code Marco running away with his tail between his legs, the entirety of Monarch shooting at him there for the moment, and he actually does manage to somehow get through and start healing on up. But Ascend will know where he's perched up in terms of noise. So
You'd have to imagine.
They might shut him down quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to go full aggro on it, because they know there's going to be more people coming their way. So,
yeah.
Well, might allow for the one count to come through. As I say, that happened. Marco does go down, and now finally the peaks come over. As Nick C able to find the first, and this is exactly how they wanted to go about it. Find the one in the middle, split them up, and now 2v2 winnable for Wu.
We weren't able to hit eye zoom on the pass. Wasn't zooming enough as he goes down. Actually gets stolen away by Scav here as well. The fact that they have that compound is so strong. Being able to shoot at all the Exhalation players moving on past here. Hobbit manages to find a spot for a second and then instantly die. Sorry, mate.
Yeah. Got a whole lot more you can do there, and here comes the push in from behind. Twisted Minds wide wrap around the southern side. They were set on the west side. They realized there's simply nothing to play out there, but how about those mountains out towards the east? We'll take our fight in that direction rather than going the other way. They have lost one earlier. That's Batulin's then game leader now. The rotation comes forward, but they're going straight into the open arms of Faceline.
I mean, considering that they watched other teams try and bomb it through the west side and couldn't make a dent and just die, I don't mind going for plan B here. I think this is really cool to see them try and make it work.
Definitely. There is also still the kind of the rich line play, as you said. The circle's just exactly including those rocks down on the southern side, and if they can dodge the attention of Face just to get inside the circle, wait this one out, and then, well, okay, eventually have to go to the mountain anyway. They could be fine, but no, I don't think they will be.
Yeah, it might be difficult here. Howler's going to take a big fight here with Foot to try and dislodge them. That's going to be important for, well, firstly, any team that wants to actually rotate here and somehow try and evade Monarch. How many P90s are there active here? What's going on?
A lot. Quite a few.
Yeah, T-Bone and Perfectix here with the big gun.
Yep. Big use of it too. Skillikai now finds one beamy, trying to dodge, and we've going, guys, I threw a smoke here, you're not supposed to be able to hit me, but Scav goes, nah, I don't care about that, I'll find you anyway.
Hunting them down, sniffing them out here. They've got Misa the Bloodhound on the go, and they're able to sniff them out. Scav's able to get some swings. Just whatever.
And headshots him too. They're just doing him dirty. Nothing you can do to stay afloat here. Is Howl, again, applying more pressure, fending them off. Defense is being put to good use here as they're staying alive.
But how long will it last? Now they have to make the move. Does Howl? They're actually going to get in their cars and try and run away. T-Bone on foot is trying to find and shoot at them wherever he can. But you see, he hears the vehicle, goes for the shots. The stability of this gun is terrifying.
Yeah, it's pretty much a hit scan gun. You just point where you want it to go and boom.
Oh my.
Little to no bullet drop and Howl dismantled.
I'm going to try and help out T-Bone here. Just give him as many meds as possible and try and go for the heal and move, but it is going to be slow for them. 8C down. Gave him all of his heals. T-Bone's going to try and heal this out. Knowing that Monarch still sits in that compound, knowing that they'll probably still have guns trading on this direction. Heal as long as possible to try and get a few bomb placement points if other fights go down.
Yeah, can tank one bullet, maybe two, or else that's going to be him just kind of GGing out of it. But, of course, Monarch not getting the final kill confirmed onto foot also means that they're aware there's going to be one more snake making their way in from behind.
FaZe now having to deal with Question Mark, who are on the high ground above them. A lot of smokes landing to stem the tide of the aggression that's going to be coming from Question Mark. Misa finally finds T-Bone. Foot's gone in 8th. They were doing quite a bit of work down there. as Lou is going to be falling as well. It's up to Spiro here to try and stay alive or try and steal whatever he can. He actually already knocks Gustav. That's perfect here for Question Mark.
Yeah, trying to rag up a little extra here. All the help is needed for Question Mark. They want to get this done with fast. They have Entropic up the hillside who could push down in their direction. And right now they need to deal with him. And Ducey is doing just that. Corrects effects both down. As James is now sat alone, trying to pull his way up this hill, but it's looking practically impossible at this point.
Very nice by Question Mark to hold this out. At the same time, though, Twisted Minds, 7 kills this game. They might not be getting many more placement points with only Spiro alive, but 7 kills off of what they already have is a big victory here. And now, Monarch is pushing out to the east side here to try and take this fight themselves.
Well, we doubted the after-all YOLO rotation earlier, and given this circle, it might just have worked out for them.
True.
We'll see how much they can make of it, as they do still have teams battling on both their sides and ascend up towards the north against Entropic. You'd imagine that fight is going to happen soon. And then Question Mark trying to clear out the remaining players in the south.
I think Question Mark's saying, how are you still alive, Spiro, here? How are you still alive, James? As they're healing up, trying to keep themselves alive, or at least James is in the blue. Entropic has been absolutely bamboozled by Chris there. He slowly snuck up to that. Going to be priming a nade to try and get that across the way. FaZe out in 7th.
Entropic seems incredibly caught by surprise by the fact that there were players west of them. I know that Ascent hadn't shot a whole lot earlier, but the fact that no one was looking in that direction and Chris was just allowed to, I mean, as you can see here, pretty open run up that hillside. That to me is a bit of a mistake on the side of Entropic, but they will see if they can somehow recover as 2 players knocked down below.
Especially with quite the split in terms of like trying to gather information, trying to hold off different angles wherever they may be. Let's finish his nail up. As I said, the 2 down at the bottom. Kiliakai doing work for Toby's fantasy team, if I recall correctly.
It's my one shot, my one dream. Just give me 100 points, Kiliakai will be good.
Well, they're doing all right so far in 2nd place. Quite lagging behind Twisted Minds, but that's no folly of their own. I mean, Twisted Minds is looking excellent. And Monarch now pushing up against the after alt position, who, as you said, the send through was great. To be able to get themselves this wizard tower has paid off.
What can they do with it now that they have it? It's you can only really see downhill. Look up, you're gonna be like your feet are gonna be visible from up high before you're seeing anyone. With nades now coming in as well. After all, while they might have gotten 2 kills in top 5 guaranteed, not sure what more they can gain from this position.
This smells like the inevitable question mark win at the moment. I mean, when it comes to these tournaments and how things go down, if they don't get one on the board at least, then I'd be having some confusion about me. Question mark moving on up. Mexi is able to hit a doozy from distance here up at the top as well. That's actually going to put a bit of a nail in Question Mark's campaign for the moment. Can they get a doozy back up? I think they might try and move up there. It's difficult though. It's kind of open against Mexi's angle.
Tropic 0 kills. Again, they played it quiet in from the top. Mexi's going to fall to this one as well. As now Ivers. Well, he's dead center circle, so could potentially rag up more points. We'll see as fights have to happen. Not sure how much cover he has proning down there between the rocks.
Yeah, they're very separated. Very indeed. Question mark now. I feel like I cursed them with a doozy going down just after going on that little tirade about the obligatory question mark win, but we'll see how it goes here, as their big threat that they need to deal with is Monarch here on the west side. They're slowly pushing up these rocks, but Monarch's very open to ascend to some question mark angles, and eventually, after all, it's going to try and deal with them as well. So
yeah,
everybody's looking at Monarch right now.
Yeah, and as you say that, they're the ones who don't have to make a move. I feel like right now it's question mark and after all, oh sorry, not question mark and Ascent who are looking towards one another to go, how can we get down into this next circle without you guys shooting at us? Because your best luck now, well, he has a tree for cover, but the next 30-meter run is going to be completely open to Ascent.
Yeah, they're not happy about that. How are they going to make this wrap occur? I think they'll try and slowly move around the edges so that they stay out the line of sights of the wizard tower and then maybe bring that fight, but we'll see how it goes. I think he sees Ivers. Yeah, he does. In the distance here. Able to shut him down. That's extra placement points for sure as well, to be able to get racked up. As Chris does see question mark in the distance with the MK12.
I do feel like this could have been much bigger than a 3-point game for Entropic.
Yeah. You're right.
Considering the position they had, I mean, they were up there alongside Ascent, and I felt like the only real threat to them from that position was Ascent. And they just, it might just have been the 1 second that they weren't looking, that they peeked on over, but that, if that's the case, it's just incredibly unlucky.
And unlucky for Ascend at the moment, because Question Mark's got the knock that has allowed them to start being a bit more aggressive on this angle. Which is a good time to do it. Kiliakai is trying to get the res off. Brexco moved into the middle. But Smokes are going down to try and cover that angle whilst they deal with the 2 that are caught outside the circle.
Great prioritization here from Question Mark as well, to know to deal with Ascent before taking the fight down the hillside. Now let's see. As Daneman somehow, on the top of a bicycle, is able to... He sat on the bike. My wheel's on fire! But he's alright. He's not too worried, because that's what bikes do. They're immune to fire.
They are. That's the kind of the counter table. You know, it goes around in a circle. Fire is strong against fire. Something else like trees, for example. Trees are strong against bikes. Bikes strong against fire.
Yep. Yeah. And, as the push comes on forward, Question Mark didn't get all they wanted. They did manage to take down Chris, but Brax and Kiliakai stay alive. Nice recovery there from Kiliakai to be able to buy enough time. And now, actually, with Nox coming through on the other side, able to run further forward. 800 damage for Kiliakai already in this game.
I'm pumping at the moment here. Monarch, though, I don't know. It feels like, yeah, okay, they might have these positions, but I'm not sure how much they're doing with it. The push up against After All is good to be able to try and dislodge them and get a few more points on the board. But I mean, it was kind of blow for blow for them. Still moving up against it.
I mean, Ascent right now is in a perfect position to just wait this one out. They don't have to take part in any of this fight in and around the Wizard Tower. And Question Mark are the ones who have to decide, do we want to take the fight against Ascent up here? We know we've wounded them. They should also know that they're down to 2 if they kept track of the kill feed. So I would favor this fight up here, but they have to be fast about it, or else there's a chance that they get pushed on from behind.
Still a push on, and a dislodge move coming in from Question Mark. They realize that they want to hold them dead to rights on this angle. A flash, a blind. They're gonna, as you say, they're playing it slow.
Maybe Slug again has to respect the fact that there's 4 players sat right below them that could push up. And I won't say at any given moment, but definitely could try and make an aggressive play forward. Kiliakai lobs a pan forward. Phil first picks it up as you throw it back, or did you say thanks for the cover? I think you might say thanks for the cover, as Kiliakai is continuing to try and suppress, but seems like regardless of how many bullets he's firing, Question Mark has made up their mind. They want this fight.
Here we go. Big shots in from Scav here against Kiliakai as well. That might wound them enough for Question Mark to start pushing up on this. And yes, indeed, they're jumping at the opportunity here. Brexco's going to try and bail, try and get to another Rock's cover here if he can. Finish off a steal from that. Vascu takes out Brexco as he was trying to move on around from Monarch. It's on them on the low ground and Question Mark on the high.
Honestly, I think that was Kiliakai trying to give the point to Monarch or After All instead of Question Mark, because they know who they're currently battling with in the top of the leaderboard. And again, top 2 spots. We've seen it time and time again go down to just 1 point. The fact that he got knocked from down below and then crawled out in that same open area, he wanted to give that point away to a team that Ascent might not think is a threat for a top 2 spot.
As big a threat. Might be the case. Might be the case. Question Mark here is looking for trying to negate the threats, but a big spray coming in from Vascu. He's holding a perfect angle against this. As Dante goes down, likewise so does Phil first. It's all on Bestalosh. What gun does he have today? It's the Groza. What's he going to be able to do with it? It's a good gun, but goes for the spray. It's not going to be enough. Monarch with the win. It's 12 kills going their way after holding down No Lean. It was a perfect opportunity for them to get a win, and they convert.
Huge points for them to rag up. Again, as you said, the No Lean compound, the compound just on the northwestern side of ESI, ain't too hard to maintain control of, but it's the push out of there. It's being able to get up on the hillside, running through the open, and they timed it to perfection.
Yes, they did. Very, very well done. Patient about it as well. I was concerned sometimes about their patience on the south side of these cliffs, these rocks, how well it was going to work out, but they know it better than me, man. That was a strong hold from them. The fact that they were able to dislodge after all, the way they did, was instrumental in them being able to continue holding against the teams on the high ground. You saw the sprays against Question Mark at the end from that Wizard Tower. Very important.
little bit of early game chaos here again, as we weren't going to go anywhere different than what we have in the other matches today. And once again, it's Yepa who is kind of in the mix of, or the midst of all this early game shenaniganry, as they took it to Twisted Minds. And then in the end, of course, as teams kind of brought their way through the open, it was just, this area of the wrangle is so difficult to maneuver without vehicles, without cover.
Yeah, properly rough in the scene here as well. Yeah, I mean, we saw the end of Entropic here, or kind of the death throes of Entropic here in these moments, and I have to agree with you. I felt like there was a better opportunity for them to do something with it, but I mean, I guess that swings and roundabouts. I guess, you know, in the previous games they were able to do a lot, but in this one, not so much.
Welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers disc. What a fantastic game, what a great cast, guys. And again, as you said here, Monarch being able to hold on to the compound, stay 4 guys strong, Toby, here, and also push out of the compound and actually stay 4 guys strong throughout that is obviously the game-winning condition for them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they waited for the right moment to get to leave the compound. They knew there was going to be a lot of players kind of coming in from behind, but until they had dealt with Foot and Howl down on that side of the circle, they knew that they couldn't make a play. So as much as there were probably earlier times that could have been better, they know if we go up that hillside with people being able to shoot us from behind, we won't make it. So they waited out, they sat on the edge of blue, and then played in the end of it.
And James here, another great game for Christian Mark. Here, of course, 9 kills for them and another good placement point. Twisted Minds, in a sense, still got some kills and placement points for themselves, but still, this is huge games for them here.
Yeah, I mean, had the circle gone a little differently, maybe they convert and actually get themselves a full win off of this. But, I mean, considering how they had to try and somehow make it down that hillside, how are you supposed to do that? There's no way to do that against the bullets that are trained on you from the likes of Vascu and Monarch here. So, for them, it's not a win, but it's enough points to consider this game a win, considering the circle.
Yeah, and with Ascent moving out, obviously they had the northern side there for some time. They knew they were just going to move away from water there, Toby, here in this case. But Entropic played a little bit of a kind of slowdown on them. I feel like if they had a little bit more time or control, it could have ended up better for them.
I just don't think they gave Ascent the respect that they needed to do. I mean, they were very focused on what was happening down towards the south, but they were like, nah, Ascent won't push out in the open. Chris would never go for a ballsy solo play to get a double kill, would he? Well, I mean, it's Chris, and he does things like that.
Yeah, unfortunate for Entropic. It's still looking good for them. They're still in the top 4 here, but that was a game it could have been 10 points for them in this case here. Of course, Monarch here being able to get the 12th and the win here, James, that's going to be huge for them, but we need to see them continue to performance. Otherwise, you know, it's not going to be a top 2 for them if they don't have big games like this all the time.
Yeah, it's especially in these lobbies when it's 18 games, it's okay, cool that you get yourself this win off of that compound, off of that push up to the cliffside and stuff like that. You're sort of expected to do okay in those games. It's what you do in the games where adversity hits you that's really going to test if you can stay in the top 5 against the rest of these teams. And whether Monarch can right now, I don't know. I think a lot of us probably don't know if they can or not, but no, time will tell.
Yeah, and another case here for Foot, for example, Toby, where, you know, the sooner you realize that you're not going to be able to get into the circle, let's just focus everything that you can on getting the kills. They did quite early on, and they're able to get 6 kills off it in a game that for other teams would have been, you know, 1 or 2 points or kills only because they just, you know, did not get enough circles.
Exactly, and in a, 18 match series, that's what you need to be able to convert. You cannot go out and have these 0-1 point games, especially not when you're, as Foot is aiming for a top 2, top 3, top 4, depending on which teams finish up in the top. But effectively, a top 2 position, you need a lot of points or to maximize points with every game. And only getting 6 here, as you said, it's probably more than a whole lot of other teams would have got.
Yeah, and James here, of course, FaZe tried to push up to Question Mark, but Question Mark completely shut that down with the high ground advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the big circle shifts for them really didn't help them, right? But and then when it comes to trying to make that fight occur, yes, you can throw down all the smokes you want in the world, but if Question Mark's looking at you at a great angle, if Twisted Minds somehow, some way still has 1 or 2 alive and is putting in little cheeky shots at you from the west, I don't know how you're supposed to do that as FaZe. So they've done great so far throughout the day, but this game was not theirs.
And Toby, of course, after all here, being able to, you know, get it into the center and sit there in that Harry Potter tower quite evenly.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot more to it than that you just said. It's they got in, they got blasted, and as other teams made their way closer. I like the idea of adding a little bit of extra usable cover where there was none, bringing the bike upstairs to prevent the molly damage from going through. Of course, these pro players will find a lot of interesting ways to mitigate damage and make games in their favor. So I think now everyone's going to be bringing bicycles into Wizard Towers.
Yeah, maybe. Of course, yeah, Monarch with 22 total points here, James, and question mark. Another great game, 15 there. We ascended 11. And as you guys were talking about, this, like, the fight for the top, it's super important. And I think throughout the whole day and the rest of the day and the whole weekend, we're going to see more, you know, strategically giving up your, you know, flush to other teams that you're not directly competing with.
Yeah, I mean, Toby brought up a great point during that and how it actually plays out, but looking at the overall tops here, I am wondering whether or not we're back in the reign of Twisted Minds, because bear in mind, they're at 56 points. They haven't got a win yet. Like, there's been no victory. There's been second places with a boatload of kills, but can you imagine what happens if they actually do convert on a win? They would be miles ahead.
Just like we saw, you know, they got 1 win and 3 second places on the Alpha Bracket in day 2. Like, it's crazy to see. So if this is the new day 1 Twisted Minds, I don't mind. Bring that to PGS 2 all the way to make sure we, in Europe here, get another PGS spot for this. But again, as it looks right now, Twisted Minds, with the performance, Toby, it would mean that it would be 2nd and 3rd place that would be fighting for those PGS spots.
Yeah, and as it stands right now, it's pretty damn close at that too. So curious to see if the race is going to be between Ascent and question mark all the way through. I doubt it. Again, as I said earlier, there's definitely going to be other teams that are currently a bit further down the list that will have impressive performances. But looking at Howl and how they were our PEC Spring winners, the team that we sent through to PGS 1, currently at 4 points, 4 games in, that is just not good.
Yeah, at the bottom here, James, you know, Na'Vi in 10 points, Howl in the bottom here. It's not looking great for these teams that need. Howl might not need it as much as Na'Vi does here in terms of PTC points, but yeah, it's looking rough after 4 games.
I can't even remember how Na'Vi went out in this game. I was like really keeping track from game to game.
On the west side.
West side.
Rotating in, dying.
Oh, yes, I remember, over kind of east of Junkyard. And I mean, what do you do, right? Like, when these circles are shifting away from them and they're trying to make these big sends, it's really not working out.
All right, guys, that is 4 games done here for the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. We got 2 more wrangles coming up after this short break, so stay tuned.
What? Let's just... Yeah. You gotta have to match the speed up. Just in front of Aces, there's an opportunity here for them to get some cleanup.
With the vehicle being enforced to focus up high, but I assume on the wraparound finds one.
Both team's gonna go blow for blow here. This is gonna benefit after all. They're gonna jump on this in the chaos. Glimmer's coming up. Do they know Jackass is there? They have to. They must, right? But like, they're peeking to the other ridge, which is a little bit scary. He does get up though. Nixie actually with a double nade on towards them. They're making them.
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special Arcade Medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
And welcome back. It's the desk here at the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. Here, of course, I'm joined by Toby and by Kylaris. As guys, we have covered 4 amazing games and we've got 2 more to go. And obviously, it's been a Twisted Minds kind of day here, James.
Definitely has, yeah. Unless you're kind of, you know, like the floor is lava and you're balancing on a bike to try and avoid it and stuff like that. It's all about Twisted Minds at the moment. And what points they've been able to rack up. Double second place, 17 kills in one, 11 kills in the other. And even in this game, where they're kind of salvaging things, what, it was like 7 or 8 kills? So
still 7 kills, yeah. It's been looking really good for them. And obviously, again, as we've been talking about throughout the day so far, if they're able to hold on to that, that means that it's going to be 2nd and 3rd place. And in our upper bracket, Toby, it was extremely close for our top teams here. And obviously, as probably it's just going to be used to being, it's probably going to come down to the few last games here, but you have to be consistent from the very go. Otherwise, you're not going to be in the running of those, you know, 2, 3, 4 teams that's going to be in the contention.
Yeah, we see a good example of that, I feel like, in this game from the likes of both Foot and Twisted Minds. As we said in the show coming into the break just now, I mean, being able to rack up a lot of extra points, even when you're back against the wall, when your in-game leader is scrolling through the playbook, unable to find anything that kind of accounts for the situation you're in. The fact that you're still able to go out and get another 3, maybe 4 points on the board, so it's not a big fat 0 coming into the next game, also means that I think from a mental perspective, we moved up on the leaderboard. We kept going while other teams might have gotten nothing. A 4-point finish is, I mean, what, 6th, 7th place on the leaderboards of that game anyway? So there's so many teams that get 0-1 point. I mean, it's not a bad day.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, you know, moving into this, we have these teams that are, of course, coming from only lower bracket James here, and they have to show up. And now Monarch, they have to stay consistent to be one of those teams that could end up in the top.
Yeah, I mean, them and Savum, like, the fact that they've been able to kind of burrow into that top 8 the way that they have is decent stuff. Again, both have kind of come off the fact that strong compounds have been utilized,
right.
And when it comes to testing yourself and your metal against some of these top teams, it's going to require more than that to be able to get top 1 or podium finishes here for the tournament. So we need to see them have some rougher times and then prevail in those rougher times.
Right, exactly. And Toby, as you said here, like, you can have maybe 2 or 3 bad games.
Yeah, that's about it. And honestly, probably don't even want that if you're aiming for top 2, especially not with how the likes of Twisted Minds are playing right now.
All right, guys, we have 2 more games to go here at the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. And of course, 2 more of the beautiful wrangles. So make sure that you figure out who's going to be the winner. And also, of course, make sure you check out your fantasy team, because right now, guys, it's looking pretty good for me. How about yours, James?
Oh, okay, let me take a look here. But anyway, let's get ready. It's the penultimate game. I beat Martin to the penultimate game, maybe, at least, as I refresh my team and see how it's going. He's still 50 points ahead of me. Toby!
I'm catching up to you, James. I'm glad.
Oh, you're not? Oh, God, maybe you
Yes,
are a little
I am.
bit.
I am. I was like 100 points behind you when we started the day. So.
Well, let's bear in mind that my fantasy team was made in 30 seconds. But anyway, it's...
Aren't they always, James? Aren't they always?
No. Actually, maybe, sometimes. Southern Plain Path here for all of these teams to get to grips with, as we have now the plane moving on. For a question mark, they get themselves the Primorsk access, which is always nice.
Yeah, I'm not going to be complaining about that. That is their favorite spot. One of few teams, I feel like, who actually select to go there. It's not just, well, it was the last free spot on the map, so I suppose that's where we'll go. They do like their Primorsk looting, and kudos to them. I guess it gives them an easy access to military when that's of the essence, and now it might be of the essence with this Southern Plain Path.
Maybe. Where are we going? Probably military. That's where we're probably going. We've had so many.
This one is ending chopsticks because we've been there so many times in this final already.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, all the drops going down here as we have the Woo very close to some of the members of After All, which could come back to bite them here. Ainen is very south at the moment, nowhere near the rest of them. So, or is that a bug? Because
no, he is. He's moving around. I think he might be going for a boat, and that's. Ooh, I like this. Ooh. Military, expectedly, but also the bigger than what happened chance that it could actually swing north. Okay, James,
is a chance.
James, quiz time alongside Chat and James. How many teams, once phase 2 pops, are not on Military Island?
Not on Military Island. Okay.
Chat, you can engage in this as well.
Yeah, we can chat back. I'm gonna go with 5 will be on North.
Okay.
Out of 6. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. 5.
Are you willing to go as far as to name them?
No.
Fair.
No.
Okay. I'll say 4.
Well, you're sort of price is righting me, which is, I mean, it's kind of fair because we're in the same ballpark, and it's unlikely there's going to be that
it's
many.
It's just acknowledging that you're almost as smart as me, James. That's a whole other thing.
Almost. Yeah, all right. Okay. Well, I suspect that if there are going to be some of those teams that are going to stay up there, it's likely to be those northern kind of teams, right? Like, maybe, after all, unless they use Ainen's boat that he's actually found to maybe move on around to Novo or south of Novo. Foot could be one that comes in because they usually come in quite late. So they could be coming in and sitting around on the north land for a while. We'll see.
We will see, indeed. And also, I mean, with how far southern the plane was, it's only now that we were making their way to Yasnaya. It's only now that Foot have gone all the way up to George Paul. So the really far northern looting teams that we sometimes have in these military circles, they aren't really here to the same extent that they have been in the past. But the one thing we do know is that FaZe do like to rotate early on these sort of circles, and this time it's no different. And also, I would be very surprised if Ascent did not play Observatory, because they do tend to get triple trillion kill games from there.
Yeah, I was watching on the minimap as Chris's car decide to swing around that corner. They go up into it. And it's like, okay, all right then. I mean, you know, why not exploit it when you've got the opportunity?
Yes. Exactly.
The question is if we do go north, then happy days. I'd like to watch the chaos unfold.
Yeah. I wouldn't be opposed to a northern shift in this one. See Na'Vi, all of them hop on a boat, sail their way towards the south. Owl now making their way into Milta as well. That's question mark. They're getting, I don't want to say pulled up on by, because I don't think Scav was expecting there to be anyone here. But now that he sees that the hard spawn isn't taken, he's like, wait a minute, guys. If I sit here for a little while longer, half of Twitch chat will get -3 for having best of luck on their team. And then that'll put a smile on my face. Because he's going to go for the vehicle. That was what I was intending to say.
I'm scared of the -3s. I'm scared.
You can see even Navi doesn't fully expect this one to go south because they left their boat out in the water. Smart move, by the way, Navi. Good on you.
Yeah, I like this. I like this. They're one of the teams that sometimes actually got caught a little bit with their pants down when it came to the eventual crosses, but they're not afraid to swim it either. So even if they did or did not have a boat, they are not entirely afraid of the problems that would arise. But they're just going to sit on here for now. I think this is actually a great spot, as you're mentioning, for this. Likewise, Yeppa. I mean, if they're sitting around here and then eventually want to make their choice based on the next pop, I won't mind that either. Like, I don't... As much as you could take the ferry super early, I don't think there's need to. Just position yourselves, and eventually, if you need to, then do later on, you know?
Yeah, stick around for a while, wait this one out, see what's going to happen. And then make your play. They did just miss it, but I guess that ain't really an issue because there's still another 4.5 minutes until the circle is closed all the way in. So just parking the cars up nicely, getting ready to go, and waiting this one out. That's the job that I wanted to have when I was a kid. The guy on the ferry that guides boats on board.
The guides boats onto a ferry? You mean cars onto a ferry?
Oh, the cars onto the ferry, yeah, exactly.
What?
That was my dream job when I was a little kid. Yeah.
So, firstly, I'm scared of the idea of driving across that ramp that gets you onto the ferry. No thanks, I hate that.
I wouldn't want to drive it. I just did the waving thing with the hand and told the cars that they could drive on there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And now, well, what I thought was going to be a -3 to Vesterlog pickers in the chat is not quite the case because Monarch showed themselves. Now they get to rotate back around. Should be all good. And no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I feel like they will leave. I mean, they could hold that hillside, which is northeast of Primorsk, which is actually not a bad place to hold against teams moving around in Primorsk. But yeah, no, the car's positioning over on ferry reminded me so much of my little excursion to England. You know, when I went on the Channel Tunnel and
like, didn't you go on a train?
Yeah, exactly. It was cool. Like, but you get your car positioned right and good to go, and then you get in the little train that takes you across. I want to do it again. It was really fun.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure they'd hire you, James. You just go back and forth all the time.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if I'm overqualified or underqualified because I have no clue. But then also my skill set is completely different, so I'm not sure.
To segue off of that, now that we're on the water, I did once see a YouTube video of a guy who played under the sea while on the tunnel because he was under the sea playing under the sea. No, in the train tunnel you're talking about. In any case, back towards esports we go. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Foot esports, not in a hurry. They're going to be coming in from the west side, of course. Little do they know that there is literally no one in front of them. We know that. That makes it easier for us to say, why are you just rotating? And well, it seems like they might know too because they're not exactly slowing down right now.
Yeah, they are bombing it. Meanwhile, After All is making the boat-8 that we were mentioning before, as to be expected. Considering they already had one boat, why not find another one and do it? Way. How many teams are on the high? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Way more.
7, 8. Oi, move!
You know what I like, James?
Yeah?
The fact that no one's dead yet. 8 minutes in, we're back to well-orchestrated, well-calculated EMEA PUBG, where no one takes unnecessary risks. I haven't liked the shenaniganery that we've been seeing from some teams in the earlier stages of these ones. They know what's on the line. They know what needs to be done in order to come up victorious, which is keep all four alive. Yes, you can find some points early, but rather play it safely. Even Gustav is expecting there to be opponents nearby, as he's now prone down inside a wizard tower for reasons unknown to him.
Huh. Well, they made their choice before circle pot. I mean, I guess, you'd have to wait a long time for the ferry to come back.
You'd have to wait 3.5 minutes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, that's fine.
Just move now. They can always take the ferry back.
You could, yeah. Yeah, you
just leave the... I mean, it's going to be a minute before the ferry gets all the way down there anyway. So, might as well just take the ferry back again.
Yep. Not too bad, especially with nobody in that compound down to the south. We had the crazy holdout in lower bracket, which really didn't work out. I think it was Frexel, actually, who is kind of down there in the south at the moment, but not kind of holding that, kind of learning from the mistakes of lingering around there for too long. But also, it's a different dynamic, right? The circle is very different. You want to be able to eventually somehow transition north if you have to, so you don't want to be sat around there.
A lot of teams opting to stay up on that northern side, though, as we look over towards Melman, who's currently not in possession of a helmet. Why is that, you may ask? Well, he lost it before, as Sabim took it off his head. So maybe running around a little bit, looking for another one, maybe one in the neighboring house. That would be a pleasant upgrade. In the meantime, for Esports, I feel like this kind of turning around is just maybe baiting some attention, seeing if anyone is still around here without risking too much. Svart does a bit of 180 and makes his way back towards the south.
Crazy
North.
stuff.
Circle, pop.
Did we go north? I don't know.
No. We did quite the opposite.
Oh.
In the meantime, Beamy up high, able to find the knock on one. That is a question mark, being caught by surprise. Did not expect that to be a team up here. And now, Foot, well, they want to regroup as fast as possible, as they're currently split by a bit. Wu also on rotation. We'll hear the commotion here, and I feel like they have no other option than to just kind of become part of it.
Become part of it, yeah. See what's going to go down. As the shots rain in, and it will be... To be honest, Yepa is really benefiting from this. The fact that the circle's moved the way it has, they're going to be coming in from that south side. Everybody's jostling for position here now, with Hal trying to make it across. Vestalosh taking big pot shots here at Foot, who are trying to wildly move down towards this bridge wherever they may. But the fight's going to continue. You can't cross this bridge at the same time. Vard's moving forwards quickly here. Who's going to get shot at?
Have to imagine, but able to dodge and weave, get behind the building. Maybe fast enough. Able to get out behind the car. Yeah, it should be all right for now. In the meantime, he'll wait for the rest of his teammates to get around, and then even with a tire pop, should be able to just jump on their vehicles and move on forward. Issue now becomes, what does question mark do on the other side of this? They're outside the circle if they stick around on the bridge. So I'd say if I'm question mark here, sitting in third overall, just keep going. There's way more to fight for than a potential couple of points in a bridge game.
Yeah, take the hill kind of northwest of Sosnovka military base, and maybe from there see what you can actually get done with it. Although that being said, they're going to move a little bit further south than that, try and scout that out, and then maybe make that transition eventually. Foot and question mark did not take any more shots at each other whilst they were crossing that bridge, so both get away relatively unscathed. But Lazar is very close to Hello My Bad. He's normally hitting the shots, along with Daboom is able to take out Lazar. The rest of Howl is close, is lurking. They have not been doing well here throughout the day, but Room will take Daboom.
Truly has been quite the miserable start to the finals here at the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. That's Hello My Bad. Pushes on forward. They have the boom knocked down, as you said. Oh, heard footsteps on the other side, but can't connect the single shot despite spraying straight through where Schofield was positioned.
Yeah, unfortunate to not hit any of those. Hello My Bad finishes off the Ruin to get things going. Schofield takes Hello My Bad. It is close right now. Hopper's going to throw in a nade here. This could be collateral damage if he's not careful. But just wanting to get that finish off as quickly as possible. Hits Schofield. Probably tells his man to fall back slightly. Exalt could finish this.
Meantime, Matt able to find one. Let's zoom down. There comes Misa from way down towards the pharmacy, nursery, small hospital, whatever you want to call it. Able to take out the last. And that is once again going to them dealt with in the early game. And, well, just to follow, Owl falls in 15th.
Truly Pyrrhic damage being done on either side. Unfortunately for those two teams, not able to do too much. Twisted Minds now being battered. It's Navi's opportunity for revenge. You've taken us out 2 of these games. Now let's bring you down here in these high ground hills. Already the advantage slightly towards Navi, thanks to the fact that Twisted Mind was being shot by another team. But Navi's a little bit apprehensive about the push.
See, as damage has come through onto Spiro, whether or not they want to fully engage on this. The thing is, Twisted Minds doesn't really have anywhere to fall back to. And now neither does Navi as they hear Wu come riding in from behind. But I'm surprised Wu is going straight into this. They have the circle now. I think the shots come firing their way. They have to just back off. And I'm seeing us end up on the hill again. And I'm thinking, how many points are they going to be able to rack up this game? Just 2 so far. But if these circles keep swinging east, we've seen them. First it was Brexco getting 11. And then Kilyakai got 9. And we'll see. We'll see for Ascent how many more they can find.
Now, what's cool is the adaptation, the kind of pivot that they've done. It's not just everybody up on top of the hill. It's also to the west in that compound. Knowing that there was a more western lean than being central on that hill, this means that they can secure a very important compound. And maybe they need to reinforce it earlier rather than later against teams that are going to try and wrestle for it. Because that technically has more of an anchor hold towards the center of the circle, even though it doesn't provide as much opportunity to shoot everything.
Best of luck. There's a casual double tap as it takes down the loss. I think it's going to think twice about getting back into that car. As question mark not really within a proper range to get the flushes on Fruit, but will do what they can from afar. And Sabim now, where Wood opted to turn around, they're just sending it straight through, right past Na'Vi, straight into Twisted Minds.
Okay, how's this gonna go? Usually not too well. The Global Army hits a shot straight away on Lou. And now, they might actually just use this as a perch to fire down on them.
That was... Comes over the hilltop, instantly peeks down, double headshot connected, on the go, and Lou's like, wait, what just happened? Did an entire army just shoot at me? Yes, an entire army just did.
It's rough that when hundreds of guns are trained down on your position. And then it was stolen away by Brexco. One man against an army. Okay.
I mean, that's what you get for playing up high, I suppose. In the meantime now, Yepa trying to rotate on their own towards safety.
Oh,
but
hello.
Adusi not fast enough on the knock, and there swings one, and just like that, from the vehicle again, Medibay comes, finds one in return. And Yepa, while they have 3 knock, might actually be able to get some reses here, but as I say that, all of them light on fire. Medibay, it's going to be quite a task. Get them back on their feet now.
Coming around that corner was like the ultimate PUBG jump scare. I was like, wait a minute, what's happening here? But Metralius is going to be firing from a distance, trying to finish off a few, get himself a few steals wherever he may. Like it a lot, considering DA hasn't really done too much in this game so far. Metralius has 2 on the board. He's firing at some wheels to make sure that it's going to make it even harder here for Yepa to start moving around.
Yeah, it's going to play it slow, at least for a little while longer. You'd imagine if you're, DA here with as much control as they currently have on the southwest edge, just trying to make sure that no one is wrapping in behind him is really how they're currently set up. Lyron, Metralius down towards the runway itself, and then you have Hewitt and Cote Margo inside the military base proper. Wait this one out, see the circle, and now I would imagine they fortify on actually Metralius, or maybe 2-2 split the hangars, because where Lyron currently is, there's a good chance that there's going to be quite a few teams that don't see any other option than trying to wrap in on the western side of military base, and DA might just get kind of overrun in that situation.
Yeah, there's some weird situations where this becomes a case of sometimes the hangars can only get angles on the hangars, right? So from across the runway and stuff like that. So you get this weird scenario where some teams are pitching up and trying to fight it out. Some teams go 2-2, as you were saying. It will get a bit dicey down there, as for now Metralius is being shot at by Exalt. And they've got an alright spot, but Fard unfortunately falls down to Lyron, who is in absolute no man's land and will be gone.
But huge for DA to see that rotation come through and to take him down, because again, as I said, a lot of teams will see no other option than try and just kind of push into the middle of the military base itself. And for DA to now know, or at least for now know, they're playing with plenty of space, that's really, really good for them. As Vex now, in the meantime, finds example that should allow for FaZe to push further forward.
Tries for the nade, slightly off the mark here. Looking for an opportunity to finish off example wherever he can. Ali is trying to swing around a little bit, but Curexi might be the insurance against that in terms of the angles. Depends on how it's going to go down. Melman's already been spotted behind the rock, goes for a little bit of a spray. Uber actually hits Gustav. FaZe finishes off example. Melman on this angle is going to have to weather the storm.
Yeah, gonna try and see if you can wait this one out. I think FaZe at this point, they know they have to take the fight, especially with Perfectix finding Uber now as well. They know that it's a 4v2 as long as they can get the rest back up to Gustav. Issue is Beamy is creeping in from behind, and a solo player could do so much. And oh, Alia really wanted one, but swung too early.
Not enough. How much more can they do? Na'Vi's really not getting the better end of the stick in some of these games. They are losing out fights to the big dogs constantly, or just having to send through and not really getting much traction from it. Melman is down and alone. Likewise, so is Beamy here, but he's laying in a few shots here and there. Being a cheeky little scamp.
You'd imagine that FaZe is well aware of the fact that FUT Esports is down to just one, which is why I think you're seeing them go full aggressive on this position. They know that there's just one solo player, I should say, sat down here, and as long as they're maintaining control of both angles, it should be practically impossible for Beamy to come out victorious here.
Look at this hold on the angle. Out in the middle of nowhere. Nose is covered against everything else. Just hold the right side of the rock. Somebody else hold the left. You ain't doing
they're respecting
anything.
it. I like it. Not just, yodeling with pants in the hand, pushing forward.
Sure.
Also clear that they don't want to waste too much utility on this. They just want to get him dealt with. Clean sweep. There you go. Teams finds him with the SLR. Now they can turn around. Now they can turn their attention to the center of the circle.
And Twisted Minds is in the dead center as well. They were hitting shots on towards Schiller. Nail up over on the distance actually takes down Clem. So after all, it's not having the easiest of times, even though they're on the circle side of all of this. And also, Entropic is being shot at by Ascend from the distance. So he's on the actual tower, the full tower there. So quite the advantage point, but you are very exposed if you get hit.
I think that's Entropic going, wait, who can see me when I'm oh, wait, there's a guy up there. Okay, fair enough. In the meantime, Global Army will fall, as will the rest of the Samum. So they're going to go out in 12th place. And the fights down here in the southeastern side are about to come to an end. I mean, sooner rather than later. Because Entropic, I'm like looking at the map feed now, there's not really anywhere they can go but straight into Afterhold. A wrap around the southern side would be, I would imagine at least, somewhat fatal. Or suicidal even. So they have to take this fight proper to Afterhold.
Somewhat fatal. Like half death, you know? Like
Yeah. You lose an arm and a leg.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see as Nail up here. Oh, completely dodging the damage from that nade. More utility thrown on down here. They know time is against them here. They have to make something happen. Fit in the distance, getting himself metabated. So Yepper is done. And how much can they get done here? Look, that's a peek over, but it's very ambitious. Aenan instantly blasts him.
Denied on approach, as Afterhold does have to prone down and heal this one out. Oh, just a centimeter close, and that would have been Daniman down. But only 11 damage done. And now Lyron from far down into the runway, able to do damage from up high as well. Let's look at Rooks. This is very difficult for both of these teams to try and make happen, but somehow Entropic are the ones coming out victorious.
Whoever wins this, though, is going to get pushed by Ascend very quickly. They're on encroaching. Here they come with the nades as well. They realize that they can get a full cleanup on all of this. Even some of the nades actually just bow down into some of these little crevices. So Entropic, yeah, you might have won the majority of this war, but here comes the killing floor.
Yeah, because they're not faster about it, they both will fall in the end of this one. As Daniman now tries to just dodge and weave as best as he can, make himself as small as possible. And who knows, maybe he outlives one more team and gets a placement point with it, but outside of that, I don't see what he can amount to.
Full cleanup, gone and gone. Ascend in this area on this battleground. You do not keep them down when it comes to controlling this area. They know how to play it. 8 kills so far. They might not have the full tower to control, but they're certainly making it look good in the east.
Yeah, same thing up towards the north goes for FaZe. Back up to 4 alive, finally getting to deal with Na'Vi as well. As they try and make more space for themselves, which they've been successful in doing. Now, Vex has the ankle. Wants a Spirit, but just a bit too far away. Able to utilize that deployable cover to its fullest extent.
At least they can play the high grounds. At least they can continue to play this north of the road. Of course, there will still be Monarch. There will still be Twisted Minds still alive. And they're looking just to take pot shots on Ascend on the east side. These kind of are the easy targets, the soft targets that they can try and get a few kill points on here and there. As eventually they know that a team like this will have to slowly push out of this compound.
How do you approach this one? There are some riches they could potentially play, but I think they would much rather be able to cross over and take the fight to FaZe. But how do you run it out? And also, when does Chris see up to shoot?
Oh my. He's been so quiet.
He has no clue, and now he does, but it's too little too late, and what a timing as well, as they lose one more. This might just allow for Quizzes to run back, and indeed it does.
No!
That's a good
nade. Oh, Kiliakai, what a great move against that wall. He's got 3 himself. Again, putting in work for you. Quizzy's gone, so that actually alleviates the pressure here that Ascend's going to be facing from that snake, but, I mean, their phase guns are still trained over this way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely looking here. I mean, that's really their only threat right now. They have perfect control of the field down below. As soon as Navi's last player died, I believe it was Melman, they knew they had the space to play down towards the southern side. There's really no one else who can engage on them from there. So right now, they can focus all their attention towards that eastern side and try and make this cross on over as hard as possible for Seth.
And speaking of across, Monarch is deciding to throw down the entirety of the smokes that they have available to them here to try and make this move. Against DA, who was controlling those hangars for a little while, decided to move north, knowing that being up on this high ground is much better than in the military at the moment, depending on the circle, of course. But, I mean, this is a great holdout for them.
And you hear me say it time and time again where sometimes teams get too comfortable behind the walls they have to work with, but those walls also do tend to become their own downfall. I feel like Monarch had a chance to flex out, take control of this exact hill earlier, but the fact that DA gets to get up here and take it from them means that they're going to fall with just 2 points this game.
Man, you could have been cinematic. You could have said their walls become their tomb. Ooh, that would have been spooky.
But then a tomb needs a roof, and the walls don't have roofs, so there's that.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, let's see now. As DA were the ones to claim that ridgeline. If they can take the fight proper to face. So far, a 1-for-1 trade. Teams is down to low HP, though, but so is Cope Marco. They both have to prone down, both have to heal on up, as Nates are now being lopped each way.
Yeah, for DA, as much as they felt like they had to kind of make this move and try and control the high ground, at the same time, you're kind of putting yourself in the lion's den here with some of these teams up towards the top. But it could work out all right. Fex is actually taking fights on multiple fronts now. Shutting down Spiro, that's great for them. There's only one left for Twisted Minds. But now, shutting down DA is of the utmost importance.
Yeah. They need to deal with him, and they need to deal with him now. Fex,
Ascent?
One on his feet, as Ascent has started to cross on over. That's what I was saying before. They really wanted to put in on the western side, and with FaZe forced to take the fight to DA and them not being able to execute it as fast as they would have wanted, things are turning around for them. Rexco has made landfall, and here's the rest of the team joining him.
If Ascend wins another game in this area, I will...
They just know how to play it.
They know.
Just know how to play it. They know how to pressure. They know which buttons to push in order to force teams to go into the directions they want them to go to, and they very quickly, I mean, because there are only so many areas you can play, they're very swift in recognizing who is where and how much of a threat are they to us in our current position. And as I say that, here they come driving on forward, 3 in a car, not optimal, but see if Billy can get back.
Usually the buttons they are pressing are Shift W, but for the moment here, they're looking very good in the center of the circle at the moment. Fectic's taking the fight against Exalt. Exalt actually is shut down completely, but Twisted Minds likewise also down as well. It's up to the 3 teams in the north of this circle. DA has a significant man advantage. Can they do it from the west?
This is huge for Ascend as well. A team that is not guaranteed to go through to PGS, only up there with FaZe now and Twisted Minds, of course, eliminated earlier. But FaZe also a team that's going to be guaranteed to go through. So all the points that Ascend are accumulating right now is points they're separating themselves with from every other team trying to rag up a PGS 2 spot.
Yes, true. Question mark right now, 39. You're putting yourself almost 20 points ahead on day number 1 of a 3-day event. Ascend looking fantastic. 2023 for them so far has been an absolute blinder.
And considering how no one really expected them to be the ones to claim one of the 2 spots in the first PGS event, for them to just go back to, I don't know, of course, I mean, the tournament is far from over, but to come off to such a strong start here is pretty damn impressive.
Kovo diff. That's it, right?
Is that where the difference is?
That's right. I was watching some.
Not a bad word to Kobo at all, but I feel like also just from a playing perspective, they
wait a minute,
definitely stepped up.
Oh no, absolutely. But yeah, it's clear that changes were made, right? Like from year to year, and they're just looking fantastic. They're working for it. It's very evident. And what a great roster as a whole. Looking forward to seeing some of them in PNC, surely.
Yep, we'll see how and who is gonna get the pleasure of going. As once again, the speed has slowed down a bit. That's what I like with Ascent. There was a time where when they went aggressive, when things started going their way, they just, like, they were sharks in the water spilling blood everywhere, and they just kept on pushing to their own downfall. Now, they've really learned how to just put the foot on the brake, change the throw completely, and here we are once more. DA, Ascent, up here in the second of the...
There is an opportunity here for Ascent to get it. Like, DA... They're great. They've got themselves 9 on the board. Oh, blinded at the moment. That's a lot of flashes being thrown on across. Lyron is looking for the off angle with the best gun in the game, according to Toby, as he's now going to be very, very difficult here to try and account for some of the angles that maybe Lyron might take, but it's not as wide as I thought it may be. Never mind.
There's a lot of booby traps they have to run through DA in order to make this play unfold, because Braxco is the first threat they have to deal with. As I said, the first surprise they have to deal with. Micah might be the second, and then you have Killikai to kind of play the protector from behind. They are outnumbered, but I'm actually really loving the push that DA is setting up here. Just like only allow for Ascent to get one angle. The issue could become that them playing down low is going to allow for Ascent, once they realize that they've wrapped underneath, to utilize the entire ridge line above. This, though, I think is the right approach that DA is setting up currently.
I think Killiakai knows. That's the problem. I think Killiakai has been keeping an eye on this ever since he eliminated Fex on this angle. He's been sat down here and does realize that that is currently encroaching. If they get an arm knock straight away, then the door's fully open. Brixco. Oh, on Lyron! Straight away! Hearth will trade against it. It's 2v3 at the moment.
Yeah, the thing is, every trade that goes 1-for-1 here is a trade in DA's favor, as they are the ones outnumbering the opposition. But here comes the Turkish team pushing on forward, but Killiakai is still not out of this one. Micah still hasn't found the angle from where he's fully, I'd say, effective down here, but it's a 2v2 now. 13 kills and counting for Ascent, but they want even more as Hewitt finds Killiakai.
Tall on Micah, he's not been able to do too much here compared to the rest of the boys during this game, but he's looking for it. Hearth will actually have the information now because the down player goes for the spray, able to get it, but it's not enough. DA does round it out. The numbers difference impactful here for Digital Athletics.
Huge game for DA as well. They wrapped it on the west side. They played it slow, and as to kind of go back to what you were saying earlier, James, DA just doing DA things. This game was as far from a DA things sort of game as I've seen DA play in a long time. They played it smart. They played it on the west side. They took full control of the edge. Never let anything up to chance. They wrapped underneath Monarch to then push in and claim the win in the end. Really smart game. Really well played here by DA.
Yeah, their transitions were good here from this game for Game 5 of the tournament so far. I mean, looking at how they move from military through to the hangars, making sure no one's coming in from the south as well as southwest, knowing that their back is free, making the transition eventually across the road as well. Their transitions across the board were strong to be able to get this win.
Yeah, they just never let anything up to chance. I mean, they cleared everything. They slowly pushed their way on in. The threats that came close, they either dealt with or forced to go elsewhere. And then in the end here, they were able to... I like the way, again, that they spread up. They know that they have the numbers advantage, so force a 2v1 somewhere. Like, if you're split 2-2, you're going to force a 2v1 eventually. And once they read where the threat was, they pretty much punctured Ascent in doing so.
Yeah, I love it. I like the way that teams are moving around for this kind of high ground kind of situation towards the top, and DA able to capitalize. That being said, man, Ascend looks good from Novo coming in from the west side. Martin joining us once again.
Thanks so much, guys, and welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers disc here. Guys, what a fantastic games. And again, as you've been saying and praising here, Toby, Ascent just knows how to play this and how to attack this, because DA here in a situation where you just have to force this, like being one more player, being 1 versus 2, being 2 versus 3 in this situation. And I'm just sad sitting here, and sad in general, that Code Marco had to kind of crawl for information because he was on my fantasy team.
I felt that that's where we were going with the start of that sentence. But no, I agree with you. I mean, the not only does DA play it well, but Ascent in understanding that they have to push towards phase. They need phase 2. I don't want to say make a mistake, but commit to the fight against DA further on the southern side. And once they did, again, Ascent instantly there. Nothing DA could do to respond. The only way they come out victorious phase is if they instantly take out DA. And DA, the victors of this game, just proved that they weren't to be tribal with.
And let's get a little bit nitty gritty here, because we started talking, or you guys started talking a little bit about the Nations Cup here, and DA with this performance here, considering Hull is currently in 16th, guys, is really opening up the whole Nations Cup play, right? Because we have so many talented players coming out of Turkey, James. And in this case here, you have to consider, since you have Hull, top 2 PGS or top 2 PC going to PGS as well, doing kind of well there. There's some things going into play that now DA being able to get right now in top 4. Could that maybe shuffle some players around and mean that DA might have some players on the Nations Cup team?
Man, who would be the dream Turkish Nation Cup team?
It's a hard one, yeah.
There's great players in HAL, great players in Digital Athletics. Savum is making an argument for themselves at present, right? Like, there's it could be a sick roster, Martin.
The only way, like, I don't see a world where Code Marco doesn't go. Like, he is just such a talented player, and I feel like he's like, if it's 3 Howl players, then I feel like it's definitely Code Marco going from the next. But here, Toby, 22 points from DA, but 20 and 16 from Ascend and FaZe.
Yep, on the hunt as well, and Ascent doing all they can to make sure to separate themselves from the rest of the non-GPT teams, I suppose we can call it. So they rack up there on the top 60, just 3.
Look at that.
Twisted Minds.
First FaZe third. That would mean that Ascend and DA on fourth would be, or in second and fourth would be the teams to go. But again, it is extremely close still, and of course not tied out at all.
I mean, at this rate, we're definitely going to be in a situation where, the 2 teams that go are in second or third or second and fourth or something like that, right? But considering how strong Twisted Minds is looking, FaZe is looking pretty decent. You know, you've got these teams that are struggling for it. I was about to say, I was like looking at the third one. It's Na'Vi. Let's not talk about them. It's going all right for some of the partner teams.
Right. Yeah, they're happy that they're able to step up. And yeah, 12 points so far in 5 games for Na'Vi, man. Toby, they need the PGC points unless they just count on either winning PGS2 or winning PEC Fall, where there's a guaranteed spot to PGC at this point.
Yeah, they definitely do. I see Na'Vi in some weird spots where usually they wouldn't find themselves. It's as if they allow too many holes to be kind of plugged in their boat and it just sinks, where normally they're able to fill those holes. But either, as we kind of said with DA earlier as well, either they kill teams that come towards them or they force them to leave. It's as if the fear of Na'Vi, we shouldn't go there, Na'Vi is there, that kind of ain't really there anymore. So people are starting to poke them a bit more, and thus Na'Vi just fall apart, not because they can't deal with one team, but because they're being allowed to take fights with 3 teams at the same time.
Yeah, and in this case as well, like even if you're playing ranked and you lose a 1 versus 3 versus Phosphase in Power Grid, James here, that's not the Na'Vi I want to see. That actually happened today. He 1v3'd Na'Vi when they were playing. I think it was a full team, but that was pretty fun to see, at least. No matter what, here they were actually in a pretty good spot. They were in between FaZe Clan and like north of Twisted Minds at one point, and pretty close to either. They could have either contested the hill that Twisted Mind ended up on, or they could have crashed into Monarch and they would have been fine. But they ended up in a scrappy fight, and yeah, it just didn't work out as they kind of was hoping for here, James.
No, definitely not. And I think things can iron out a little bit further as time goes on for teams like Monarch, for example, who come in from that west side. And also, as a proviso, was he playing on Shotgun Templar? If so, no one beats the Shotgun Templar. Let's be real.
No, he changed his name to Hentai and Uwu Kawai or something like that.
Oh, god damn it. Never mind.
But yeah, obviously here, again, Monarch tried to get a compound center, Toby, and tried to really work it out, but they didn't go out and push that hill, as you were talking about during the cast here. And I completely agree. They need to take over that hill. They need to be the team coming in from that western side, making sure the hill is theirs, and kind of gatekeeping the teams coming out from military at that point.
Yeah, maybe that's paying too much respect to the opponent you're up against. I mean, you have Twisted Mind sat on the hill, you have FaZe just above them, kind of looking down in your direction too, going, oh guys, we can't go up against them. They're pretty dangerous teams, we just wait around here. But then you have DA sneaking in underneath and going, well, if they're not going to take the hill, we're going to do it. Because obviously DA, like Twisted, is looking the other direction. And when they do, because your Monarch sat in that position, you just ain't getting out of there. Because all of a sudden, where you had maybe 15-20 seconds to make that play and you didn't, now you have 3 teams looking in your direction where before it was 0. So I think it's them misreading the situation, maybe feeling more pressured by the kind of titans that were sat around them, but little did they know none of those players were looking that direction.
And then on the other end, James, we had, Entropic and After All kind of stalling a fight that took so long that Ascend realized, okay, there's knocks going on and there's knocks on the other sides, and then it's more teams kind of joining in, and then Ascend, all right, we're going to push out here and we're going to try to clean it up, getting some kind of somewhat easy points.
Yeah, it's an easy place to exploit as well, unless you've got like a FaZe who did have Overwatch over what was going on there, but from a distance, so it's not exactly easy to hit those shots. It's the perfect move out from Ascend, because once you clean that up, chances are if it's the team that survives on the high ground, they might push in towards you anyway, considering that there's really not that many options for them to actually move. So take the fight to them before they take the fight to you.
Yeah, and again, it just talks to how strong this high grounded position is here when they start up there, Toby. Like, they succeed even getting off of it quite easily, and yeah, they managed to stay a long time alive, and with a lot of guys alive, that they're able to kind of push out a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost as if they've figured out how to observatory, and this time around was no different. So everyone should keep their eyes peeled should they make it into PGS2, how they're going to fare should games go in that direction.
Yeah, if you can bet on them winning military games, there's a very low chance of winning because it's looking pretty good so far. But guys, we're ready for the last game here of day number 1. We got 2 more days. It's going to be tomorrow and of course Sunday, where we're going to be figuring out who's going to be the top 2 or the 2 teams joining our GPT teams going to Riyadh for PGS 2. Guys, take it away and have fun with it.
The last chance to dance for the day here as we go onto the grassy pastures once again. And it does bear the question when we see Ascend almost winning out that game. What would have happened if Chris was alive against Quizzy, the cheeky snake, right? If it had been a 4v4, maybe it would have been an Ascend win again in a position like that. And with a playing path like this, Toby, could quite easily be military again.
Yeah, there is a chance, but it could also be a Saki ending, James. And that is pretty much my only yet. I mean, I guess now with Takeo coming in, it's unfair because my bucket list has been completely destroyed. But it was my only bucket list match that I've never gotten to cast a proper Saki finish, which with this playing path could happen. Will it? Very unlikely.
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen it properly. I've seen it in mobile.
I don't think you have. I feel like it hasn't happened before. Like I'm not talking about the forest on the eastern side, but proper in Saki ending. I think there was a Korean game at one point that ended there, but out of that, I haven't seen it. With that said, these playing paths have given us a bit of spice today in terms of we've seen far southern ones, far eastern ones, and now this one pretty far towards the west as well, forcing teams to play a bit alternative than what they used to. And speaking of alternative, that is. Does he get to run away with that? Nope. Laza's turning around.
Let's see how much he can do.
And
oh,
once against the Jepa. I'm sorry, but I mean things are only random so many times, and now it's once again it's Jepa out here. Fight. I know you wooed the circle. We'll see it in a second. That is a woo circle. But once again, it's Jepa out here either taking casualties or like fighting unnecessarily. It's just as if they are that, and we often like to talk about how the open qualifier stages are a little more like Wild West, where teams don't abide by the gentleman rules and all that stuff. It seems like Jepa is kind of trying to play Wild West PUBG in a very solidified lobby where teams just don't allow for that to work.
It's funny because it's all the Turkish teams going up against the Turkish teams as well, and it's like the Turkish mentality that, okay, they join different teams and stuff like that, but they stick to similar drops. Like, even though they've all kind of previously been on the same teams as each other, and kind of like the mix-up and the differences and stuff like that. So they all kind of know how everybody plays in the region, and as such, they have these kind of conflicting positions that do kind of intertwine.
There's just no reason for. I mean, when you look at the map right now of where Howl is, of how Jepa is currently split, there's no reason for Jepa. Oh, on the roof? No. There's no reason for Jepa to feel the need to send one player down to steal a vehicle off of a 4-man split when you could just go send. I know that Gatka doesn't exactly give you the best vehicles, but still, even then, there should be areas of the map you can go where it wouldn't be contested. Also, woohoo, glider.
Yay!
That's what
I'm okay with.
Imagine glider, but with Panzerfausts.
Okay, all right, calm down. It'd be the Blitzkrieg, reminding the Germans of what happened. But anyway, I'm sure Ascend will do well, regardless. But yes, the Panzerfaust and Mortar are going to be an interesting addition to the game, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah. I feel like there might be players. This might be the first time we'll see players do it. We know it's in the game, but let's just all agree to not use it.
Oh,
Couldn't that be something where they just all, like the first one that uses a Panzerfaust or a Mortar at PGS 2, they'll just get, I guess, hated on, and then they'll laugh and go, well, sucks on you. But it could be fun if they all agreed, and then we'll see who's the first one to not follow those rules that they make for themselves.
Oh yeah, in real life hazing. If you use a Panzerfaust or Mortar, yeah, that makes us there. Yep. That's gonna work out. Yeah.
They're really gonna be upset. Oh, they're gonna be upset if they do that. Yep. It's gonna be amazing.
Absolutely livid. Well, we'll see. As people are gonna use them, and people are gonna get killed very quickly.
Probably.
So let's see how quickly Sarvum gets killed. They already are able to spot Ruin as well as Howl, who are kind of ditching from this position. And Jepa is kind of close to all of this as well, so I think a lot of shots are going to come in. Ruin trying to duck and weave, dodge and dodge What can he get away with? And he does get away. Ooh, okay.
But then he didn't want to get away.
Little dip.
So he drove back. Nah, it's just stopping to heal, I think. Also, his vehicle is almost on fire. So it makes sense that he ain't exactly in a hurry. Also kind of unlucky, considering that there ain't a whole lot of teams in this area yet, but they're all where he is. And it's all the Turkish teams set on here. Savem, Yeba, Hal. I mean, Foot obviously not really with Turkish players, but Turkish organization anyway. All
Honorary
set
Turks.
in and around here on the southern side of Georgia.
Yeah, the honorary Turks.
Yes, we'll call them that.
Yeah, for sure. Dropping in, or Exhalation, though. Here they come. Just bombing it in. This is kind of scary. Everybody's in close proximity to one another. And it is Game 6, so you know what? Whatever.
Yeah, but it's Game 6 of an incredibly important tournament. I don't want to see Game 6 before Game 6 of Day 3. People have to be able to keep their mental all the way through this. And speaking of mental, well, there's a fire going on in the hospital as Exhalation have just fully crashed in to the hospital, which I don't think Foot was ready for.
Yeah, big fan of this. So for Exhalation, they really put their foot on the pedal. T-Bone as well as Beamy here are actually driving in the opposite direction as they're looking for somewhere else to call home. No, getting 80 out of here is extremely limited in terms of potential. That's not the right nade because that actually fell behind a chair.
Yeah, didn't work out the way he wanted it to, and I feel like now it's Beamy and T-Bone's time to just go, well, I guess we'll try and see how much we can make of this game. Foot currently 29 points, ain't the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. Also because Ascent and Twisted Minds have been able to rack up so many points. I mean, you're just currently what? You're 11 points out of top 4, out of, as it stands right now, qualifying through to PGS 2. So it's very close, and we wouldn't want to have it any other way now, would we?
No, I would rather it be close. You are correct. You are correct. There is this weird dichotomy of like, for some teams, they're really happy that Twisted Minds and FaZe is getting a lot of points. It's a weird scenario that we're kind of in. As long as you avoid them on the battlefield and you don't become their points, it makes it a little bit closer for those teams up towards the top to be able to try and strike out at, depending on second, third, fourth, wherever those two partner teams end up, because there's no prize money on the line. So,
a lot of PGC points. A lot of PGC points up for grabs here, which all these teams, of course, are fighting for. See now, if FaZe can get the loot they want, seems like Vex with the loot of that shack rounded up being well satisfied with what he was. Or is he also going to loot this shack?
It was the difference maker.
No, he considered. Yep, I think so. He seemed heavy. Yeah, he seemed heavy, and he didn't even flip his car. We were on his camera. He was fine. He could drive without fail. Good job.
You're not Batulins. What's this?
This is not right. Batulins, get up on this mountain right away.
I don't like this.
Yeah, it's not Miramar. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Spiro can look at it. They're going through these whole, like, what if Batulins dies? Who gets the mountain? And now it's kind of practice. They're so far ahead anyway. They're just saying, you know what? Let's practice a bit. Spiro, you take it from here. Let's go.
Just in case, something wild and radical happens. Killikai's in the blue. He's done for, obviously, as you can see. No, he's not. They have a long way to go.
Why are we game 6ing this game, James, when the players aren't? We can't. We gotta take it back to actual IQ mode.
We're watching cars drive through fields, Toby.
But this is where we could be theory crafting and all kinds of crazy things.
All right, what do you want to theory craft?
Still technically go Sargi.
Shut up.
That's the first thing.
What do you actually want to theory craft?
I would say this, considering the fact that there is actually still a decent amount of space up towards the north end. Not that it's, percentage-wise chance to go there. There's only, 1.5 team currently set on the northern side of George Paul River. Should this swing not necessarily full north, but just include the river to any extent, we're going to see half the server play in and around Georgia Pole, like South George and inside containers, because there's going to be nowhere else to play on that southern side. As long as two teams already, as we see here, up on the hillsides, the teams that are currently far south now, it's going to be a hellhole for them to try and make anything happen towards South George proper.
Well, I'm going to theorycraft, and I'm going to say it's guaranteed to go into George, so let's do it. But sprays coming out from Fate. Noticeably, it's Na'Vi right next to Twisted Minds. Whilst this fight goes down as well, Morlock actually hits Jeems. Jirexi, though, is able to trade for it and instantly shut it down as well. He found himself in a dip, and the rest of Exalt is far away, but there's still a lot of shots coming their way. Question Mark was firing at them as well, so this dip is not exactly fully safe.
Yeah, no, it's not. I think FaZe wants to get out of here as fast as they can, but of course, need to get Teams back on his feet first. The circle, well, up towards George Paul, and not because I want to say what did I say, but I kind of did say it. So now we get into that exact situation. There are playable terrain on the southern side of George Paul, but look at all the teams that are currently outside of it. Look at all the teams that now have to make an aggressive play forward. And remember, next circle doesn't have to go away from water either. So I think all these teams now have to swing around or pretty much just plow their way straight through this blockade of teams set in the compounds on the southern side of Hospital.
Yeah, this is actually a terrifying circle. Actually,
it's almost
terrifying.
as if when we theory craft things, it just happens.
Amazing. I'll take it. I'll take it. But very, very scary to deal with here, because now you've got FaZe trying to sit in this compound, wait for the rotations past them, and just kind of weather the storm as they're taking fights with them. But again, when you're in a compound like this, okay, you might be able to take some fights, but how are you going to transition north? Is it even going to stay south of the river? Is another question that a lot of these teams are going to be asking themselves. But for now, a lot of teams are pitched up on the south side here, and cars hit into cars. That could actually be terrible. Oh no, as Ruin and the Mad actually go down.
Tries to get the flush on him too, but can't quite stop here in the middle of the open to claim it. As you can see, multiple teams shooting at them on their transition. Fairest, Fate, able to get to safety inside the twin compound here, just on the southern side of containers. As, yeah, things get chaotic, at least for a little while longer. It's still only after all, and half of sat on the northern side of the river. And again, keep in mind, this next circle can still swing north, because we don't have to shift away from water before phase 4. But the remaining 14 teams are all trying to make space for themselves down towards the south, and that space is getting reduced by the second.
And here's the Wu trying to move down towards the south to get things going. The only team north of the river is After All at the moment, who is kind of hard gambling on the north. In fact, Aenan far north on the circle is just shooting, kind of ruffling his feathers a little bit, but there's nobody up there. So they don't have to be concerned about too much, as the Wu is kind of perching themselves in this compound as well as over towards Cube by the look of things, just to potentially enable that transition if they need it.
I do like the fact that they're, I mean, keeping in mind that there's a chance for it to happen, because there is one of those where, yeah, we could just sit down on the southern side and look south as everyone else kind of is, but we now have the chance to go north. We've been up here forever, so we know that there's no threats around. We might as well just account for it, because what if it does happen? We'll be in a perfect position. And if you're in the Wu's case right now, 12 points, you're not a GPT team, which means you do need top 2 in order to qualify for PGS 2. Optimize everything and play to the max effect. And right now, that is having 2 players in Cube.
And we saw them kind of strives towards that in the later stages of the lower bracket, right? Like the earlier stages, along with the upper bracket, really didn't look that great. Last day of the lower bracket, though, damn, looking really spicy. So they're definitely capable. Has this question mark here on the west side, who have slowly made their way into George, whilst all the other teams are kind of scrapping to the south of George.
I just really want the circle to swing north now.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Or just send her up on the river. Send her up on the river so we don't even know where it's going next. Well, Ascent ready to go up towards the bridge. Waiting for this next one to pop. I'm not seeing anyone anywhere near emergency pickups as this one goes half-half. Let's go. I have no clue where this next one is going to take us. Right now, Keanu's position is looking good, but because I'm not seeing any Wu players in vehicles yet, this has me worried.
Yeah.
You have to commit at this point. You cannot stay 2-2 split when you have almost the 2 only compounds available on the eastern side, eastern half of this circle.
Yeah, they're supporting fire from Quizzy as well as the other player down there needs to be really on point to be able to help them out if they're in Cube. It's actually taking a lot of shots at Ascend here on the bridge and absolutely slaughtering them as they try and make the transition. What a perfect couple of shots coming in from the Wu to be able to shut down Ascend.
Issue is they didn't take him out fully, so there is still the limited opportunity for them to really group up right now, as long as there's still one alive in between him. Of course, Killikat did go a bit further away, so this should be alright for now, but I would really want to see them group up as soon as possible. Sabim are flying in towards the northern side, fully committing to the hope that it's gonna swing up in this direction. In the meantime, Example running on forward. They have no casualties, but also no kills so far.
Yeah.
Na'Vi up in space.
Honestly, I kind of like it by Sarvin. We can talk about it in a moment. Big crash coming on through here as well as Exalt pushing here on towards DA as well as Monarch, but they're going to get absolutely obliterated on this push through. Exalt goes down. And meanwhile, Yeppa's also making a big send through as well. It's getting chaotic here.
Yep, sure is. Full speed in towards the river they go. They want to stop down on the shoreline, but there ain't a whole lot of shoreline to stop on. Those rocks are not going to grant you all that much cover, especially not with Afterhold on one side and Foot Esports just on the other side of the bridge now.
Kiliakai's down there as well, just shooting at them all as they all pile on in. DA in the crates at the moment, smoked off, realizing that Monarch's kind of close to them as well. They really want Code Marco to try and make that transition. All right, is he just going to stay there for the moment? But Foot likewise is down here too.
They've made landfall. They should just sit around and really just chill. In the meantime, we do still have 5 teams. Make that 6. I'm not even seeing Na'Vi down on the southern side that have yet to make their way towards the circle. Everyone is waiting for that chaos to commence and then hope to be able to pull up on a third party. But question mark, Entropic, Exhalation, Howl, Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds have all yet to make their way towards the circle. Now, there's a lot spotted. An easy pick up for Beam has to say that it does get inside the smoke. And now this fight on the hillside continues once more as FaZe are now on the hill too.
They're getting sandwiched completely here. Na'Vi cannot catch a break. They're either fighting Twisted Minds or fighting FaZe or fighting both at the same time. Because now Uber here is down. The person that is normally that tip of the spear here for Na'Vi, really kind of moving forwards, is not able to make something happen. Alia goes down. The Na'Vi's getting completely destroyed, completely crushed by the compactor here that is Twisted Minds and FaZe.
It's just as if they're playing without that kind of oomph factor. They're not playing as daringly as normally. They're not dictating the kind of the space around them, not forcing teams to either die to them or leave. They're just kind of sitting around, allowing other teams to do what they want, and in doing so, getting picked apart. And now, see if Example can survive this one. Cannot, and that's face out. And Circle swings north.
Exhalation was pushing up on it as well. There was Schofield still here, so all of these teams down towards the bottom are just going to be looking for kill points for the moment. There was teams trying to rock up in crates. I saw Question Mark move over there. It can technically house a lot of teams, but at the same time, with this north circle shift, we're seeing Entropic here trying to take the east side of Georgia Pole. DA is trying to send it through, but they're going to get blasted on entry. It is going to be havoc here in the south.
This circle is absolutely horrendous, and one of the few teams who are really being happy with this shift is Sarvim. They parachuted up towards the north side compound, hoped that it was going to go their way, and now it hells a doozy. You're seeing so much damage coming through, but only now are the knocks coming through as well as Phil first finds the double.
Phil first, what a prodigy, man, able to hit these shots the way he does as Exhalation here, just caught in a terrible, terrible position. And whilst we've got a little lull here for the moment, I love that Sarva made this send. You know, it goes back to the idea of, like, you make a rotate because you know that there's so many teams on your side of the circle. Screw it. We don't know any information about what's going on in the north. Let's just make it anyway, and it does work out. But FaZe is gone. Twisted Minds prevail here once again on day number 1.
You say prevail, but literally the second before Gustav falls, he gets the knock onto Perfectix, and now because it's phase 4, they won't be able to get him back alive. So unlucky for Twisted that they lose one there. Now Spirit's gonna jump off the cliff. It's like, yeah, our vehicles are gone. We're not gonna be able to get north of the river in this one, that's for sure.
There was a small hope in me that was like, oh, okay, maybe they can, like, try and make something happen, but no, not to be. Question Mark is hightailing it. I wouldn't be surprised if they just crashed these cars into the water and tried to make it for the north, but we'll see how this is going to go. Big spray come through from Misa. Not really able to hit too much. We're crashing it in. Whee! Bloop. Love it.
There we go. Don't hit each other, though. Those vehicles can still do a lot of damage, even though they hit the water. So able to dodge and weave as they all come swimming across. We still have yet to see Monarch cross on over as Howl will be eliminated. Schofield falls. That is Howl on an 8-point first day here of the finals.
Rough stuff. Very rough. In dead last of all the teams to be in 16th place. But whatever there is, opportunity nail up. Absolutely nails the shots here on Basilosh as he's trying to come out from the embankment. Lots of smokes going down to try and cover them from that south side as they'll try and buy some time here.
It's going a little quiet once again, like the use of smokes here to try and prevent the vision. Also, I don't want to say I was expecting to see Entropic try and push on this, but they do have a chance here. Going their way, but right now. The rich does still work in their favor.
Love the chaos. Love it. As our top 3 teams are done. which means that there's a great opportunity for people to start catching up in this game to finish off day number 1 here for the grand final, as Twisted Minds was down in 10th. We do have Foot still being shot at on this bridge. Unfortunately for them, they didn't really anticipate crashing into this embankment, and have now been able to have a really good line of sight on all the teams trying to across from where this bridge sits.
Beamy just not allowing to get anywhere close up. More damage coming through as they really want to deal with Vestelach. Should be able to do it, even if he does shoot him there. Yep, indeed, there he falls. T-Bone bleeding out in the water. Not a whole lot that Beamy can do to get him back on his feet. And now Yep is down here too, with Monarch on the other side as well. This bridge is truly becoming a quite the interesting hotspot for these teams, and I don't think any of them would have wanted to be around here at all.
Oh, everybody's jumping off like lemmings into the chasm. There goes Monarch. So now they're going to be the next ones to be shot at, probably by question mark, as Dante's going for the swim. This is smart in terms of transitioning against this if you don't want to be seen for the moment, and come up with a surprise attack. But a doozy is just laying in the shots anyway.
Beamy is withstanding all the pressure despite there being 5 teams around, and nice to say that he does fall. As Vasco is able to find him, but still plenty more teams to be dealt with. Not oftentimes that we see water play coming in, especially in the later parts of the game. But Nixie peeks on over, finds Jebba. That's one snake dealt with. Still 2 more to go.
What absolute carnage location we've just seen. I mean, the Wu still alive as 4 here, who were one of the teams that gambled big. Monarch's gone. They were one of the teams that gambled big. They had 2 cube, 2 across the river as well. That's worked out for them. Meanwhile, Sarvum's 4 alive. After all, played the casino slot machine to a T and was way up here, way in time. So they controlled a lot of space for a lot of time.
Yeah, it was a 50-50. They gambled and they came out victorious. Now, the position that they've gotten sure has been great in terms of placement points, but they've still yet to find their first kill. Same thing going for Entropic. 2 very passive approaches on this one, but of course 4 alive coming into the late game up against very wounded teams. Should make for at least, you'd imagine, a top 3 guaranteed.
Silver still hitting the shots wherever he may go. He is in the blue now though, so he's going to try and heal up through these smokes, but I mean, it's all but assured in terms of destruction here for question mark. Both of them will go down to the blue. And likewise, that nade might even hit a doozy. Yes, it does. He can't heal through that. He'll be done. And that's question mark out, but a valiant effort for them, considering they had to send it into the river.
Knowing what teams sat around them on the leaderboard, trying to deny those points in the end, able to do so too. Huge as they fall. DA is eliminated as well. And now, as you were saying before, all the top teams are eliminated. This is the chance for the teams further down the list to really get it back up there on the leaderboard.
It's been a quiet game for Entropic. No kills on the board just yet, but they've got quite the spread, and they'll probably be sending it forwards towards Mexi to get things going. That being said, though, that's going to be caught in between the firing lines here. Global Army is now bombarding the position of the Wu, and Mexi's even taking some shots at Quizzy as well. Stolen away by Baron Pick. The Wu gets killed off as fast as they enter the circle here. And now it's going to be up to these 3 teams to jostle for position. 4v4v4.
Yep. Mexi currently the only Entropic player inside the circle. They're, I think, trying to group up a bit, trying to pick each other up, but Ivers, who came over, I think, to pick up Nailup, didn't quite succeed in doing so, and now Nailup has to make the run over towards Mexi inside this open position. And, well, there's a car smoking on fire now as well, as the P90 once again, from max range, they will take down Nailup.
Absolutely terrifying gun. And yeah, for Entropic, as we were saying, as much as you know, you can try and bomb for that center position, you're going to be between, after all, and Sarvum, who are hungry, ravenous for these points right now. Likewise, so is Entropic to regain former glory. But it's been, as we say, a slow game for them so far. Ivers is bled out. Lukarux up against this hillside. Can survive for a little bit longer, but by the time the circle crunches down on him, I think he's going to be in the firing line.
Yeah, definitely is. Lukarux now really wishing he had gone up here with Mexi earlier. But of course, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Always easy to think back to. But Mexi solo player left alive here for Entropic. So once again, Entropic makes their way into late game. This time round, though, not really with the amount of kills they've been able to pick up in the previous games.
Klim hitting the shots. Doesn't have many more shots, actually, on this MK12. And obviously, you can see his AUG as well doesn't really have any shots in it so far. So that means he's going to be working with just 80 bullets unless we get a little trade going on between the members. As the thing is that After All was here very early. Similar to, well, Sarvam being, you know, having ammo issues, mana issues. I'm ridiculous as a human. Ammo issues in previous game when they got themselves a win. After all, it's probably not working with much, and they haven't been able to eliminate people and get their body boxes as well. So they got to conserve some resources.
Moving buggy, trying to make its way uphill, but -1 tire. Lookarooks needs to go downhill, maybe gain some speed, and then try and wrap around. We'll see if it comes out victorious here. Not with the shots that we saw him hit just before. I doubt he's going to make it anywhere near Mexi's position.
Everyone shoot him.
Not happening at all, as half the server is trying to take him out, and after all, will claim the point. So Entropic still alive with Mexi, but after all, now knowing they have done as much damage to Entropic as they could prior to now having to make the move. And they're actually doing so before having to.
I like this.
We'll see if that comes out victorious. I like this. Keep one behind. Use the bait for the vehicle and take him out.
How did he hit Mexi that swiftly? That was great stuff here. But yeah, they've wrestled this position away great. In a great manner. Now, it's going to be up to Sarvam, because the initiative is very much on them that they have to take. They have to try and do something here. They might try wrap north, but even that is very open against the position that After All was taken.
There's a bit of a ball they can play up there, but that's very much on the edge. So we'll see how things unfold here as Hibako jumps up on the roof. I saw him with an... Bring, 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 bring. There we go. Very much in sync. I like it. Thank you, James. He was playing down there with 30 bullets in his organ, no spare ammo. So hopefully Mexi had something for him. If not, then I'm not sure what they're going to do. The good thing about the bike is that while it might look dumb, it's very mute.
Yes.
It's very hard to hear, so...
No way.
They might not catch the Tour de France attendant, Danimon, make his...
He's jumping around!
What is he doing? Is he going for the crate now as well? Is that what's happening?
So.
Or is he just trolling? Is he just baiting the attention?
Well, so the thing is that the only way you have angles north is by having control of the compound that After All has, right? So it really shows how much control they have over the circle at the moment and how little Sarvam has in terms of even line of sight. They realize he's driving around now. Technically, a lot of spots that he can take cover on after getting...
Yep. And that's exactly because the one position that I said Sarvam could try and push to is effectively what he has just taken away. That ball up north, you can see here, that would have been a rich time for them to work with on the edge of the circle, sure, but that would have been a place for them to potentially go. But now, as you can see here, they're not inside the circle yet. This rotation from Danimon on a bike might just have won After All the game.
Wait, is he the BMX master? Was he the one avoiding the molly in the Wizard Tower? He's the BMX god, Danimon. What a legend. And he actually, I mean, look at this angle. It's opened up so many possibilities for them. This is After All to absolutely smash.
Clem has 9 bullets left, total. He has 3 nades, and they better work for him, because if they won't, then he's going to be in trouble. Good thing is that nade right in the middle. A lot of damage done. Oh, Sheila, you got to watch out. One more take from Blue. You're going to fall, but the Clem with the double nade does not need bullets to come out victorious as he finds the 3rd as well. And After All, with 11 kills, come out victorious.
A great win for them. They gambled on the north and they are able to reap the rewards. That and the BMX master, Danimon himself, opening up extra angles for them to be able to shut this down. It was good by Sarvam overall to be able to go for the emergency drop and take the north position when they did, getting them a 2nd place, bagging them that and a few kills. But After All, awesome. Great game for them.
I do like it when you have those teams that risk everything to go against the odds in these sort of situations, actually to get rewarded for it as well. There was a very little chance that this one was going to double swing north, and yet that's exactly what happened.
Great stuff. Let's take a look back at the highlights from this game, because there were plentiful. I mean, every fight going down in the south here whilst teams were trying to jostle, get high enough, get north of that river, and then just blasting it into the river as well. Every game today has given us something different. Really been enjoyable today.
I tried to have us go, no, it's just game 6. We can't go full game 6 on it. And little did I know this game was going to go full game 7 on us just moments later. But what a hell of a finish to what has been a very interesting day. And based on how the leaderboard is going to turn out, are we already now, James, in a position where we can start counting out the teams' chances for top 2 finishes?
Yeah, I mean, some teams are on single digits. Well, one team is on single digits, so it's going to be rough. But Martin joins us after that game's gone down.
Guys, what a fantastic way to end things here. And wow, what a insane ending here with that Northern shift there, Toby. Like, you were calling for it, you were hoping for it, it ended up coming for you for phase 4.
Yeah, sometimes I wish for things, and then when I get them, I'm not so happy that I got them to begin with. So this one sure got a little more crazy than I first thought it was going to be.
There's obviously a few teams here, James, that managed to stay on the northern side there, and obviously that paid off. After all, though, on that Northwest hunkering down and also being able to eliminate that easily Entropic, but yeah, that was they got the points that they wanted in this case here, but Entropic, I don't know, I felt like they could have gotten more out of them than did.
Yeah, maybe. I think for After All, though, I mean, looking at their position and the way they were holding it, it was such a heavy commitment. We were seeing them hard 1-1-1-1 split from circle 1 or 2 onwards up on that high ground, just being able to shoot. Like, they were shooting in every direction, even though there were no teams up there, making sure that they were visible and heard, even though there was no one to hear them. So for After All, I love that how they were able to do it. And I mean, Entropic, I think they've done enough today, right? Considering how things have played out for them, considering that there was, again, a few apprehensions about how they might play things out. It was quiet this game, but yeah, I think they've done enough regardless.
And also, of course, Toby, you pointed out and mentioned, like, there's 14 teams on the southern side here. Who plays it out and who does it well? And you're questioning who's 2-2 split. And yeah, in this case here, especially when we had phase 3, where it's a 50-50, but Wu managed to get a few kills, but they didn't really capitalize fully on it, I feel like.
No, I mean, I think in this situation where it's not bound to swing north, but it's just, we've seen it with DA as well before, where I feel like they're a bit too greedy in trying to maintain 2-2 splits in 2 like top quality positions there. Right. I think had they both gone north, even if the circle had swung south, they could have played up on the riverbank, they could have tried to make it on foot, and then, or if in this case when it goes north, you have so much more control playing either all 4 in cube or 2 out towards the wizard as well, to then like wrap further towards the north early on.
Yeah, and then of course there's the Everest mutual destruction agreement between all the 3 GPT teams here, James.
Yeah, I mean, for Na'Vi, just absolutely can't catch a break today. It has been, I don't want to say horrendous, but it has been very rough to constantly be caught by these kinds of teams, and it's really nothing to be able to do from it. But I mean, for Twisted Minds, they're going to be happy, right? I mean, they got themselves a few kills here and there, so did FaZe. Na'Vi, though, 0 from this game.
Yeah, another rough game for Na'Vi. Let me speak English while I do so. And of course, another one here for After All being able to step up. Savim, another decent game here, Toby.
Yeah, it's I don't want to say soothing necessarily, but it's nice to see Savim be able to not only play really well in the lower bracket tournaments or lower bracket lobbies, but also actually be able to come out here and put up big numbers in the big game.
For sure. Twisted Minds here in 67 leading day number 1 here, James. They managed to get 20 more points after we were halfway through the day. Very valiant effort here to stay at top. Ascent also in 60.
Yeah, definitely. What a performance coming in from these teams up towards the top. I mean, with Ascend finding themselves here, if you have a middling next couple of days, I mean, okay, maybe you fall down a little bit, but the fact that you're in the company of Twisted Minds and FaZe gives you a little bit more reassurance that you're going to be going to PGS2, and I hope they go to PGS2, considering they're able what they were able to do at number 1.
Right, of course. In this case, obviously, you're looking at the leaderboard and it's still open for everyone here, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but how much really? Because right now Ascent has a 30-point buffer down to second team to go through to PGS. So is that potentially, of course, depending on Ascent's performance, is that potentially one spot already taken away? And then you look down at the leaderboard further down, you have Foot Esports. They're 30 points out of that 60-point margin right now. Sure, only 18 points up towards the potential second PGS 2 slot. But are we already, as I said to James, now maybe at a point where we can start counting out people's chances for qualifying? I feel like we maybe 1 or 2 games away from it.
Yeah, I feel like once we're halfway to tomorrow, James, maybe we can kind of look at it. But then again, we're talking at statistically, you know, teams will have, 2 or 3 games throughout our tournament like this where they will get like 1, maybe less points, 2 or less points in this case here. And then that other team just needs to have a banger game and they're literally taking over them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disappointing fall, though, for a team like Howl, right? Who I think we had quite a few expectations of, considering what we saw in PEC and stuff like that. But today wasn't it. They could come out in the next 2 days and get like some back-to-back wins or something like that, because they are capable. We've seen kind of individual skill that some of these teams have, like Howl, for example. But it's going to be tough in a lobby like this, which is so hyper-competitive.
Yeah, especially with DA actually pulling up and doing quite well for themselves. But guys, that is it here for day number 1. We have 2 more days for PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. Thanks so much for Kale and Toby for casting our games, and we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. So see you then.